did it, but it just shows they really like to pander. They try to eliminate the stuff that they've done in their past. The media also reported that President Trump had a heart attack because he took his tie off when he was going to get his physical. They had no evidence. They didn't investigate this. They didn't follow up with anybody. It's just a story that they made up out of thin air. No facts, nobody to back it up whatsoever. They said that he was having strokes because he used two hands to drink a glass of water. You know, I don't really think that qualifies as being a diagnosis that somebody is having a stroke if they use two hands to drink a glass of water. They said he was afraid of stairs because he was holding the railing. I've held the railing before. It doesn't mean I am afraid of stairs, but according to the mainstream media, President Trump is afraid of stairs because he holds the railing, which, you know, that's an odd one for me. I don't know about you guys. Another story, CNN did a whole segment on this. President Trump gets 2 scoops of ice cream while everybody gets 1. Just shows how much of a tyrant President Trump is. I don't know, maybe that's qualifying for impeachment. Who knows, really. And now, recently they're saying, after all of this stuff that they made up, that he's afraid of stairs, that he gets 2 scoops of ice cream, that he had a stroke because he used 2 hands to drink his water after they made all of that up. Now they're saying that he called veterans suckers and losers. Again, having no evidence other than anonymous sources who we never ever hear from. The last anonymous source, he was impeached and we had no evidence that he did anything wrong. In fact, he released the transcript showing nothing but a perfect call between him and the Prime Minister or the President of Ukraine. Media just goes easy on Biden. They give him a free pass for virtually everything. They say that Biden has enthusiasm. In reality, he has no enthusiasm. Actually, he had a rally in Warren, Michigan. A peaceful protest in Warren, Michigan. And he had about a handful of people, about less than 10, I'd say, and that might even be too much. All sitting in folding chairs, all with little circles around them for social distancing guidelines. And one guy was even sitting on the floor. I guess they didn't have enough folding chairs for everybody. I guess the crowd was a little bit bigger than they anticipated. It's just crazy because if President Trump had a rally like that, the media it would be on every headline. The media was silent about this when it happened to Joe Biden. When President Trump had his Tulsa rally, he had about 6,200 attendees at Tulsa. And they showed a few empty seats saying that the enthusiasm for him is an all-time low. 6,200 people, yet they say all-time low with enthusiasm. Nobody wants to go to President Trump's rallies. Even when they're full, if there's one empty seat or if somebody gets up to go to the bathroom, the media zooms in on that seat. They say, you know, President Trump has no enthusiasm behind him. People are leaving. And that's the headline every day. They just make stuff up. Anything to make him look bad. Anything to suppress the GOP turnout in the election. And, you know, during the Tulsa rally, we might have only had 6,200 people at the rally, but between Fox, MSNBC, and CNN, we had 8 million views. And on Right Side Broadcasting Network, we had several million views, 2 or 3 million views, if I can remember. But they just give Joe Biden a pass on everything, saying that he has enthusiasm when he really doesn't. Now, we're going to show you the overflow crowd behind us right now because sea of red hats, red Make America Great Again hats over there, a bunch of people. A lot of them won't have the best view of President Trump, but that hasn't stopped them from just waiting for him to see Air Force One land and be there for the president when the media says that he has nobody behind him. And they like to tell you that he's all alone, but he's got an army of people behind him. And that's just a small amount of them. There's way more outside. Like I said, cars lined up for miles, parking for miles. Parking lots that they just created in the middle of a field miles away from us. People just walking here several miles to see the president when the media says he has absolutely no enthusiasm. You know, President Trump does, I don't know how many hundreds of interviews a week, but every time he does an event, the media is always following up with him. They're always following him and asking questions, rightfully so, because, you know, we believe in transparency, and he has been one of the most transparent presidents that we've had. But President Trump answers hundreds of questions a week, if not more. And he does this off the top of his head. He's almost as old as Joe Biden. I believe President Trump is 73 or 74, and Joe Biden is about 78. So not too far off of an age difference. But President Trump knows all of the stuff. He's been memorizing all of these answers and just spitting these questions back in the media's face. Joe Biden can't even answer a question off a teleprompter. He had a Q&A not too long ago where a girl went off script during the Q&A. Everybody was given a script ahead of time to ask him a question that he knew the answer to. She went off script. And if you can imagine, he really didn't know what to do about that. And then in another Q&A from his basement where he has been doing most of his Q&As, he got caught right after the question was asked, asking his staff to raise the teleprompter while in his basement. The campaign didn't even deny it when they were interviewed by. Did you guys have Joe Biden reading off of a teleprompter to answer these Q&As? It's a yes or no question. They could have easily said no. They didn't say yes, they didn't say no, they just couldn't answer the question. So I'll let you guys decipher what that means. Do you think Joe Biden is using a teleprompter? Because there's a lot of evidence that suggests a lot of his past views on issues such as race, the media just ignores. They pretend it never happened. They pretend he has been an empathetic champion of civil rights. Yet he voted for the 1994 crime bill, which has incarcerated hundreds of thousands of black people. The media just, they don't really care about. She threw black people in prison, made them inmates for marijuana crimes when she bragged about smoking marijuana herself in an interview, saying that she listened to Snoop Dogg before he was even a famous celebrity. Biden said that Obama was the first clean and articulate African American. A very racist comment, in my opinion. And then recently, Biden said that over 6,114 military died from the coronavirus. 6,114 died from the coronavirus. The real number is 7, not 7,000. I mean 7. He was off by thousands. And the media just gives him a free pass on that. But even CNN on that one said that he sometimes they're pretty much required to correct him on things when they're just so obviously false, when his numbers are so off. I remember when he said 150 million Americans died of guns. Yeah, that's not even close, not even in the ballpark, because I know for a fact, while I don't know the exact number, I know for a fact half of America wasn't killed by guns. But Trump does tons of interviews a day, and Biden can't do one on a teleprompter without
in the United States because of COVID-19.
Who can actually articulate.
Washington Post columnist Bob Woodward that the President of the United States has admitted on tape in February he knew about COVID-19 that had passed through the air. He knew how deadly it was. It was much more deadly than the flu. He knew and purposely played it down. Worse, he lied to the American people. He knowingly and willingly lied about the threat it posed to the country for months. He had the information. He knew how dangerous it was. Now, while this deadly disease ripped through our nation, he failed to do his job on purpose. It was a life and death betrayal
a sentence.
of the
Who
American
has
people. Experts say that if he had acted just 1 week sooner, 36,000 people would have been saved. If he acted 2 weeks sooner, back in March, 54,000 lives would have been spared in March and April alone. You know, his failure has not only cost lives, it sent our economy in a tailspin. It cost millions more in American livelihoods. This is a recession created by Donald Trump's negligence, and he is unfit for this job as a consequence of it.
While the president's Democratic rival Joe Biden has some campaigning today of his own, he's set to hold a virtual town hall next hour as the former VP starts a new phase of in-person campaigning. It follows a low-key stop in Pennsylvania yesterday. Griff Jenkins live for us in Washington with more. Griff.
Hey, Trace, good morning to you. The president is hoping that the polls are tightening, and he's suggesting in a Twitter that as Biden hits the campaign trail in person,
extremism. We'll also take your calls, and you can join the conversation on Facebook and Twitter. Washington Journal is next.
Good morning and welcome to Washington Journal. As the United States enters the last third of 2020, we are still looking for a cure or vaccine for the novel coronavirus. COVID-19 has killed more than 193,000 Americans and infected 6 million more, with the numbers still going up. But the government and pharmaceutical companies are suggesting that there could be a vaccine, maybe as soon as next month. Our question to you this morning, would you get the COVID-19 vaccine? We want to know what you think. We're going to open up regional lines this morning. That means that if you're in the Eastern or Central time zones, you're going to call 202-748-8000. If you're in the Mountain and Pacific time zones, your number is 202-748-8001. You can always text us your opinion at 202-748-8003. And we're always reading on social media at Twitter, at C-SPAN WJ, and on Facebook at facebook.com/C-SPAN. Once again, there's a lot of talk about the development of a COVID-19 vaccine, and the president himself, President Donald Trump, talked about possible release of a COVID-19 during a press conference earlier this week. Here's what President Trump said.
First, we'll end the pandemic under Operation Warp Speed. We've pioneered groundbreaking therapies, reducing the fatality rate 85% since April. You don't hear that from the press very often. They don't like to talk about that. So the fatality rate, 85%. Think of that, since April. The United States has experienced among the lowest case fatality rates of any major country in the world. And we are an absolute leader in every way. Under my leadership, we'll produce a vaccine in record time. Biden and his very liberal running mate, the most liberal person in Congress, by the way, is not a competent person, in my opinion, would destroy this country and would destroy this economy, should immediately apologize for the reckless anti-vaccine rhetoric that they are talking right now, talking about endangering lives, and it undermines science. And what's happening is all of a sudden you'll have this incredible vaccine, and because of that fake rhetoric, it's a political rhetoric, that's all it is, just for politics, because now they see we've done an incredible job, and in speed like nobody's ever seen before. This could have taken 2 or 3 years, and instead it's going to be done in a very short period of time. Could even have it during the month of October. So contrary to all of the lies, the vaccine, that they're politicalized, they'll say anything. And it's so dangerous for our country, what they say. But the vaccine will be very safe and very effective, and it'll be delivered very soon. You could have a very big surprise coming up. I'm sure you'll be very happy, but the people will be happy. The people of the world will be happy.
Many Americans seem a little skeptical about whether they would take a COVID-19 vaccine. Here's a CBS News poll that came out earlier this week that showed just 21% of voters nationwide now say that they would get a vaccine as soon as possible if one became available at no cost, down from 32% in late July. Most would consider it, but would wait to see what happens to others before getting one. We want to know what you think. Would you get a COVID-19 vaccine? Let's go to our phone lines, and we'll start with Lisa, who's calling from Southampton, Pennsylvania. Lisa, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Just fine. Go ahead, Lisa.
I absolutely would take it. I am tired of being a hermit in my home.
Lisa, would you wait, or would you take it immediately once they started giving it out to the public?
I will be standing in line like a rock concert.
Any concerns that they rushed it out there, or you think by the time they make it public, it will already be safe?
I trust in the science behind it, and I trust Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx.
Okay. Let's go to Danny, who's calling from Farmington, Missouri. Danny, good morning.
Good morning, Jesse. Hey, yeah, I would take it if my cardiologist and my primary doctor would advise me to.
Now,
I mean, he would.
Danny, have you already talked to your cardiologist? What they think about possible vaccines and when they would suggest someone to take it?
Well, there's just so many questions about it. I mean, just the actual symptoms and things. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's just too many questions.
So, what have you talked to your medical professionals about this? What are they saying?
What they saying? I talked to my chaplain up there at my cardiologist hospital, and I asked her how many COVID patients they had. I mean, she sounded exhausted, and I asked her how many COVID patients there are in that hospital, and said it's just like 60 miles south of St. Louis, 40, whatever. And she said dozens. I mean, it's really coming here like a fog or something. So yeah, I mean, I would be skeptical at first, but I would rely on somebody that I know and trust to take it before I take the vaccine.
So, Danny, how closely are you following the discussions about the vaccine? Are you looking for information? Are you following it in the news? Or are you just waiting to hear?
Oh no! I follow the news, and I mean, hey, there's just so much back and forth. I mean, everything is just, I don't know. I mean, what a worst time for this to happen in an election year. I mean, nobody wants to do anything. I mean, Pelosi, Schumer, McCarthy, and McConnell should be ashamed of themselves. I mean, dang. I mean, this is American lives, for crying out loud.
Let's go to Celeste, who's calling from Sharon, Pennsylvania. Celeste, good morning.
Yes, good morning. No, I wouldn't take it if Trump said it was ready, but I would if Dr. Fauci would. I listened to that. I can't, when you're told things that aren't going, in other words, we're finding out now that he knew on February 7th, but did Fauci and anybody else know? His conversation was with Xi. He admitted to Woodward. So did Fauci know when he said you didn't have to wear masks that as much information as Trump got from Xi that day? You know what I mean? Did he pass it on to anybody, or did he just keep it to himself so that he could, have an insert to Woodward's book?
Now, Celeste, have you been following the vaccine development in the news, or are you just sitting back waiting to see for them to say the vaccine is ready? Or are you following and thinking about any of the experiments or maybe trials that they'll have coming up?
Yes, I follow it every day. I'm a polio survivor. I'm 65 years old. So that would be very important to me. In the incident with the one spinal, not meningitis, but, something with the AstraZeneca, it's proven they're trying. I'm not saying they're not. But you can't believe what you hear. Like you said, I do my due diligence. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. Polio, I got it from in 1958. But, I suffer with the, outcome of it every single day, worse now that I'm older. So, yes, I'd love to have a vaccine, but I don't want someone who's going to be a yes man to decide whether or not I should inject myself. I've went through one disease. I don't want to go through another. I want to look to my government and the scientists both. I want it united. I just seen Rudy Giuliani yesterday sound and look like Donald Trump. That's unbelievable. So it scares me. It's like, I'm not just saying him, it's the way he's done it. Had he come out and said, what he told Woodward, we're strong people. We've got through a lot. We wouldn't be, he's jumping up and down about race riots in the suburbs. I live in the suburbs. I have black neighbors. I have all kinds of neighbors. Nobody's raping or pillaging or doing anything to my children or me. They help me. They carry my groceries in. All my neighbors do. So
let's go to Trish, who's calling from Seattle, Washington. Trish, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I would just like to weigh in on this as a research nurse of 20 years conducting phase 2A, B, and 3 trials. I understand the dilemma and also that the pressure they're under to create this vaccine. However, unless you do extensive phase 3 trial, and that's not 300 people, that's like 30,000 people plus, to do those trials, you are not going to get real information because it takes that number then to suss out any of the serious adverse events, such as the one that they reported the other day. So if they came out and said there was a vaccine ready on November 1st, right before the election, that would be a hard no. I would absolutely not take it, and I would advise anybody that I know not to take it until they conduct a thorough phase 3 clinical trial, and that takes time. They can increase that, but enrollment, that takes time.
So Trish, as a research nurse, like you said, what would you tell people who are already suffering and are afraid they won't live until all of the trials are over and it's been officially declared safe and want something now?
I feel sorry for them. My heart goes out to them, but it's not safe. You don't know if you could get a serious adverse event that would kill you anyways. That's the devil in the details of science and research. It takes time to suss all that out, and you're already offering yourself up in an altruistic way if you want to do that, but it has to be a clinical trial. Don't confuse that with, yes, this is a great vaccine and you're good to go and it's going to work, because those are two different things. If you want to be a clinical research patient, sure, why not? But no, absolutely.
Trish, let me ask you another question. I remember back in the day when people would go to Mexico, go to Canada, go overseas to participate in trials that were not allowed in the United States to cure certain diseases, certain illnesses. What would you tell people who are thinking about or possibly preparing to go participate in a trial of a unknown cure or vaccine in another country?
Well, again, you have the FDA and then you have the European model. So if they're conducting that trial under their auspices, then fine. Yeah, as long as it's good, clean clinical research. You know, U.S. doesn't want to do it, but the other countries do. So, yeah, it is the research company, the pharma company that's conducting the trial, not the government. And that has to be, again, understood that those are two separate entities. So, no, I would not get it. But I would suggest that if they do get this all vaccine whipped up and ready to go on November 1st, I think that the president and his family should be the first ones to get the vaccination.
Let's go to Tanisha, who's also calling from Seattle, Washington. Tanisha, good morning.
Hello, how are you doing?
Just fine. Go ahead, Tanisha.
I'm confused about where everybody is going with this, because you have a president that made ventilators. You have a president that made masks, and he shut down our country. And yet and still, they have a somewhat cure for AIDS. They have a somewhat cure for cancer, Ebola, and all these other things. But for whatever reason, since last year, they cannot tell us what this is. And at the same time, you can't tell me that today I'm sick and tomorrow I don't have it any longer, without including like respiratory or allergic type situations or asthma. You're not telling us exactly like where this is coming from. Now, you take a flu shot because they offer it for free every year, but you can't give us specifics about what's really going on. We see death totals every day, but they don't tell us what they're doing for the people that have recovered. There's no in between the people that have gotten it and those who have died. There's no in betweens on what the people that didn't die have done in order to stop from dying.
So, Tanisha,
Except for saying,
if there is a vaccine, would you take it?
No, sir. And this is why. Because I feel like this. If that had been the case, you offer a flu shot every year, and yet and still, you cannot tell us what this is. And at the same time, out of all the cases that have been spoken upon, 6 million cases, you have 100 and some odd thousand deaths. Now, death is death, but at the same time, how many people throughout the year die from the flu? And we're not just talking about in the United States, we're talking about worldwide, globally. How many people are in the world to consider that 100 and some odd thousand out of 6 million cases would be a legitimate fact to shut down our country, make us stay 6 feet apart, and wear masks? When the whole time before this happened, you could sit in front of a doctor and he didn't have on a mask.
Let's go to Chris, who's calling from Port Jefferson Station, New York. Chris, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Just fine. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, all righty. This guy's a fake man. He politicized everything. He's forever lying. He knew about the spread. He says he didn't want to create a panic. So he's saying if there's a hurricane, there's a tornado, don't tell anybody. They'll find out when they get hit with it. I don't know. How can you believe a fake president like this? I mean, if he just kept quiet and just do what's right. We're not stupid. We know what to do. We've been through, tough times. It's not the only thing, but then he's talking about that people dying. Over 190,000 people died in his watch. What kind of war president you are? Not even acknowledging that. Then you got, you want me to take a vaccine? I would. Only if it's done right. Because medication, if you don't take it right, a bad reaction, you won't last a day.
So, Chris, how do you define done right? How do you know when the vaccine how do we know? None of us are scientists. How do we know when the vaccine has been done right?
Right. What it is, I think they have a system already. No need to push anybody. They have scientists, they have researchers, they have volunteers. Everything is in place. Just let the scientists do their work. Don't come out and say, oh, it'll be out by then. Oh, it'll be this or be then. Then this guy comes on and tells you the same thing the president says. He's got people that say yes, 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 yes. Don't do that. Leave the FDA alone. Let them do their work. I'm sure everybody wants to save lives. Everybody. Blue state, red state, forget all of that. Right now, save lives. Because when 9/11 happened in this country, it wasn't all about, oh, New York is a blue state, let it go. Every state in the country, everywhere there was a ball game going on, they said, I love New York, there for you, everything. This is not about a red state, blue state. 190,000 people dead. Let's look out for the Americans. Don't worry about what state you're in. Okay.
Let's go to Fred, who's calling from Florence, Kentucky. Fred, good morning.
Hi.
Go ahead, Fred.
Hi. I had polio when I was a little boy, and that was before the vaccine was out. And that poor lady who got polio in '58, the vaccine was already out, and it's too bad she didn't get it. And when they started putting out the polio vaccine, they were giving it to families who had somebody in the family who had polio. And at that time, it was called infantile paralysis because mostly kids got it. And so my daddy said, "Don't give it to me. Let the kids have it, because it wasn't enough for everybody." And so then he ended up in an iron lung with polio, and then eventually he got in a wheelchair. But I'm amazed that here usually everybody is so pro-vaccine, and now because Trump is going to get some advantage because of the vaccine, so many are anti-vaccine, and it's just amazing to me that that's the case here.
Now, Fred, who do you trust to get information about the vaccine? Would you trust if Dr. Fauci said a vaccine was ready? Would you trust if President Trump said the vaccine was ready? Would you trust if AstraZeneca, one of the pharmaceutical companies, said the vaccine was ready? Who do you trust to know when the vaccine is ready for general population use?
Well, if the vaccine were available, I would get it. I mean, and by the way, on the vaccine is not a cure. It's a preventative. If somebody already has the virus, why the vaccine's not going to help them.
Right. Well, we hope they'll come out with a cure and a vaccine, not just a vaccine. But we're I guess we're shooting for a vaccine, but hopefully they'll come out with a cure as well.
Well, you might hope for that, but there's no cure for polio, and there's no cure for the flu. There's just vaccines for it, and every year they come out with a new flu vaccine. It's not the same as the year before. Now, something else is the death toll. I was amazed again that my son said, you know, if somebody dies and they had the virus, they're going to add that person to the death toll for the virus. And I thought, well, you know, what does he know? You know, my son, he's a smart kid, but well, anyway, I asked the doctor about it. He says, yeah, that's right. If somebody dies from something and they have the virus, they count that as part of the death toll for the virus. And so later on, I asked the nurse
welcome back to New York. The Billie Jean.
If somebody dies from something else and they had the virus, they add that to the death toll for the virus. So when they say there's only about 6% of those almost 200,000 people that died just from the virus, I think that's really the number we should be looking at.
Well, I have to say, Fred, I haven't heard anyone say that only 6% of the 190,000 plus people actually died from the virus. Actually, we had someone on the show a couple of weeks ago who says that he actually thinks the number is much higher than 190,000. So I haven't heard that someone is saying that's only 6% of the people, of the 190,000 people who actually died from the virus.
Yeah, it's only higher because there's more people who, in that statement, there's more people who died who were tested for the virus afterwards, and then they don't get added to that roll. But I've heard it on several places on the news that there's only about 6% that only died from the virus.
During an event on Tuesday with Research America, Dr. Anthony Fauci explained the vaccine phase process and gave his timeline prediction for the COVID-19 vaccine. Here's what he said.
Well, right now there are 6 or 7 candidates that the U.S. government is helping to facilitate, either by developing with them or by pre-purchasing of doses, or allowing our clinical trial network to be available to them. 3 of those candidates are already in phase 3 trial, which means you're going to enroll tens of thousands of people, volunteers, to determine if it's safe and effective. The phase 3 trials that got started, the first 2 got started on July 27th. It's a prime and a boost dose. You prime, and then 28 days later, you give a boost. Right now, the trials are about 2/3 enrolled. We project that by the end of September, they will be fully enrolled. Then you add another month, a month and a half to get that second dose. So that's the reason why I have been projecting, Judy, that by the end of the year, by November or December, we will know whether we have a safe and effective vaccine. I feel cautiously optimistic that we will, given the preliminary data that we've seen. And then there are a couple of other vaccines that are going to go into phase 3 trial at the end of September and then October. So sequentially, you have a lot of the candidates in play, which really is the reason why we're optimistic that we will be successful with one or more, and that will likely start taking place by the end of the calendar year 2020.
But the idea that we're going to have a vaccine by November 3rd, how realistic?
Well, I think that's unlikely. I mean, the only way you can see that scenario come true is if that there are so many infections in the clinical trial sites that you get an efficacy answer sooner than you would have projected. Like I said, it's not impossible, Judy, but it's unlikely that we'll have a definitive answer at that time, more likely by the end of the year.
Our previous caller brought up a story that he said he had heard on the news about only 6% of people dying from actual COVID-19 and the other numbers being much lower. Well, the CDC actually had an expert who actually addressed that in a story that's in futurity.org that I want to bring to you just so we can get clear on what the issue is. And I'm going to read just a couple of paragraphs from it for you. A recent report from the CDC appears to drill down to that point with striking numbers showing that 94% of U.S. deaths involving COVID-19 since February were also associated with other conditions or comorbidities. According to the CDC, for 6% of deaths, COVID-19 was the only cause mentioned. For deaths with conditions or causes in addition to COVID-19 on average, there were 2.6 additional conditions or causes per death. The number of deaths with each condition or cause is shown for all deaths and by age groups. Now, one of the CDC's actual investigators had this tweet about it that addresses this issue. This is from Justin Lessler of the CDC. He says that people had comorbidities does not mean that they did not die of COVID-19. COVID may have caused them or worked synergistically to kill them. There have been over 200,000 excess all-cause deaths in the U.S. this year. If COVID-19 is not pushing up the numbers, what is? So I just wanted to bring that article and that tweet from the CDC, a CDC employee, to you to help explain what the caller was talking about earlier. Let's go to Sam, who's calling from Elizabethtown, Kentucky. Sam, good morning.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead,
Good
Sam.
morning. Good morning, sir. Thanks for taking my call.
Go ahead, Sam.
Yes, sir. I am on. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead, Sam.
Yes, sir. No, sir. I will not take this vaccination until maybe 2023. Thinking it will be ready by November is a wishful thinking. It's completely political.
Now, Sam, what if you actually come down with COVID-19 or between now and 2023? What happens if it actually does affect you or your family or someone in your household? Would you be willing then to take the risk?
No, sir, because we have not perfected even flu shots after decades. How can we say this is a perfect vaccination for this newborn disease? It's impossible to have a perfect vaccine by end of this year. Forget about November. It's completely wishful thinking, and it's a political thinking.
Let's talk to Michael, who's calling from Veteran, Wyoming. Michael, good morning.
Morning.
Go ahead, Michael.
I would definitely take it. What do I got to lose? It's my life we're talking about. If you're a skeptic and you don't want to take it, don't take it. It's my choice. I'm going to take it. Thank you.
So, Michael, before you go, when would you take it? Are you going to be one of the first people in line? Are you going to wait to see how it affects other people? When will you decide to take the COVID-19 vaccine when it comes out?
If they say they got it today, I'll take it today. It's my choice. If you don't want to take it, don't take it. I ain't got to cry about it. What do we got to lose?
Let's see what some of our social media followers are thinking about the question, would you get a COVID-19 vaccine? Here's one person from Facebook who just simply says no. Here's a text that we got in that says, it all depends on what the rate of secession is. If it was 90-95% with existing conditions, I would take it. I am at high risk with pre-existing conditions. Prayers for all. Here's a tweet that says, if the vaccine isn't 100% coverage, I won't take it. Here's another tweet that says, COVID is harmless to the vast majority of the population, and the response to this virus is unwarranted. And one last text that says, we will definitely get the vaccine if they let the scientists do their job. But if Donald Trump pushes it to be ready before the election so he can claim credit for it, we won't. So once again, we want to know what you think. Would you get the COVID-19 vaccine? Let's talk to Don, who's calling from Tucson, Arizona. Don, good morning.
Good morning. No, I would not take the vaccination until I see the long-term side effects.
Now, Don, do you already take like the flu vaccine? Do you already take other vaccines?
Occasionally I do. I have a compromised immune system, so I leave it up to my doctor. Sometimes they'll give me half doses, and I'll go in the next week to get so my immune system doesn't get overwhelmed. But I was reading somewhere that the pharmaceutical companies won't be held liable if there's any long-term effects, and this is something that they generally don't do with the pharmaceutical companies, not let them have liability. And that kind of worries me, that they're pushing it through so fast and they're not going to have liability financially if something, long-term affects a whole bunch of people. They won't have financial liability. So that really worries me.
Now, Don, who do you trust to get your information about whether a vaccine is ready or not? Would you trust if Dr. Fauci said it was ready? Would you trust if President Trump said it was ready? Would you trust if the pharmaceutical company said it was ready? Would you trust if the FDA said it was ready?
Well, at this point, it's a little worrisome
Would you trust
because
if the
they couldn't even get the
company
testing
said
right
it was
in
ready?
the beginning.
Would you trust if the FDA said it was ready?
I would trust myself when I see the effects. Right now, at this point, at first it would have been worrisome because he only takes first-generation drugs and doesn't like second- and third-generation drugs that they rush out. But now he's rushing this out, and that makes me nervous to trust that. My son is in the medical, studying medical biology, and he's studying to become a professor, and he's doing clinical trials on different things. So I would listen to my son a little bit, but I would just listen to myself.
Let's talk to James, who's calling from Lawrence, Massachusetts. James, good morning.
Good morning, Jesse. Let me get one thing in real quick before I don't forget. If anybody's interested in the timeline, please go to the HudsonInstitute.com, and it will give the entire timeline on what's going on with the distribution of all this stuff. Now, I would take the shot. You go on TV, they put on any kind of drug on the TV, they got a guy talking 405 miles an hour underneath it with all tiny microscopic little thing, and they're putting all the disclaimers on it, and millions and millions of people are taking it with possibly maybe less than 1/2 or 1% of people having an adverse reaction. If you're going to save all this kind of lives, somebody's going to have to take a little kind of risk. Number two, everybody says Tony Fauci is Dr. Fauci is the one, the end-all, be-all, listen to him and everything else like that. And he's telling the truth, and he's not going to lie to you, and we believe him, except on the 4 occasions where he went before the investigative process in the Congress and swore under oath that Donald Trump is doing everything he's telling him to do. And this is what I don't understand. People are going to sacrifice themselves and not get a shot for something. Number 3, Ebola. Ebola is an entirely different situation. You practically have to bathe in the bodily fluids of somebody with it. The other, Biden and Obama claim that they controlled it. Ebola has been in existence in Africa since 1974. It is not going away, and all these vaccines are not effective. The flu vaccine that I took 3 years ago was 6% effective, but everybody's running out to get those. So I don't understand what the problem is here. Told them to hurry up and get a cure here. We've got to get it. You're mismanaging everything. Called him all sorts of names. Now he's going too fast. Which way do you want it, people?
Let's go to Max, who's calling from Waterford, Michigan. Max, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Go ahead, Max.
Yeah, no, I would not take it.
Now, Max, do you take other vaccines?
No, I don't take the flu vaccine. Never have taken it. Hello?
Yeah, no. My next question is going to be why. Who do you trust to get medical information, especially about something as serious as the coronavirus?
Well, I don't believe what I've seen. The coronavirus ain't as serious as what you guys are saying, like the 6%. I don't believe it because I know people that get the test. They come up positive, but they give them 2 tests. and the first test comes up positive, the second test comes up negative. What's up with that? And the first positive, I guarantee the positive don't come out. And if Trump would have came out and said a bunch of other stuff about what really was going on, think about it. We couldn't even find toilet paper. People were panicking. What do you think? I mean, I'm glad he didn't tell people more than what he told them.
So, Max, do you think that the people who have died from coronavirus, do you think that they died from something else, or do you think that it was something else that caused their deaths?
I think a minimum of 50% did die of something else because everybody stopped dying from everything else. How does that happen?
Well, no, I can pretty much assure you people didn't stop dying from other things.
Listen, no, you never heard of people dying from heart attack, stroke, nothing. Everybody died from COVID. You get in a car accident, you die from COVID.
Okay. Let's go to Brandon, who's calling from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Brandon, good morning.
Good morning. I would take the vaccine, but I think it's really important to keep in mind that how this rollout is going to occur, all us normies won't even get first dibs at it because it's going to go out to the first responders, it's going to go out to the doctors, and so all those people are going to have that trial with it, and so the rest of us will find out from these first responders how well it's working. I think it's also important to keep in mind that when the H1N1 vaccine rolled out in 2009, there were long lines to get that vaccine, and the rollout was not smooth. And so people who wanted the vaccine couldn't even get it. And I anticipate a similar kind of mess that we're going to experience. So I think when the people that want it aren't going to actually get it for a long time. And so we'll see the data come through that there's one way or another, this vaccine will prove its safety through other people.
So, Brandon, when do you plan to get the vaccine yourself?
Well, I would take it at the first opportunity, and mainly because to protect other people. I want to spend more time with high-risk individuals, but I don't because of that risk. And if I had the vaccine, then for me, that would be enough to get back to normal life. And if that's what it takes, I would do it.
Well, the Senate Health Committee held a hearing on Wednesday where Senator Doug Jones of Alabama asked the Surgeon General and the director of the National Institutes of Health about the conspiracy theories that they had heard involving vaccines. Here's that exchange.
I'd like to give both of you an opportunity right now, because one of the things I'm not seeing from NIH or from the federal government is efforts to really debunk these theories as opposed to just getting positive information out there. So Dr. Collins, Dr. Adams, each take one or two of these theories. Tell us what you've heard, what's the most outrageous thing, and debunk it for us as quickly as you can so that the American people right here on the record know that they should not follow these absolutely crazy theories that are out there about vaccines.
Can I go first?
Dr. Collins?
Go. I'll take the first one. Vaccines do not cause autism. And people need to understand that. We've looked at the trials, we've looked at the studies. Vaccines do not cause autism.
And I'm agreeing with that one, but I'll tell you the craziest one I've heard, which is this is all designed by Bill Gates, and when you get the vaccine, it has a chip in it that's going to get stuck into your system, and it's going to watch everything you're doing. And people believe that stuff. There you go.
So none of the vaccines are designed to kind of be big brother over people and to follow them. They're designed, I take it, to save lives, correct?
That's exactly right.
Exactly. To save lives and to save money, sir. Vaccinations avert $402 billion in direct cost and $1.5 trillion in societal cost, and that's just the flu vaccine every single year.
I have a T-shirt that I like to wear sometimes, although it isn't always well received, and it has 3 words on it. It says, "Vaccines cause adults." Think about it.
Very good.
Let's go back to social media and see what our social media followers are thinking about the question, would you get a COVID-19 vaccine? Here's a text that says, most of us get a flu vaccination every year, and that kills up to 80,000 people a year with vaccines. Yes, I will get a vaccine, and I wish Democrats would stop politicizing it and scaring people. Here's another text that says, I would be the first in line for a vaccine. It's the only way to herd immunity. This country has eliminated polio and many other diseases via vaccines. It's a no-brainer for me. Here's another text that says, no, would not take nothing under this administration. Too many lies. And one last text that says, I would need the assurance of independent medical experts and Dr. Fauci. Then I would take it. I don't trust Trump and his sycophantic appointees. Once again, we want to know what you think. Would you get a COVID-19 vaccine? Let's talk to Harvey, who's calling from Orangeburg, South Carolina. Harvey, good morning.
Good morning. I definitely would take the vaccine. I've already had the coronavirus. But politics has nothing to do with it. This president is not a scientist. He knows nothing about medicine. I don't think that he has anything to do with it. These are scientists. I ride on a plane. I ride on a ship. These are all scientific apparatuses, flying on the air, floating on the water. I trust those. I trust science. The President of the United States is not a scientist. He does not know anything about creating a virus or antivirus drug. And he would like to take credit for it, as would anybody else who's in government. But the governmental people are not the scientists. So that's my answer to that.
So, Harvey, before I let you go, tell us about your experience with coronavirus. How did it affect you? Were you in the hospital? How are you now?
Well, I'm great now. I was in the hospital for 16 days here in Orangeburg, South Carolina, and good medical staff. I did have memory loss, and it still it prevails still to some degree. My breathing is coming back. It was compromised. But I'm very happy that I came through it. But also I'm a man of faith, and that played a major role in my life, as it does as I move forward in life. So I don't hear that coming from a lot of people. I don't hear it coming from our political leaders. I also believe that this virus exists for a purpose. Of course, it's a devastation to so many people. But I also believe that there are some very important lessons that we as Americans can learn from this.
Now, Harvey, tell us what symptoms you had. You said you were in the hospital for 16 days. How did the coronavirus affect you? Because we've seen so many different people in so many different conditions from the coronavirus.
Well, I didn't have to go on a ventilator, but I was very sick. I felt like a paralysis was existing in my life. While I was in the hospital, people would call, and the only thing that I could say was, "Thank you very much for calling." I didn't have a will to communicate. I didn't talk very much with the doctors. I was almost, I couldn't say a zombie-like state, but I felt like I was in between not heaven and hell, but between in conscious and out of conscious. But I'm very thankful and fortunate that I came through, and a strong faith community, strong family members who were there after I recovered.
Now, I want to remind you that we've talked about this on this show before, and in fact, on Thursday, we had two vaccine experts on Washington Journal, Dr. Jesse Goodman of the Georgetown Medical Center and Dr. William Moss of Johns Hopkins. So if you missed either one of those segments and you want to go back and see what the vaccine experts said, you can go to cspan.org to learn more and watch those segments. Let's talk to Frank, who's calling from Yuma, Arizona. Frank, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Once my doctor says it's ready, I'm ready to take the virus. I just had the flu shot, and I had another shot for shingles. And my mother, I hadn't seen her in 6 months, and I was told she has a coronavirus. She's in a nursing home. But once the doctor says it's ready, available, I'll be the first one because I want to protect my family.
So when you say doctor, do you mean your personal doctor? Do you mean a doctor like Dr. Fauci? Do you mean the doctors like the Surgeon General? Which doctors are you specifically talking about here?
My apologies. My primary care physician in Yuma, Arizona. When it's ready, I'll be the first one in line.
Okay. Let's talk to Dan, who's calling from Chester Springs, Pennsylvania. Dan, good morning.
Yes, I'm a family practitioner.
Okay.
With regard to the vaccine, I mean, I hate the fact that, the coronavirus is so virulent. But with regard to the vaccine, I think I personally would wait a little bit of time. Not that I don't want to take it, but I'd wait time to see what kind of side effects it has. There are vaccines that have been associated with Guillain-Barré and other problems. I think I would wait a little bit of time if it came out to see what kind of effects or any dangerous effects. There's a lot of post-marketing studies that are done when a drug or a vaccine comes out, and I'd like to see what happens. I also think that, obviously I think that you have to listen to the science, as much apolitical science as you can get. And I also think that one of our biggest hopes is that this virus drifts and gets avirulent to humans and, drifts so it's not as easy to catch, or drifts out of a population of humans back to a population of things like bats or whatever, where it came from when it drifted out and then humans were affected.
Now, Dan, if I remember correctly, you just said you were a family practitioner?
I am a family practitioner, yes.
So
30 years.
What is your opinion on whether children should be required to get a COVID-19 vaccine once it's available, once it's safe, to attend school?
You say, was it available and was it safe to attend school?
No. Once it's available, once we know it's safe to give to children, what is your opinion of requiring children to have it before they attend school?
Again, I don't think there should be a requirement. I think everyone has to make up their own decision whether to get the vaccine or not. But again, I still would wait. I still would want to see what happens, not just in studies, because studies are not the be-all and end-all. I would like to see what happens in the general population and to see if there are any serious side effects from taking it. I don't think you have to wait years and years, but I think I'd wait about 6 months, 3 months, and see what happens. See what happens post-marketing in the general population, because you can't just translate. I mean, you take an educated guess, but you can't just translate to a general population from studies.
Let's go to Tracy, who's calling from Oakland, California. Tracy, good morning.
Good morning, Jesse. Thank you for C-SPAN. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. I want to just say I really appreciated Harvey's remarks, and that was really poignant what he had to say.
Now, Tracy, would you take a COVID-19 vaccine as soon as it's available, or would you, like the doctor who was just on, wait a couple of years to see what happens?
Well, I think that as far as Trump has been saying, that a vaccine will come out before the election and all of this and that, it's very politicized and it's scary. And we saw the recent report with, companies trying to figure out vaccines and then rolling that back. So I'm skeptical. I think it depends on what we're looking at and what the vaccine. I mean, I would definitely take a vaccine, but it depends on the research and the vetting that's going on.
Now, Tracy, what would you think about a mandate for children to take a COVID vaccine before they reopen fully public schools?
Oh gosh. Well, given the politicizing of the vaccine at this point, and science versus, administration and everything that's going on, I would be very skeptical. I have a son that's 16 years old, and I'm not rushing him back into the schools. It just doesn't make sense. I love my son, and I want him to live, and I don't want any repercussions from that. So I think it's really important that we look at this. But, Jesse, if I may say one other thing, a little bit aside from the topic, and I apologize, I just want to say that there's a lot of things going on around anti-racism There's a lot of things that's going on around state-sanctioned brutality and police brutality against black folks, brown folks, and I really feel like we are at a crossroads, and with our president, we really have to decide, what we want America to be in terms of America's ideals.
During the Senate Health Committee hearing earlier this week, Senator Rand Paul questioned NIH Director Dr. Francis Collins about the need for a COVID vaccine mandate for children in schools. Here's that exchange.
Look, we have vaccines that we've recommended for certain age groups. Pneumovax is for mostly recommended for those over 65 or those who have a significant comorbidity. I've had it. I'm 57. I've had all my vaccines. I've been to Central America. I've had all my vaccines, but I'm still for choice. Doesn't mean we just turn our brains off and say blindly everyone must submit or else. I had Pneumovax. I had part of my lung removed, and I thought, well, maybe I'm at some risk for it, and so I took the Pneumovax. But even that, it wasn't absolutely recommended. Flu vaccines used to be more recommended for those who were in risk categories and those who were older. I think at one time flu vaccine was recommended over 50. Now it sounds like it's more extensive. And that's fine. The vaccines are incredibly safe. But at the same time, I think we really, really, really need to think through sort of our fervor here before we start mandating and making people take these tests. And so my question to Dr. Collins is, considering that the death rate for COVID among children is 0.68 per million, are you in favor of adding a school mandate that you can't go to school unless you get a COVID vaccine?
Well, I think it would be premature for me to make a statement about what would be appropriate or not, since we don't even know to what extent the vaccines that are currently being studied are going to be safe and effective in adults. And as we've talked about, we won't know until later how they work for children.
Let's say they are safe and effective for children. Would you, are you in favor of mandating that you can't go to school unless you take one?
I would have to really understand what the consequences would be. I'm not ready to give an answer to that right now. I do think there is this issue about children getting infected and then infecting others around them that may have an immune system that can't handle it. And that's one of the reasons I think we are so concerned about having children vaccinated, to avoid the kind of terrible circumstance where a child who's getting chemotherapy for cancer and ends up getting sick and gets much more sick. And 0.68 is not zero.
Earlier in the show, we had a caller that wondered about the liability for pharmaceutical companies in any possible vaccine. And there's a story that was in The Intercept that addresses that very issue, and I want to read just a little bit from that to you to answer that caller's question. What will happen to the companies that make and market the vaccine if people discover they've been harmed by a product that was hastily brought to market? According to a law passed this spring, pretty much nothing. An amendment to the PrEP Act, which was updated in April, stipulates that companies cannot be sued for money damages in court over injuries caused by medical countermeasures for COVID-19. Such countermeasures include vaccines, therapeutics, and respiratory devices. The only exception to this immunity is if death or serious physical injury is caused by willful misconduct. So there's the answer to the question of what happens to pharmaceutical companies if people are harmed by any possible coronavirus vaccine. Let's see if we can get a couple more calls in before the top of the hour. We'll start with Hercules, who's calling from Washington, D.C. Hercules, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Just fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, that article you just read, man, that I think that's one of the most dumbest thing ever, and I hate it that you cannot sue them if they're cause injury. I think that's dumb. But anyway, I want to say no, I wouldn't take the vaccine. And I knew people who had came down with the Wuhan virus and got very sick. So I know it's a real thing, and we know that it's out there and it does affect people. But another issue is that another thing I want to say is that people ignore natural remedies to help us, to heal us. No one ever talks about that. When in other countries, they dealing with things that zinc and, green tea and garlic and stuff like that. There's natural remedies out there that can stop the virus and kill the virus in its tracks. But you never hear about that in the news because there's always push about the vaccines and taking a vaccine, which I've never taken the flu vaccine, never had to, because I grew up as a kid knowing how to kill the body and cure myself with natural stuff, with herbs.
Let's go to Bob, who's calling from Jacksonville, Texas. Bob, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to you, Jesse. Thank you very much. Enjoy your show. I lean toward wanting to take the vaccine, but here's what would make up my mind. I would be willing to take it right after the president and all of his family took it. If they showed that on TV, then I'd be willing to take it. Thank you.
Let's go to Fred, who's calling from Barstow, Florida. Fred, good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Good to have you. I would like to say that when the vaccine, when we came out with HIV, one thing that everyone had their mindset was, let's wait and see what happens, especially after Magic Johnson made his announcement. Now, Fauci is correct. We need to wait and allow the scientists. This is what they do. We all are here on this earth for a purpose. We cannot have the knowledge of everything. So the vaccine will definitely cure and save lives. What if we do it decent and in order? These procedures must be done like everything else, from the polio vaccine and all the other vaccines. It took time for the study to get the positive results, and everyone was safe after we did it the proper way. This is what I want to say. Yes, I will take it. I had a heart transplant, and everyone said you will not survive from it. But after we went through the procedures and explanations and all of this, we were successful with the heart transplant. And some of those procedures after you receive the transplant is what is keeping a lot of us alive today, because the masks were required, gloves were required for germs and that sort of thing. So if we just be patient and allow everything to work, then it will not be a debate, it will be a success.
Let's talk to Larry, who's calling from Milwaukee, Michigan. Larry, good morning. Larry, are you there?
Yeah, this is Larry, but I'm calling from Honolulu.
Oh, my apologies. That's Hawaii, not Michigan. My fault. Go ahead, Larry.
Okay. The first thing is, I wouldn't believe anything. The only thing that comes out of Trump's mouth is slop. Okay, so nothing. When he talks, I don't even pay attention to him. Okay, I turn the channel. Okay, the next thing, I would probably wait after the vaccine comes out and listen to the pros, see what they say first, and then I would, if they concur with the vaccine, I'll take it.
So Larry, who do you consider the pros to be? Is that the FDA? Is that the pharmaceutical companies? Is that the NIH? Who do you consider to be the pros on this subject?
NIH, Fauci. That's the only guy I'll listen to. All the other guys, they're all playing up to Trump, right?
Let's go to Frank, who's calling from Nashville, Tennessee. Frank, good morning.
Hello.
Go ahead, Frank.
I'm a practicing doctor.
Okay.
And I've been listening to your program all day, and I'd like to talk about 100 different things. But the main thing was that your doctor, who was a private practitioner in general medicine, he mentioned transverse myelitis, or Guillain-Barré. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I was involved in a direct case with it. I'm a neurologist, and I was involved in a direct case in 1976. It was an amazing case. I was a neurologist, so I was asked in this VA hospital to go talk to this guy. I was the only guy to talk to him. So first thing I found out was whether or not he had it, and he did have it. He did have it. Then I went to him and I said, "Do you? What happened when you got the injection?" And he said, "Well, I showed up for the appointment, but I never got the injection." So he never got the injection, so he didn't count. So I just dropped him out of the thing.
So Frank, when would you get a COVID-19 vaccine, or would you get one?
No, I would not get one.
Why not?
I'm untested, and besides, there's good medicines to treat the side effects when the disease when it occurs.
Okay. We'd like to thank all of our callers for joining us for that segment. Coming up next, we're going to take a look at extremism in the United States on both the right and the left. Ari Perlinger, the author of American Zealots, will join us for a discussion on right-wing extremism. And then later, we'll be joined by Michael Kinney of the University of Pittsburgh as we turn our attention to Antifa and left-wing extremism. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
With the ongoing global
No, don't leave us hanging. If you're going to be talking about Antifa, I want to hear what the callers have to say about Antifa. Please, for the love of God, let there be a part 2. Please. I must hear this. We are learning so much today. No, part 2. Where is part 2? Oh. Yes. Oh, this is the greatest day ever. Hold on. More coming up. The callers are going to explain all about Antifa.
On C-SPAN 3.
Washington Journal continues.
Once again, we're going to spend our last segment of the show talking to you about the West Coast wildfires that are continuing to rage. We're going to open up
that's all you guys have been talking about.
But especially I want to hear from people who are being impacted on the West Coast by these devastating wildfires.
Guys, go back in time and call in.
I had a story this morning on the impact of the wildfires. And I just want to read a little bit a paragraph from that story to you to set the stage. This story is coming from September 10th. On September 10th, there were at least 85 large uncontained fires burning in California, Oregon, Washington, and other western states on Thursday, according to the National Interagency Fire Center. More than 3.
I like how they just have a camera aimed at the computer screen. like I've been wasting so much time with technicalities. I could just shoot the computer screen with a camera.
3 million acres in California have burned so far, according to the state's Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, or CAL FIRE, a record for an entire year. 6 of the top 20 largest fires in state history have occurred in 2020, and Oregon has never seen so many uncontained fires at once, Governor Kate Brown said on Twitter. More than 90,000 acres have burned already, compared to an average of 50,000 a year for the past decade. Once again, we want to know what you think about the West Coast wildfires, and especially if you're impacted by the wildfires, we want to hear from you at 202-748-8002. Let's start with Jim, who's calling from Tucker, Georgia. Jim, good morning.
Oh, good. Let's hear from Georgia.
Hi, good morning. I'm wondering if methane has an impact on these fires. I mean, I've seen methane bubbling up from the ocean because the earth is warming, and there's also permafrost. There's a lot of methane in permafrost, and as the climate warms, that permafrost releases the methane. And I wonder if these wildfires are being fueled in part by this methane that's being that's been released. from the oceans and from the permafrost.
Let's go to Joni.
No response.
From Fallon, Nevada.
Moving on.
Joni, good morning.
That's Joanne. But Joni's okay. I could do that.
Go ahead.
I have been calling for 4 years about this issue. It's land management. They have never cleaned their lands. Once they let the environmentalists take over, they took logging off, they took grazing off, and they don't take care of their lands. And that's what's fueling the fire.
They're still logging.
It's amazing. It's in California, Oregon, and Washington. Now, it hasn't hit me yet, but I do suffer from the damn smoke. And if they don't start cleaning up their lands, they're ruining our air quality in Nevada.
By the way, a lot of the lands are controlled by the federal government, the National Forest Service.
Here's today's story from the LA Times. I'm just going to read a little bit to you from that story about the fatalities. The collective scale of the infernos that have scarred the state over the last month is staggering. At least 19 fatalities, tens of thousands of structures destroyed, and more than 3.1 million acres burned, the most in a single year, and all but 50,000 acres since August 16th. The loss has been most profound from the North Complex fire near Auroraville in Butte County, which is now blamed for 9 deaths, placing it among the deadliest wildfires in state history, according to the California Department of Forestry.
Yes, I'm in a tunnel because of the fires.
And fire protection. So once again, we want to know what you think about the West Coast wildfires continuing to...
Everyone in California has a fire tunnel. Just like they have Frady holes for tornadoes in Oklahoma and Texas, we have fire tunnels out here.
To rage. Let's speak to Renata, who's calling from Dayton, Ohio. Renata, good morning.
Good morning. I just think that the governor hasn't done his job, as the lady before me said. I saw him standing out there talking about, oh my gosh, it has to do with, what's it called? That they're always talking about.
Climate change is... Are you trying to say climate change, caller?
Gosh, I'm so old I can't think of what it is. But at any rate...
Oh, I shouldn't laugh. I'm going to be there soon.
You know, he just hasn't done his job. They should have cut back all of this junk on the floor and up around the wires. I mean, what's going on? It's year after year after year. It's the same thing. And then there was the couple, that had the little party, to see if they had a boy or a girl, and that started some of it.
No, I'm just listening. I was listening on my speakers, so that's why you're hearing an echo.
It's just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous that California can't find its way to stop this nonsense.
Let's go to Michael, who's calling from Dixon, Tennessee. Michael, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for taking my call. I'd like to point out, by studying the map that you posted a minute ago, north to south from Washington down to the Mexican border, that there seems to be a pattern to the fires. I've noticed this before. I believe that there's been an awful lot of vitriol on the right against California and the liberal West, as they call it, in general. I think these fires are being set on purpose.
And you'll notice that they fall into a pattern where there tend to be more trees. That is where you tend to get these fires. So these are obviously being purposefully set.
For political means, speaking to the last interview you had about domestic terrorism, I think this is an act of domestic terrorism by the alt-right to burn the West Coast down, to take the liberal influence of that out of American politics. I know it sounds kind of tinfoil hat, but
it's not kinda.
There's a lot of crazy people out there in the world that justify a lot of crazy actions. I think that should be taken a look at.
Let's go to Brenda, who's calling from Manchester, Washington.
And the host moves on.
Brenda, first of all, are you in a safe place and are you okay?
Yes, I'm in a safe place, and I'm okay. Thank you, Jesse. Good morning. I just had to call. Everybody on the West Coast is impacted. I live due west of Seattle. I look across the sound. I haven't seen Seattle in days. Smoke is everywhere. We have to stay inside. I just cannot comprehend the people that are actually in this smoke and have had everything destroyed. And I am angry and tired of hearing people chastise the West that this is happening because we're not taking care of it. It is climate change, people. Get a grip. And we need someone that is going to take charge of this. I am just furious with hearing these calls. Jesse, I have to calm down.
And that's the reason that we were listening to this today. At Random called in this morning, and she told me about it and said, you guys have to hear this. So props, At Random. You sounded really, really calm. You really you took your time with that one. So good job, At Random.
Because it is just so maddening to hear. When a hurricane comes in, we know it's coming. Everybody watches it. It gets all this attention. And then when it comes to landfall, even the people that don't leave their homes, we feel sorry because they have to feel rescued. But we're demonized because we're in an area of this nation that is subject to wildfires. And they are destroying our lands and our people and our way of life. And it is just so sad.
Let's go to Kelly, who's called.
Oh, no, they cut her off. The one person who could string a sentence together, and they cut her off.
Calling from Garden Grove, California. Once again, Kelly, are you safe where you are, and are you okay?
I'm safe where I am. There is smoke in the air, and obviously, immediately I'm safe. But, long term, who knows?
She's in Garden Grove. She's fine.
What the impacts are. I just want to say also that the previous callers, as far as not managing the land, a good portion of the land is U.S. federal forest. So, it's just ridiculous to not listen to the science. You guys over on the East Coast just had massive.
Oh, that's a great shot.
Floodings. So what's that?
God, look at the size of the thing in the middle of Oregon there. 2 of them.
Yes. The 3 top things that are contributing to climate change and these increases in the temperature and more extreme occurrences in all over the world, as far as hurricanes and typhoons and the flooding and more extreme fires. 3 top things are eating meat, burning fossil fuels,
and Antifa.
And overpopulation of humans.
Antifa, same thing.
Thank you.
Overpopulation of Antifa.
You what these fires look like from space. You can find this on the livescience.com website. This is a radar image of the smoke going out over the ocean from the currently burning fires on the West Coast. It's an amazing shot of the satellite footage of just that. That's not clouds, that's just smoke coming from the West Coast.
At least the weather's clear.
Let's go back to our phone lines and let's talk to Larry, who's calling from Ponderay, Idaho. Larry, good morning.
Good morning, sir. If I want to know about fires, I try and talk to people.
Guys, that really was At Random. She's trying to play it down now, but that's her. That's At Random. It was her.
Who deal with fires. And up here, I'm a transplant from California. I've talked to people, firefighters, and smoke jumpers and such. They'll tell you that California does not manage their forests. You're not allowed to go in and remove deadfall. You're not allowed to clear brush. There's no logging. There's no grazing. It's
Randy, it's 45% sin.
You talk to people that study fire science and fire administration and firefighting, and they'll tell you California's the example that the professors use to demonstrate how not to do things. Now, these people that are yelling about global warming, they're the same cross-section of our community that were yelling about global cooling in the 60s. Also, when I lived in California in Santa Barbara County, they were...
Again, many of these fires are on federal lands, not controlled by California and these wackos on the left. They're having fires too.
Finding people.
The fire nearest to me? Closest to me? I think they're both correct. Anyway, Angeles National Forest. It's a national forest. It's not California's responsibility.
People for clearing the brush around their homes. Those people were going to be taken to court. Instead, a fire burned from their mountains, clear down through the town, across Highway 101 to the ocean. Then those people had a legal standing in court, and the government didn't have a leg to stand on. Theirs were the only houses that survived. Their neighbors that obeyed the law and didn't clear the brush. Anyway, another thing about methane, when heat goes across a pasture or up a hill and it encounters sagebrush will emit methane. So I'm not an expert on gas, but methane has many sources. But sagebrush, you'll see the fireballs boom, boom, boom up a hillside as the heat goes up. And it's spontaneous combustion. Anyway.
Let's go to Jimbo, who's calling from Bakersfield, California. So, Jimbo, first, once again, are you somewhere safe and are you okay?
Well, we have just the worst air that anyone could possibly.
Not an expert on English either, obviously. He said that the sagebrush remits methane. It can emit methane. It won't remit it. It doesn't actually swallow it. But
we breathe, Jesse. And again, these are microscopic particles. They get sucked into your lungs, right into the blood system. Your body's using them as viruses. So I would hate to think of the white blood cell count of everyone who's living in this awful cloud. Hey, you know, Jesse, I'm an environmental scientist, and I just want to make sure everyone knows that America does not have forest. We have tree plantations in our national forest. And what I'm talking about, it's no different than growing rows of corn. Okay, now a forest is a diverse collection of many different species of many different ages, all right? And what I invite everyone to do is to go to Google Maps satellite and go to the areas which are burning. What you're looking at are monocultures, okay? These are not diverse collections. These are areas that have been logged over and over again. And see, that's part of the problem. Not only do we have climate change, but we have abused our national forest for millennia. The general motto is get the cut out. So as you drive along Interstate 5 or along 101 and you look up into the forest, what you see are vast patch quilts of just areas which have been cut and then monocultures put in place. These places are so vulnerable for that. There used to be a kind of pine tree called the Jeffrey pine, and it takes a long time to grow, and it's really fire resistant. So along with climate change, what we need to understand is this. We have climate change, we have tree plantations, we do not have forests.
There's no date on this.
And we have people living in places where they're surrounded by these tree plantations. Jesse, thank you so much for the opportunity to get that out, and thank you for the service that you provide to the American public.
Let's go to Mark, who's calling from Auroraville, Washington. Mark, once again, are you okay, and are you somewhere safe?
Yes, we're safe. We're just heavily inundated with the smoke. But to all these folks that are saying that, this is all because of the horrible Americans and our practices and man-made global warming, I just want to
like the environmental scientist who was just on the air.
remind them that our Earth has been changing for 4.5 billion years. I mean, this is nothing new. And in fact, the Colville Indian tribe, they did put out a memoir, and part of that was when General Sherman came through on his expedition in 1878. He established a fort at Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and then he went through the northern part of Washington, and in fact, his group camped just about 10 miles west of where I live, and he commented on the horrible smoke and the fires, and they couldn't breathe. It was choking them to death. He said it was the most godforsaken place he had ever been in his life, and he could not wait to get back to the fort that he had established in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. And this is like in the late 1870s. So this has been going on and on. Yes, our forests have been horribly mismanaged because of the environmentalist push. I know that for a fact. There is so much trash left on the forest floor that it's just absolutely ridiculous, because they, for years and years under Clinton and Obama, they would not allow any logging. So this is just tinder that is just waiting to be burned. One spark, one strike of lightning, one downed power line, or in our case, locally in Omak, we had 3 anarchists that started a fire south of just near Walmart.
No, this guy is getting his information off of Facebook.
That fire went 60 miles in 6 hours because we had hurricane-force winds.
Yeah, and the local sheriff in Omak had to come out and say, like, no, there's no Antifa setting fires out there.
Backing it. It killed 2 people so far. The other 2 are in the Burn Hospital over in Seattle at Harborview, and almost a good portion of the city of Brewster and Bridgeport have been ruined and burnt down. So some of this stuff is indeed man-made. So your previous guest that you had on that said anarchists can only be attributed with 1 death. Well, now they've got 2 more.
Let's go to Lewis, who's calling from Salisbury, North Carolina. Lewis, good morning.
Yes, good morning, Jesse and C-SPAN in America. Look, first of all, I'd like to give my condolences to all the people that's in these fires, and my heart and my prayers are definitely with them. You got a lot of people coming in trying to put blame on different people, but they don't seem like they have the humanity involved or some type of loving in their heart and feeling the suffering.
Yeah, okay. I'm not finding the Google Fire map thing that is just recently announced. I don't know if it's on phones or what, but it's certainly not coming up as evident.
I mean, I don't have to go through it to feel, and I really do feel for you guys. I pray for you, and I know that God is going to keep you in His hands. So just keep on, strong and make it through this, and I'm sure God will allow you to rebuild. But please, people, stop watching Fox, because you're looking at the wrong station. You have no compassion for no. You could tell a Trump thumper. They get up there and they act like they're so angry about everything, and it's not like that. This is not the way America will be in the future. So y'all need to stop it, and please pray for the people. Not just on the West Coast, on the East Coast, we got hurricanes coming. We got tornadoes in the middle of our state, and all you care about is they're not vacuuming the bottom brush of the forest or the trees. People, get real.
Our previous caller brought up the question of who was setting fires on the West Coast and whether anarchists and extremists were responsible. The FBI put out a statement on Friday on this issue, and I want to read that statement to you. The FBI in Oregon joined local law enforcement on Friday in saying that they have investigated reports and found no evidence that extremist groups are responsible for the numerous fires hitting the Northwest. The FBI office in Portland issued this statement. FBI, Portland, and local law enforcement agencies have been receiving reports that extremists are responsible for setting wildfires in Oregon. With our state and local partner, the FBI have investigated several such reports and found them to be untrue. Let's go back to our phone lines and let's talk to Lauren, who's calling from Upper Marlboro, Maryland. Lauren, good morning.
Hello, good morning. I just wanted to comment because a lot of people keep mentioning something about raking the forest, and raking the forest is a ridiculous concept. We have trees, branches that are falling all day, every day. So to rake the forest would take thousands of people, and that would be a major full-time job. A lot of people are listening to Trump when it comes to things like this, because he mentioned that. And he said that the people of Finland did that, although the people of Finland had no idea what he was even talking about. So people, wake up. You can't rake a forest.
Let's go to Bill, who's calling from Ruidoso, New Mexico. Bill, good morning.
Hey, good morning. I'm a 30-year wildland firefighter, retired now. And one of the biggest problems I see these days is all the firefighting agencies.
And those kids with their pants hanging down around their knees.
The Department of the Interior has 5 of them, wildland fire I'm talking about. The Department of Agriculture has 1, the Forest Service. And when all these different agencies get together with their different policies, nothing gets done, especially when a fire gets big early. It's a big cluster when they get there because somebody's following their protocols from back home. Now take the guys from Green Mountains up in Maine or somewhere, and they show up in SoCal. It takes them a week and a half just to get acclimated to fire. So let me tell you something. We need to get busy with this firefighting business, and we need to do it on a national scale, not every individual agency. A lot of money involved. The American public doesn't even know. They see air tankers over Wenatchee, and they think that's all there is to it. But now they're in deep stuff. And a lot of these agencies have stood down now that it's fall in New Mexico, and they should be over there giving a hand.
Let's talk to Phyllis, who's calling from Pinole, California. Once again, Phyllis, are you somewhere safe, and are you okay?
Yes, I am safe. I'm not okay. I am in a relatively safe area, but the smoke is just horrendous. It is just unbelievable. Everyone was, so many people were so freaked out because we woke up the other morning to an orange sky. It was beautiful, but it looked like Mars or some other planet, and that is throwing ash, which doesn't seem as bad. If you walk outside, you don't smell the smoke the way we did before. But this is the ash is giving off its particles that are supposed to be very dangerous to the lungs. I am not in good health. My lungs are being impacted by this, my eyes. So I am so fortunate I have not been evacuated. I don't anticipate that I will. But as far as mismanagement of California, one point that has not been brought out is the Pacific Gas and Electric Company. They have been mismanaged for years. And they have not kept up with the maintenance of getting rid of trees falling over on electrical poles, electrical lines. So it's this really is impacted. I would love to leave California if I could, and many people are.
Let's go to Edward, who's calling from Fort Ashby, West Virginia. Edward, good morning.
Hi, how are you doing?
Just fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, with the global warming thing, it's kind of like, people take an agenda. People take an agenda with, a political side which they're on, now, the Democrats are pushing the global warming thing. And I understand that we have to take care of the planet. And it's terrible what's going on in California. But, my mom taught me when I was a kid, you don't play with matches in a forest. I mean, that's just common sense. But it's also common sense to understand that the world goes through cycles. And, times there's hot and times it's cold. It's just the way the world does. It'll replenish itself because, as far as America being the big monster that destroyed the world with our global warming, but, you can't have it both ways. You can't have industry and be able to afford to feed all these countries and not have, greenhouse effects. It's just the way it is. There's just more people on this planet now. And I think that it's over publicized, and people are trying to make $1 million off of it because, that's their political agenda. They can make that stand. The government's, as far as the Democratic side, they're global warming is so terrible, it's so bad, and everything like that. Okay, but you know what? If they really felt that bad, that you're concerned about it, then wouldn't they take, the funding from different things like defunding of police, right? Okay, take that money and help out California, because I'm just confused because you know what? It's terrible. It is global warming, and it might be. But like I said, the Earth goes through changes, but it's more publicized because people are making money.
I just want to point out to you this map that we have of the fires that are currently raging on the West Coast. That you can see all the way up California, going all the way up to Washington State, but also now the fires, we see the fires that are moving, that are inland in both Idaho and Montana. So the fires are almost completely covering all the way up to all the way up the West Coast, but also moving also through Idaho and Montana. So we'll see if we can get a few more calls in. Let's go to Peter, who's calling from, let's see, what is that? Nigagi? Can you pronounce the name of your town for me, Peter, in Michigan?
It's Negaunee, Michigan.
Negaunee, okay. Negaunee, Michigan. Go ahead, Peter.
Glad you took my call. I just think, in this time and era where we're at in perspective to equipment and so forth, we need new equipment to fight these fires, such as machines that can throw sand at the fire rather than water to extinguish them even quicker. We need to have faster ways to put these fires out with sand rather than water. They got to have some equipment that can blow the sand right at the flames and knock it down quicker than what we've been doing in the past. That was just my opinion. I don't know if they can do it, but something they should look in now.
We've actually had one of our viewers send in some photos that I want to show you about that orange sky that we've been hearing about this morning. Here's one photo taken on the 9th in Oakland, and then one photo taken on the 10th. So you can see that orange sky that people have been talking about during the calls this morning, and about, once again, these devastating fires going up and down the West Coast. Let's talk to Dale, who's calling from Rockwell City, Iowa. Dale, good morning.
Good morning. I just like to thank you for what you do, and all these people out here that are in these fires. I hope they're all right and they can get safe. But I live in Iowa, and I've lived here for approximately 60 years.
Dale, are you there?
Yes, I am.
No, go ahead. You live in Iowa. We heard you.
And, the weather here, I lived here approximately a little over 60 years, and around in the same area. And we just had a drought that's just unbelievable this year, too. Our corn's been blowing down. We've been hit by an Arichi. So we think all these things are part of, global warming scenarios. So these people that don't believe in that, I don't know where they're coming from, but maybe they just haven't had a natural disaster yet. But we've had hail. We've had all kinds of things that are going on just crazy.
Well, we'd like to thank all of our callers and all of our guests and all of our viewers for joining us for another C-SPAN this morning. We want to make sure that all of our viewers on the West Coast continue to stay safe. We want you to have a great Saturday, and remember to continue to wash your hands. Join us again tomorrow morning for another Washington Journal. See you next time.
This week on Q&A.
Oh, what about this week on Q&A?
Washington Journal continues.
Oh,
once again, we're going to spend our last segment of the show talking to you about the West Coast wildfires that are continuing to rage.
No, that just saddens me. What else is going on C-SPAN? Let's check in on the live feed here from the Trump Organization. Nope, they're still saying he's going to show up in over an hour from now. Why are you guys here? Why is anyone watching this? Oh, let's see what else we can watch here. Let's go to the live networks. See what they're showing. Culture of the Antebellum Congress. Boy, that's got to be fascinated. A plug. I'm my daughter's plug. Thanks, babe. Oh, here we go. Yeah, right-wing extremism. Sure. You guys can watch this. Oh, log in with my television. Oh, come on, people. That's so bogus. And YouTube TV is not listed as a provider, so I cannot log in and watch the live C-SPAN feeds. But I bet that we can find this. Okay. If we just do this and search it, you guys can't see what I'm doing because I'm pretty secrety. Okay. There we go. Yeah, there it is right there. Oh, you know what we should do? To prep ourselves for the rally, we should see what happened on Fox and/or Friends this morning. Let's do that. Hold on. You be quiet. And actually, this could be interesting.
Our website, studentcam.org.
Here you go, guys.
Washington Journal continues.
We're back, and we will spend this next segment talking about right-wing extremism in the United States.
It's the same guy. I didn't even... This is not called Washington Journal. It's classified as so-and-so talks about right-wing extremism. So, yeah.
United States, and with us is author and University of Massachusetts Lowell professor Ari Perlinger, who is the author of American Zealots, Inside Right-Wing Domestic Terrorism. Ari, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Oh, I've heard this guy.
Let's frame this conversation first. First, how do you define extremism? What exactly is it?
So we're talking about groups or sometimes even individuals who their political views are really on the margins, on the extremities of the political spectrum. But not just that, but they also are militant in the way they promote their views. That means that they are engaging in illegal activities, as well as, in many cases, utilizing violence or violent practices to promote their goals.
Now,
or they serve on the Senate in Mississippi or Missouri or one of those places.
We're going to talk about right-wing extremism with you. Later on, we're going to talk about left-wing extremism. So can you tell me the difference, or is there a difference between right-wing extremism and left-wing extremism?
Yes, well, the difference is in the ideological ideas that they're trying to promote. And when we're talking about the far right, we're talking about groups that wants to promote the privileges of specific groups.
Did they tell him, like, okay, Charles, just ask him questions? Oh, what kind of questions? You know, like insightful questions. What is the difference between the left wing and the right wing?
You're talking about the U.S., we're talking about groups that want to restore or to maintain the privileges of white people. These are groups that oppose the diversification of American society. These are groups that oppose, in many cases, the central government or want to undermine the powers of the central government. But in general, we're talking about groups that really believe that they need to basically advance and maintain the privileges of specific segment of the population, whether these are white people or males. We have a lot of far-right groups that now also promote male supremacy. So again, we're talking about groups that are really trying to maintain the exclusiveness of the constituency that they aspire to represent.
Now, can you give me some examples of current right-wing extremism in the United States?
Oh, there's many. One of the things that it's important to remember is that the landscape of far-right extremism in the U.S. is very diverse, very fragmented. So we have the traditional white supremacy groups that we all are familiar with, such as the KKK and the various neo-Nazi organizations. We also have skinheads that are still very active in various parts of the country. We also have a set of groups that are mainly focusing on anti-government or anti-federal ideology. These are groups that believe that the federal government is extremely intrusive and is interested to increase its power and to violate their constitutional rights. They also promote various conspiracy theory about the future intentions of the federal government. And most of us know these groups as the militias or the militia movement. And some of the more contemporary groups are the Three Percenters and the Oath Keepers. And I'll be happy to elaborate them later on if people have questions. And finally, we also have groups that are using religious transcripts and religious rhetoric in order to advance white supremacy and far-right ideas. And here I'm talking mainly about the Christian identity movement, which use religious texts in order to provide homophobic sentiments, ideas of white supremacy, etc.
Let me remind our viewers that they can take part in this conversation. We're going to open up regional lines again. That means that if you are in the Eastern or Central time zones, you can call 202-748-8000. If you are in the Mountain and Pacific time zones, 202-748-8001. Remember, you can always text 202-748-8003, and we're always reading on social media. Now, Ari, what is America's history with right-wing terrorism? Is this something that's been going on since the American Revolution or before, or is this more of a recent 20th century thing?
No, it's definitely part of the history of the American political system and political landscape. The first anti-immigration exclusive movement was the Know Nothing Party. That was a party that was actually fairly successful in the mid-19th century and promoted anti-immigration policies, anti-Catholics ideas, and so on. And they used very toxic and very racist language in order to promote their ideas. After the Civil War, of course, we see the emergence of the KKK, and there were multiple waves of KKK activities shortly after the Civil War, but also in the early 20th century. And after World War II, we see the emergence of various neo-Nazi organizations. In the 80s, we see the skinheads joining them and also becoming a very significant power within the American white power movement. Actually, the skinheads were the most organized movement within the far right in the last decade of the 20th century. And in between, you also see the emergence of the militia movement. And it's important to know that while I'm talking about different groups, there's a lot of overlap, both in terms of their ideology, but also in terms of membership. Many individuals eventually join multiple groups. Most of these groups didn't prevent it from their members to be active in multiple platforms. So it's a very fluid landscape. Nonetheless, as I mentioned before, we're talking about a lot of groups, and throughout history there were many splits and merges. So it can be fairly challenging really to monitor and identify the different active groups. And always we have new groups and new movements that are relying partially at least on previous ones.
Now, we've talked a little bit about the past. Let's talk about what's going on right now. DHS has the Politico found a draft of the Department of Homeland Security State of the Homeland Threat Assessment, and here's just a little bit of what it said. Lone offenders and small cells of individuals motivated by a diverse array of social, ideological, and personal factors will pose the primary terrorist threat to the United States. Among these groups, we assess that white supremacist extremists who increasingly are networking with like-minded persons abroad will pose the most persistent and lethal threat. Do you agree with their assessment that this is the most persistent and lethal threat for terrorism in the United States?
I agree with their assessments, but most importantly, the data shows that they are correct. And I think the DHS wouldn't have made that statement without actually having the data to back it up. And if you're looking at the data, we see that basically since 2008, the most prevalent type of political violence in the United States is violence from from the far right. We see a dramatic rise in the level of violence after the elections in 2008, and since then we are experiencing a very high levels of violence. Of course, there's fluctuations, but overall, if we're talking about domestic ideological violence, the far right is the most prominent one in the U.S.
Let's let some of our viewers join in this conversation. Let's start with Mike, who's calling from Somerville, Massachusetts. Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning. This is going to go off of what you just said. I'm glad you just mentioned the Homeland Security report. I'm just going to make a comment and then, ask a question. Because I'm sitting here and I'm very socially liberal, but I'm trying to figure out, is it just my bias, or is it really true that the right-wing extremism is worse than the left-wing extremism in terms of the threat it poses to the country? And I really think the right-wing extremism is a lot more dangerous at this point for a couple reasons. One being because the folks that support that kind of thing are really functioning on a core level of hatred and violence and an urge to maintain exclusive power at the expense of others, but also that they're empowered by the GOP, by Trump. It feels like it's gotten a lot worse in the last 4 years in terms of the divisiveness, and it was pretty bad during the Bush years and the Obama years. But on the left side, you have people functioning on a core value of compensating for some kind of some kind of, what am I trying to say? You have them functioning on some kind of need to bring people together and support others and to heal the community. What does your guest think about that? Am I just being biased, or is this really true that one side is more dangerous than the other? And
go ahead and respond, Ari.
Okay, so first of all, the data shows that indeed we have more violence from the far right than from the far left. I think all experts agree about the data. Also, it's important to mention that the far right is more organized, more effective, it seems like, in terms of mobilizing support and in coordinating its efforts. There's a higher number of groups that are active really on the far right. If you're looking at some of the more noticeable, most visible recent attacks, such as the attacks against the synagogue in Pittsburgh, in California, the El Paso attack, you see that eventually it seems like the far right is much more effective in inspiring lone wolves and individuals in perpetrating actual attacks. I would also mention the fact that in general, we see that the political polarizations and the delegitimization of political rivals eventually enhance and empower individuals and groups to engage in violence. And again, if you delegitimize the other side, if you're portraying the other side as unpatriotic and as a threat, eventually you'll get to the point in which some people feel empowered and feel that they have the legitimacy and the support to use violence against their political rivals.
Let's talk to Brian, who's calling from Salt Lake City, Utah. Brian, good morning.
Yeah, I just feel a lot of this stuff he's saying is all propaganda because the right conservatives aren't racist. We don't go burn people's houses down. It's Antifa and all, even Portland, Oregon, all these places, Chicago. They don't ever say black on black killing, and that's what it is. But my question to you is the Antifa, they're the damn racist people, and America's not a racist country, I'm sorry. But they're the ones burning stuff down, and it's not we, the conservatives. the Democratic Party is the party of the Ku Klux Klan. So when you're saying, you know, the right wing, that all started with the Democrats, Woodrow Wilson. It all goes down. Even Lyndon Baines Johnson was a racist, and Martin Luther King made him give rights so they could drink water. You know, all these white water, that's all bullcrap, and it's not what America's about.
Go ahead and respond, Ari.
Yeah, so again, you know, as a scientist, I care less about the partisan issues. I'm really looking at the data. And while Antifa, when you're talking about Antifa, you're talking about a very decent movement. You know, recent studies are talking about something between 10 to 20, 30 people in each area or in each town. So we're talking about a fairly small groups that are not really coordinated effectively. And so far, while they are maybe involved in some of the protests that we see, it's very difficult to argue that they engage in any kind of violent campaigns. They are definitely not operating in the same level that we see on the far right. You know, if you're talking, for example, about organizations such as the 3%ers or the Oath Keepers, which actually have an organization that deploying their people in areas where there's clashes. So it's a much more organized. And in many of these groups, they have a campaign of violence. Now, you are correct. You know, in the early 20th century, many politicians from the Democratic Party were members of the KKK. They were affiliated to the organizations. But again, this is political reality that existed more than 100 years ago. Today, again, I'm not arguing that any of the political parties is supporting violence. I'm just saying that the rhetoric is maybe concerning. I will also add one more point, is that as someone who is reading the publications of the far right, the white supremacy groups and so on for quite some time, ideas and conspiracy theories that I read in their writings 10 years ago are now appearing in much more mainstream platforms. And that's my main concerns, the transition of some of the more concerning and appalling conspiracy theories that are gradually moving to the mainstream and gaining more legitimacy. And this is something that concerns me personally as someone who's trying to study this threat and to evaluate its development.
Here's an argument that's made by the Center for Strategic and International Studies in their study on terrorism in the United States. From this story, this analysis comes from July, and this is what they say. First, far-right terrorism has significantly outpaced terrorism from other types of perpetrators, including from far-left networks and individuals inspired by the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda. Right-wing attacks and plots account for the majority of all terrorist incidents in the United States since 1994. And the total number of right-wing attacks and plots have grown significantly in the past 6 years. Do you agree with that analysis?
I definitely agree, and I think that the level of violence is actually much higher. In my book, I actually provide a more robust data, because we have to understand that most of the data that is being captured by law enforcement and some of the research centers is attacks that leads to casualties or that gain some substantial visibility. However, if you're looking at all the a bit less visible incidents, such as spontaneous attacks against people of color, against minorities, attacks against LGBTQ, acts of vandalism against religious facilities and so on, you see that the numbers are much higher and that the trend is even more clear. So definitely, if we're talking about the numbers, I don't think that anyone can really doubt the numbers, and to agree with the fact that currently the most prevalent form of violence, of political violence in this country, is coming from the far right. I would also say that there's other types of violence, but if I need to frame the conversation, here we're talking about violence that is motivated by political objectives, political goals, or to promote political policies. And if you're looking at that type of violence, again, the data shows that it's much more prevalent and much more exists on the far right of the political spectrum.
Let's talk to Tim, who's calling from Ackworth, Georgia. Tim, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Ari. I appreciate you coming out and expressing your opinion. I think it's just that. If you look at the media and the news nowadays, I think the cover-up is trying to identify these people that are out there, again, making a statement for what? Antifa, Black Lives Matter. Who are these people? I mean, we're talking thousands of people. I don't see and I don't stand for any kind of racism. I'm for the human race. But my point is, why all the division? Why are you coming on trying to create division? That's what needs to stop in this country.
Go ahead and respond.
First of all, I agree. Divisions are not good. However, the political polarization and the delegitimacy of political rivals is something that is intensifying in the last decade or so, in a very visible way. And again, I think that we need to be conscious about the fact that we have a problem. I think just ignoring the problem or arguing that there's no such a problem, and especially as someone who is trying to study these phenomena from a scientific perspective, the only thing I can really rely on is on data. And, your audience should believe me that I'm not making these kind of opinions or formulating these kind of opinions based on what I read in the news. We're actually looking at the data, and we're trying to ensure that our data is as accurate as possible. So when you're talking about some groups from the left, we haven't seen yet any kind of a coordinated campaigns of violence, definitely not on the same level that we see from the far right. I will just add that when we're talking about left-wing violence, mostly that violence is actually coming from environmental organizations and animal rights organizations. Some of the more active organizations on the left were actually not the conventional left that we are familiar with. These were more groups such as the Earth Liberation Front or the Animal Liberation Front and so on.
Now, Ari, you've talked several times about your database, and you have a database of violence incidents in the United States. Tell us a little bit about that database. How do you track violent incidents? What have you found?
So we're talking about more than 5,000 incidents that were documented since 1990s until the last few years. And the data shows some really interesting trends. For example, we see that the violence is much more prominent in what most people refer to as blue states, the more diverse states, so states such as California or Massachusetts or Illinois, Florida. These are the states that are actually experiencing the highest level of violence. There's multiple reasons for that, but the perception that the violence is mainly existing in the southern states, it's actually not accurate. Actually, what we see is that the backlash against diversity is actually happening more in the blue states. We also can see from the data, for example, that election times are very, very volatile. We see that again and again in the primary year and during the presidential elections years, there's a significant spike in the level of violence. The environment is more contentious. People feel more empowered and more legitimacy to engage in militant activism. And also, I think it's also a result of a little bit of frustration. I think the far right feel that it has limited influence on the political process, and its members feel more empowered or feel the urge really to engage in more acts of violence in order to really manifest their views and to promote their views. We see also, if we're talking about popular targets, we see a dramatic increase in the number of attacks against religious facilities, which we are still trying to explain why this is the case. But it's also related to the fact that on the far right, we see a growing usage of religious rhetoric and a historical rhetoric, something that may encourage more individuals to act against religious facilities. Also, we see increase in attacks against the LGBTQ community. And the last thing I'll say is that we see that a lot of the acts of violence are actually not planned in advance. We see that a lot of the incidents that are being driven by racism and white supremacy and are actually very spontaneous, are being triggered without any advanced plan. And that means that if we need to devise policies to counter this violence, we also need to think about these conditions that facilitate this kind of spontaneous violence.
Ari, one of our social media followers wants to know about right-wing extremists in the military and law enforcement. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Okay, so I think one of the major concerns that many experts have is the significant portion of veterans, and in some cases also active duty in some of the militia groups. So, for example, there was just this morning, I think there was estimation that was published in the New York Times about the fact that 25% of the members in some of the more prominent militia groups are actually veterans or active duty soldiers. Also, some of these militia groups attract a lot of former law enforcement. And this is concerns for two reasons. First of all, because if they decide to engage in violence, they have the expertise, they have the training. But secondly, because the American people have a lot of appreciation, a lot of respect, a lot of trust in the military and people with a military background. And it's easier for these groups to utilize this respect, this legitimacy for their own cause in order to portray themselves as a legitimate organizations or as an organization that really represent the American public. So this may be a source of concerns. Now, it's important to know that, again, the numbers are not completely clear, but what is definitely clear is that these organizations are making significant effort to recruit veterans and active duty soldiers.
Let's go back to our phone lines and let's talk to Jeffrey, who's calling from Summerville, South Carolina. Jeffrey, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Wow, I'm just not sure where to start. I mean, right on the cover is a picture of a KKK member. I mean, KKK was disenfranchised Democrat Party. It seems like, additionally, common knowledge, if your Republican Party is your fascist, then by definition, your Antifa are the anti-fascists. Again, Democrats wearing masks or hoods. I mean, and on the one hand, he says the data shows coordinated effort by right-wing extremists, but then again, he says they're springing up spontaneously here and there. I mean, which is it? If he is challenged on a point, he hides behind the term scientist. I just go where the science leads me. From my years in the military, I saw nothing of what he's talking about. As far as the racism or extremism, I saw none of it. And I think I would just close with a quote from Abraham Lincoln. And he says, soon we will all be either abolitionists or Democrats.
Go ahead and respond, Ari.
So, look, I think, first of all, I don't feel the need to apologize for using, a scientific method to study this issue. That's what I do. I'm relying on data. Now, if you're talking about I think he had one point which I would like to clarify, is that the fact that there's a lot of spontaneous attacks, that doesn't mean that there's no coordinated effort also by the more hierarchical and more organized organizations. These two characteristics are not necessarily mutually exclusive, especially as we are documented sometimes hundreds of attacks or hundreds of incidents every year. Yes, and also we have to remember that many of these spontaneous incidents are actually results of an ongoing propaganda and ongoing mobilization efforts by these organizations. So yes, in many cases, these individuals may act independently, alone, but after they were basically exposed to significant propaganda campaigns in social networks, in web forums, and some of the far-right web forums are very successful, are highly populated. Most people are familiar with Stormfront, but there's many others. So when we're talking about these individuals, or and some people prefer to call them lone wolves, we have to remember that they're not really lone wolves, because many of them are part of virtual communities that foster these ideas and legitimize violence against those who are being perceived as the enemy of the far right. So it's these two elements are not really mutually exclusive. And again, for me, it's not a partisan issue. I think that all of us, regardless of our political affiliation, should be worried if there's groups or people who are breaking the law and are using violence to promote their political views. I think it's important to distinguish between being a radical, which it's, you know, it's fine as long as you're not using violence, as long as you're not breaking the law in order to promote your radical views. We have constitutional protections. We all have the rights to hold our views. The problem starts, and these are the groups that I'm focusing on. The problem starts when groups starting to use violent methods to promote their goals or engage in various illegal activities. This is when we need to start to worry about, because these people don't get protections, and eventually the activities of groups that are using violence to promote their political objectives erode the trust that the people have in the competency of the government. It erodes the social fabric of our society, and the fact that, and it makes almost every electoral competition into some kind of a zero-sum game, which again leads to escalation in the social and political environment, and more legitimacy to more toxic rhetoric and language, and eventually to more violence. And we should be worried about the increase in political violence in this country, regardless of our political affiliation or political views.
One of our social media followers points out that you've been talking about a lot of data during this conversation, and they want to know, can you recommend where viewers can find this data that you are talking about?
Yeah, well, I don't want to do such a blunt PR, but in my book, I provide a fairly high number of charts and figures that illustrate how the data was collected, how the data was analyzed, and so on. So they can find a lot. And actually, I provide even a methodological appendix in the book. So, you know, they are more welcome to look into the data there. And, you know, I'm always happy to answer questions about about the data. But by the way, I'm not the only one who argued that the level of violence from the far right is increasing, although many other organizations, research centers, think tanks have similar data and arrive to the similar conclusion. So in many ways, it's fairly a consensual position. It's not something that, I'm not an outlier in that sense.
In fact, earlier this week, Acting Homeland Security Secretary Chad Wolf delivered the 2020 State of the Homeland and discussed DHS efforts against extremists in the United States. Let's listen to what he said.
As President Theodore Roosevelt rightly observed in 1910, it's not the critic who counts. It's not the man who points out how strong the man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. Credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood. Every day, DHS professionals are in that arena while others sit on the sidelines and criticize. They have that right, and DHS law enforcement proudly helps ensure they can exercise that right safely. But make no mistake, there's more work to be done as we see groups right here at home seeking to tear down our government institutions and our way of life. I'm proud to say that DHS has taken unprecedented actions to address all forms of violent extremism, to specifically include threats posed by lone offenders and small cells of individuals. Last year, the department released a comprehensive strategy that contextualizes the threats from violent extremists and lays out the DHS mission in preventing such violence. We secured, with the help of Congress, an additional funding in FY 2020 for those initiatives. And the President requested a 300% increase in funding for DHS-wide efforts in this area in his FY 21 budget. Just this week, we're releasing an implementation plan that outlines dozens of separate actions across the DHS enterprise designed to combat domestic terrorism. And soon we will announce our terrorism prevention grant recipients. Let me be clear. DHS stands in absolute opposition to any form of violent extremism, whether by white supremacist extremists or anarchist extremists. we will continue our daily efforts to combat all forms of domestic terror.
How do you think the DHS is doing in combating violent extremism in the United States?
So I think eventually we're moving to the right direction. I think that if you talked with people from the government 20, 30 years ago, for most federal agencies, terrorism was a foreign policy problem. It wasn't a domestic problem. When people in the government talked about terrorism 20 and 30 years ago, for the most part, they talked about a phenomenon that is happening in other countries. When it happens here, it's more hate crimes and ideological violence. But I think in the last 15 years, we definitely see a growing acknowledgement within our government that this is a significant threat, this is a significant policy problem, and we should address it, we should examine it, and we should try to develop some effective counter policies. And especially as we're talking about far-right extremism, definitely in the last few years, there's a growing attention to this threat, as well as the streamlining of more resources in order to study the threat and in order to respond to it. So overall, I do think that we see a real transition. There's also more and more voices that are emphasizing the need to develop new legal mechanism, new legislation, maybe creating a new designation of a domestic terrorist organization. I'm not sure that all of these measures will be really effective, but nonetheless, we see that also within our legislative, within the executive branch, there's more and more voices that understand that we need to equip our law enforcement with more legal and operational tools to deal with this threat.
Let's go to Ryan, who's calling from Palm Springs, California. Ryan, good morning.
Yeah, so thanks for taking my call. Yeah, like the guy said, I'm still waiting for a site read from the data. You said your book, but I mean that's not where you got the data from or a site. And another point I like to say is, Jim Crow was a Democrat, and trying to tie like violent crimes to certain political parties and stuff is just like, I don't know how you correlate the two completely. And how many pro-Trump supporters do you see like at a Biden rally protesting Biden or stuff like that? Like you only see Democrats at Trump rallies protesting Trump. Like the silent majority isn't out instigating or doing anti-protest or nothing like that.
Go ahead and respond, Ari.
So I'll say a few things. Throughout this program, I haven't mentioned, I haven't argued that the violence is directly the responsibility of a specific political party. I did say, however, that some of our political leaders are using rhetoric that may legitimize extremism or more militant views, and some of them promote conspiracy theories. I'm not arguing necessarily that that we should associate with a specific political apparatus. But the more important thing that I want to say that it's not a partisan issue. It's really not who is worse, the Democrats or the Republicans. It's really about the fact that we should be concerned about this growing trend of individuals and small groups who are using violence, who feel the legitimacy and they are empowered to use violence to attack their political rivals and to promote their political views. It's not a new thing, but it's definitely intensified in the last few years. And I think that regardless if what is your political view, this is a concerning development. I appreciate the audience calls, but it's really, I don't see that really as a partisan issue. I don't see that as a necessarily political issue. It's a threat that really can lead to the erosion of our society. It can lead to the erosion in the trust that we have in our government, and eventually, it's really can lead to a very troubling consequences, and we need to deal with that. And it's related to the growing political polarization. If every political conflict becomes a zero-sum game in which you cannot afford to lose, people are willing to go very far in order not to lose. If people cannot accept that you may disagree with other political views, but it doesn't mean that you need to take a gun or build a bomb in order to prevent from others from expressing their political views, this is where the problem is, and that was true all the time. You can have your opinion, for example, on the pro-life and the pro-choice debate. The problem is with individuals who wants to bomb clinics. That's the problem. When people are resorting to violence and to illegal activities when they want to promote their goals, nobody tells you what kind of political views you should support, and you can protest. It's part of the democratic system. It's part of the ways in which the public express his views and his priorities. The problem, again, is when we start to see a more organized violence. This is, I think, when all of us needs to be concerned, because that can really lead to a very, very undesirable consequences in the long term.
And some of our viewers, our social media followers, are asking for data. Here's the political story about the Department of Homeland Security brief on extremism in the United States. It notes that all three documents note that 2019 was the most deadly year for domestic violent extremists since the Oklahoma City bombing in 1995. Quote, among domestic violent extremist actors, white supremacist extremists conducted half of all lethal attacks, 8 of 16, resulting in the majority of deaths, 39 of 48, the drafts read. So people are wondering about the data, but what I want to ask you before we lose you for time, how has the internet changed extremism on the right-wing side through its development, or has it?
Oh, it definitely changed. So first of all, I think that a lot of individuals can now become part of these communities, these virtual communities that really are promoting and fostering these kind of views. What it also created, it actually democratized many of these groups and many of these movements. The leaders of the far right, of the violent far right, the leaders of KKK chapters, the leaders of neo-Nazi organizations, actually now are in much more close communications with their followers. And so that influence goes both ways. The followers influence the leaders, and the leaders really have more powers to shape their followers. But the most important thing is that a recruitment propaganda became very cheap, very easy. You don't need anymore to use the conventional media in order to promote your views, to publicize your events. It's really a much more decentralized system of disseminating information, of encouraging people to take action, and so on. And that means also, by the way, that they are more visible also, which makes sometimes the work of law enforcement easier because, again, everything is out there, really. But if there's one thing that I think we should remember is that if in the past people that held these very radical views felt isolated and as a result felt less legitimacy to act on their views, today, when you have these virtual communities that are really proliferating and really very active, it's much easier for the leaders of these groups to empower their followers to take action. And these are tools that were much more limited in the past, when most of the communication were through VHS videos or through pamphlets or other types of less effective publications.
Well, we would like to thank Ari Perlinger, who is the author of American Zealots Inside Right-Wing Domestic Terrorism, and a professor at the University of Massachusetts Lowell, where he's a security studies director. Ari, thank you so much for being with us this morning.
Thank you so much for having me. It was a pleasure.
Next up, we'll turn our attention to Antifa with Michael Kinney of the University of Pittsburgh. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Yeah, that was, sorry guys, I couldn't even hear that music. And I wasn't paying attention to the chat room. I'm trying to update the credits because you people keep asking for new credits. And you deserve it. Hey, if you'd like to be in the credits, you can be. All you got to do is go to KevinLeeFather.com, like this. I have to check something anyway. Here's KevinLeeFather.com. You go to KevinLeeFather.com, and you wait until it loads. Let's hope my website's working. There it is. Look at that. You can get in the credits for just $1 a month. That's nothing. That's the price of... I can't think of anything that costs $1. Unless you go to Grocery Outlet. Resistors, that's what I was looking for. So congratulations to new Resistor Chuck at the $10 level. You get 3 bells for that, Chuck. I don't know what that means. Okay, let's go back to, let's see, we're still waiting on Trumpety here. Oh, let's see, and that feed is down. Let me pull up another feed here and see. You guys are talking amongst yourself anyway. Now, the dollar store, you got to pay tax. You don't have to pay tax online. Maybe you do. I don't know. Let's see what's going on with Right Side. He's Mr. Right Side. Oh, it's still this guy. God, this ginger never stops. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, there he is. Here he is.
See, we've got how many people here? This is probably 1,000 or 2,000 right here at least. It's Matt. You've got the people up in there. And the president should be here any minute now. He'll be flying.
Oh my God, this guy's totally a South Park character. Just, he is, he's Matt's voice in South Park when he does this guy. This is this guy.
Incredible seeing that plane fly in, seeing it.
It's just incredible seeing this plane fly in. So come on down in the center of Nevada, South Park, Colorado, if you're there, come on down to Big Gay Al's.
To be an American, and it makes you so grateful to live in this country, where you go around the world and you see people like in China.
You can't go around this world if you live in this country. No, you can't leave the country right now. So enjoy. I like it. You're making the most of what you got there.
Abortion laws, yet they'll work with China, who enslaves people based off of their religion, who uses child labor. So it's total hypocrisy, but you've got oppression around the world. You don't have freedom of speech in other countries. You don't have...
Oh, sorry. Yeah, he's too loud. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me pipe him down. Strangers.
When you put yourself in those other people's shoes, you imagine you're one of them. And it makes you thankful that you are an American. And you live in a country where you're allowed to have free speech. You can speak out against people like Nancy.
God, I'm sorry, guys. He's like everything about my. I don't like it. Everything about my setup right now is not working like it's supposed to work. I gotta move everything. Here's him again. Until the music comes on, we can listen. I've turned him down.
Pelosi, you can use your gun to defend yourself and your family.
Okay.
You can practice your religion freely.
You can do that in Canada too.
But
you do that in Canada too.
Recently, they've been trying to attack that. The Democrats have been trying to attack your freedom of religion. You can't go to church. You can't have free speech.
God's everywhere. You don't need to go to church. So, and you can have church outdoors. You have drive-in church. You can have church on the lawn. There's all kinds of things that you can do. Let me give you guys something else to watch besides this, because this is going to be, I'm going to get tagged with copyright violations for the music playing in the background. I don't know how they're getting away with it, because I used to have to mute the music or play other music underneath. But now they've been doing these stand-ups, so they must have an agreement with YouTube because they've got a big enough audience. Yeah, 62,000 people watching this network right now. Tammy is a slave to my employment for medical benefits. Yeah. Honestly, I don't know if we're the best country to live in. We're certainly not the best country to live in right now. I can guarantee you that, especially when you're tied to your own employer for medical benefits. What else can I show you guys? Nope. Go back to the C-SPAN here. see what else is on C-SPAN for you. I can show you something while we're not getting copyright. Oh! What? The Democrats are still doing a weekly address? Let's take a look at this here. Hold on, guys. This should be good. See what the Democrats have to say for themselves. Thinking about it. So who's giving this? Senator Kirsten Gillibrand and Al Franken are doing this address together, I guess. That's what I heard.
September 30th. Followed the Senate live on C-SPAN 2.
The White House did not release a weekly address this weekend. However, New York Senator Kirsten Gillibrand gave the weekly Democratic address where she commemorates the 19th anniversary of 9/11 and talks about the coronavirus response.
I'm Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, and I'm proud to
It's only like 3 minutes long. I'll be back.
represent New York in the United States Senate. 19 years ago, a sunny September morning turned to horror, and our state and our country were forever changed. September 11th was a terrifying day. We lost nearly 3,000 men, women, and children. They were our parents and siblings, our sons and daughters, our friends and our neighbors. Today, I join you in honoring those we lost, but will never forget. That day, we experienced the darkest of moments, but we also witnessed the best of America. We saw it in the first responders speeding towards Lower Manhattan, running up towers while everyone else was running down, in the construction workers who rushed to help, in the strangers and communities that offered support. We saw how much Americans are willing to risk and sacrifice to help one another. That is the spirit of America. It is the selfless and strong and undaunted by challenging times. That's who the American people are. Today, we are seeing that same spirit in the face of a new challenge. We see it in the essential workers who put themselves in harm's way to fight COVID-19, in the communities working together to distribute food and lift each other up, in the people taking to the streets, marching for justice. These everyday heroes are stepping up to help their country, but Republicans in Congress are not stepping up or helping them. They're failing them. These heroes deserve leaders who fight for them just as hard as our heroes fight for us. People are losing their jobs, going hungry, and worrying about losing their homes. Even in the face of that extreme adversity, the American people are doing everything they can to support each other, but they can't do it alone. They need resources to fight this pandemic. They need real relief from this economic crisis, and they need it now. The Senate must pass a comprehensive coronavirus relief bill that meets the needs of the American people, not a paltry piecemeal approach that leaves out millions. My proudest moment in the Senate was when we finally passed a bipartisan bill to provide our brave 9/11 first responders with the health care for the rest of their lives. But it took years to get them the help that they deserved. We cannot let history repeat itself now. Our doctors, our nurses, grocery store clerks, postal workers show us every day how to be strong and courageous. They show up, care for their neighbors, and help in every way they can. They put in the work. They need and deserve elected leaders who do this.
Followed the Senate live on C-SPAN 2.
We'll listen to a little Diane Rehm at the Decision Maine U.S. Senate debate.
We take you live now to Portland, Maine, where Republican Senator Susan Collins and U.S. Senate candidates Sarah Gideon, Max Linn, and Lisa Savage are participating in a televised debate. News Center Maine, Bangor Daily News, and the Portland Press Herald are sponsoring the event. This is live coverage on C-SPAN.
Okay.
For the state of Maine tonight, we are working together with the Portland Press Herald and the Bangor Daily News to get you the answers you need to cast your ballot in the upcoming election. Coincidentally, this first meeting of the candidates in this Senate race falls on the 19th anniversary of the 9/11 terror attacks, a day when we remember the heroes and we honor the lives lost. It is also a day when Americans feel even more patriotic than they usually do. And part of our civic duty is to make informed choices on Election Day. We want to help you do that. So for the next hour, we're going to be asking questions of the 4 candidates for Maine's U.S. Senate seat. We'd like to introduce them to you now. The incumbent is Republican Susan Collins, seeking election to a 5th term. The Democrat is Speaker of the Maine House, Sarah Gideon. There are 2 independents, Max Linn and Lisa Savage, who belongs to the Green Independent Party but is not running as a party candidate on the ballot. Now, there has been plenty of heat in this campaign so far. Our hope is to shed some light on a number of important issues. The first round of questions that I'll ask will be addressed to each candidate specifically. They will have 1 minute to respond. Subsequent rounds will address policy issues, also with 1 minute for the first answer, and we will be open to follow-ups and discussion. We're also going to be posing some of the questions submitted by our News Center Maine viewers and by readers and subscribers of the Portland Press Herald and the Bangor Daily News. And at the end of the hour, the candidates will each have 1 minute for a closing statement. So welcome all of you. Senator Collins, we're going to begin with you. We learned this week that President Trump knew in early February that the coronavirus is deadlier than the flu and that it is airborne, but he purposely downplayed the seriousness of that threat in public and just days later was holding one of his big rallies inside an arena in New Hampshire. Did the president fail in his responsibility to protect the health and safety of Americans?
I believe that the president should have been straightforward with the American people. The American people can take hard facts, and he had an obligation as president to be straightforward with them and to tell all that he has known. I have said since the beginning that the president's performance has been uneven and that he should follow the advice of his excellent medical advisors.
Speaker Gideon, you have talked about running the House of Representatives in a bipartisan manner, symbolized by rearranging the seats. So Democrats and Republican lawmakers were sitting together. But when you polled members on coming back to address the coronavirus and other emergency measures, most Republicans didn't even respond. Have you really built a working relationship with Republicans in Augusta, something that you could do in Washington as well?
Yeah, so thanks very much for that question. Good evening to all of you. Thanks for hosting us, and thank you, Mainers, for tuning in tonight. I think my record in Augusta speaks for itself, and bringing lawmakers together, Republicans, Democrats, and independents, is something I have worked hard to do and been successful at, even in the most challenging of times. Now, whether it was looking at health care, both protecting health care that existed under the ACA, but also expanding it, whether it's been tackling climate change, whether it's been bringing people together to combat the opioid crisis, but also to lift children out of poverty. I think my record speaks for itself, and I stand by it.
All right, thank you. Max Linn, Mainers really know very little about you. You've not held public office before. You've been a Democrat. You've been a Republican. Now you're running as an independent. They do know you tried to get on the ballot 2 years ago and failed. There were some signatures that were deemed fraudulent. Should voters trust you to act with integrity if you're part of their congressional delegation?
Well, that's an excellent question, and I can assure all the viewers tonight we're going to have a lot of fun tonight. And, you know, I'm sort of from the old school, and I was always taught by my mother and father that before I address anybody that I don't know, I always introduce myself. My name is Max Linn. I've been a certified financial planner and international businessman for over 35 years. And I think we all know in our hearts that our politics needs something different. And tonight, two of my opponents, Sarah and Susan, have raised upwards of $100 million in dark money from Washington, D.C. to try to buy your vote. That's what I'm competing against, $100 million. So I know in order for me to win your vote and win here tonight, I've got to be way outside the box. I have to be that something different. So I want to share with our moderators and our viewers, a lot of times when our moderators ask me a question, I might put that question aside because I know I have to slay these giants, and it's not going to be easy. So I'm going to have to be outside the box.
Mr. Lynn, we're going to move on. We got our timing lined up now.
And that's my strategy tonight. That's my strategy. So be patient with me.
Mr. Lynn, thank you. Appreciate that. Finally, Lisa Savage, you have been a frequent protester at Bath Iron Works over the years and have urged the yard to pivot away from building warships to focusing on clean energy manufacturing, for example. How realistic is that, and can you assure the people that work at Bath and the many people whose businesses depend on that yard that you're going to have their backs if you're part of our delegation?
Thank you for the question, Pat. Thank you, Rachel and Mike, for being here, and thank you, candidates, and thank you, audience, listening in. That's a very good question. I do believe that a Green New Deal could send federal funding in the direction of our existing great Bath Iron Works shipyard to build something, solutions that would mitigate climate change. We're in a climate emergency now. We see the West Coast on fire. It just happened during the pandemic. The Bath Iron Works got some money under the Defense Production Act and made those machines that they use at to make the COVID-19 testing swabs. They did it very quickly with reinvestment. I also know that economist research shows that building something else like a clean energy system or a light rail system would actually create 50% additional jobs with the same billion-dollar investment. So I think it's a win for climate and a win for jobs in Maine, and I think it could certainly be done as a Green New Deal.
All right, thank you. Our next question is going to come from Rachel Ohm, who is an education and political reporter with the Portland Press Herald.
Thank you, Pat. The coronavirus pandemic has exposed the inadequacies in our healthcare system. How would you ensure that everyone who needs healthcare has access to it and can afford it? And we'll start with Speaker Gideon.
Thank you, Rachel, for that question. You know, all of us know that even before this pandemic started, we saw Mainers making terrible choices every day about whether they were going to see a doctor or put food on the table. Nobody should have to make a choice like that, and everybody deserves access to health care they can afford. Now, I know once upon a time, Senator Collins agreed with that. In fact, in the beginning of her Senate career, she said it was one of her top priorities, and yet she was a key vote for the 2017 tax bill, which has enabled Republicans across the country to bring forward a lawsuit, even during a pandemic, that threatens to take away people's health care. Here in Maine, we had to pick up the pieces. In the legislature, we protected the core provisions of the ACA, ensuring that people with pre-existing conditions and seniors would be covered. In the Senate, this is what I'll continue to do. I think we need a public option available for people to buy Medicare if they want it, and we also need to increase how Medicare works, make it better, allow Medicare to be able to negotiate with drug companies for lower drug costs, and make sure people have the health insurance they need.
Mr. Lynn?
If you go ahead and repeat the question.
Sure. How would you ensure that everyone who needs health care has access to it and can afford it?
Right, and Rachel, that's an excellent question. But as I mentioned, I've got to be way outside the box tonight. I have to be different because I'm competing against $100 million. And so I'm going to put your question aside, and I have a bombshell to announce tonight. You know, right now...
I would ask that you stick with the question.
Request denied. What I'd like to say is the eyes and ears and the voices of the people, we represent nature and the wilderness. And that brings me to the CMP corridor. How many people, up to 80,000
Let me interrupt for a second,
people,
Mr. Lynn. Do you have any interest in health care? That's the round
yes,
we're talking about.
And
then I think let's talk about that, and we can talk about other things later.
Request denied again, and I appreciate that. And these moderators are such great moderators, and I apologize because I know you're all doing your job as best as possible. But please realize, well, I haven't started my time. I'm addressing this, and you're already flashing me.
Well, that was the time allotted, and that's how it was used.
Okay, well then, let me ask for clarity. I'm competing against $100 million here, okay? They're the front runners. In order for me to be the U.S. Senate candidate, I have to be out of the box tonight.
And we need to know where you stand on the issues as well.
I've got to be different.
All right, Mr.
And
Lynn, thank you.
As the moderator, I want the question, but I don't want to be judged on my answer, because the only people judging my answer are the Maine
We're moving on to
voters
Ms.
on
Savage
November
now to talk
3rd.
about
Max,
So
now you're taking my time.
Yeah,
well, I
you're
request
cutting
that you
into
don't
Lisa
interrupt me,
Savage's
because I'm
time.
already fighting against 100 million. I don't want to fight the moderators all night. And part of my strategy is to be outside the box.
All right, let's hear from Ms. Savage, please, on the healthcare question.
Certainly, thank you. As a school teacher in Central Maine for 25 years, even before the pandemic hit and we moved into a public health emergency, I saw the families around me struggling to get adequate health care. Many of the children had health care, but the adults in the family did not, and nobody had adequate dental care. That is not fair. That should not be the case in the wealthiest nation in the world. I stand for Medicare for all, single-payer, universal health care, which should be expanded to cover everyone who's not covered now, and it should be improved to cover dental and mental health and vision and hearing that aren't covered now. I think that the majority of people in the United States agree. I know that the majority of people in Maine agree, and I do know that under ranked choice voting, it's safe for, if voters in Maine agree with me that we need Medicare for all, they can rank me first without any fear of spoiling the election, and they can show with that vote that they want Medicare for all too.
Senator Collins.
There are three key factors when it comes to health care. First of all, we need transparency in pricing. You should know what the medical procedure is going to cost before you have it. Second, we need to ensure access. That means maintaining our rural hospitals. The proposal that Sarah has endorsed would destroy our rural hospitals because they would be reimbursed under the Medicare or Medicaid rate. That's not enough for them to survive, and making them critical access hospitals does not solve the problem. We need to make it more affordable. There is a huge difference between Sarah and me on the issue of the individual mandate. She supports this tax, which falls 80% of those who pay the tax for not having insurance that they can't afford make under $50,000 a year. What she's proposing is that a single mom pay a tax penalty of $1,000 if she can't afford insurance.
Speaker Gidding, a quick rebuttal on that.
Thank you very much. You know, Senator Collins mentioned the individual mandate. Now, Senator Collins likes to be on both sides of the health care issue, holding up her vote against repealing it on one hand, but voting 12 times to either undermine it or repeal it in other cases, and then voting for the tax bill, which has put it in jeopardy. And to be clear, Senator Collins knew exactly what would happen when she voted for that tax bill. She signed on to an amicus brief in 2012 saying that without the individual mandate, the healthcare law is unconstitutional.
All right, the next question comes from Mike Shepard, who is the politics editor for the Bangor Daily News.
Thanks, Pat. We've been asking our readers all year what they care about most, and right now the economy is number one. The Senate can't agree on a new stimulus package. State and local budgets are busting. Families are struggling. Gabriel, a 2020 college graduate from Bangor facing an unstable job market, wanted me to ask you how you would balance public health with economic growth. The question goes to Max Lynn.
Well, I'm the only certified financial planner up here. That's my wheelhouse, is financial planning. And but again, for the time being, I plan to answer all these questions as I see fit. So I'm going to put your question aside because I have a lot of bombshells I want to announce tonight, and I'll just get right to it. And that is, we all know the fight we've had with CMP. I'm going to go back to that and finish it.
Can we go back to economics?
No, we can't. Because right now, next week, I'm filing a lawsuit against CMP, and we're going to stop CMP in their tracks. And I'm going to show you what it means to stop CMP because they've hired big law firms, and now I have, and we have a lawsuit coming, Max Lynn and the people of Maine versus CMP. And I can promise you, as your next U.S. Senator, CMP will be stopped, and I can promise you, with Susan or Sarah, CMP will go through and destroy our cherished wilderness, and we can't let that happen. Thank you.
All right, Lisa Savage.
Thank you, Michael, for that question. I think that our lack of single-payer universal health care is one of the biggest economic problems that people in Maine are facing, because a small business has to grapple with funding the health care of their workers. A big business has to grapple with funding health care of workers, and many people who lose their homes, default on their mortgage, can't pay their grocery bills. It's because there was an illness in the family, and even though they had health insurance, the cost became catastrophic. That is not fair. I stand for Medicare for All, and I believe that Medicare for All would solve many of our economic problems here in this country. We are the only wealthy country that does not have universal single-payer health care. In fact, many non-wealthy countries have universal single-payer health care. Many of them got it after World War II. It is far past time for us to do that. And under ranked choice voting, if Maine voters agree with me, they can vote for me to show that they agree that we need Medicare for all yesterday, especially in an economic crisis.
Senator Collins.
Small businesses are the key to jobs in the state of Maine. And my family has owned and operated a small business in northern Maine for 176 years. 176 years. When the coronavirus struck, it instantly became apparent that our small businesses were in dire trouble. I co-authored the Paycheck Protection Program to help our small businesses stay afloat and provide jobs for their employees. That has helped 28,000 small businesses, that's 3 out of 4, sustain 250,000 jobs in our state. It's also brought $2.3 billion to our state in forgivable loans as long as the majority of the money is used on paychecks. That was the whole theory behind this, and it's been enormously successful.
And Speaker Gideon.
Thank you. Gabriel, I want to start by thanking you for that question. It's an incredibly important one. It was before COVID-19, and now I think the issues are even more acute for us. So first of all, I think there are a number of things that we have to focus on. We need to make sure that we are building the digital infrastructure in this state that allows businesses to grow and to scale up and allows people like you to work here. Now, I also think we need stronger job training and education programs, and we need to directly address how high the cost of higher education is to four-year and technical education. Now, there's another problem, and that is COVID. Look, we have to have public health in order to have a healthy economy. Unfortunately, we see President Trump, as Pat mentioned, lying about where we were in this state. And so I want to ask Senator Collins who she thinks should be leading this country. She has neglected to answer that question, and I'd like to give her the opportunity tonight. I think Joe Biden should be our leader to help us through with public health and rebuilding an economy.
Would you care to respond?
Well, Pat, let me say this. I don't think that the people of Maine need my advice on whom to support for president. Last week, I was on a bus tour all over the state of Maine. Not a single person asked me who should be our next president. What they did say was how grateful they were for the Paycheck Protection Program that I wrote because it preserved their job or their small business. They talked about the cost of health care. They talked about the work that I had done to bring transportation money to the state of Maine. Those are the issues that people care about.
Thank you, Senator. As we mentioned, we have a number of questions from voters in Maine. This comes from a Bangor Daily News subscriber in Clifton. His name is Martin, and he asks, how would you address our environmental and sustainability issues in a way that builds bridges between political views? And seems appropriate. It goes to Lisa Savage first.
Thank you for the question. Well, I do think that we need a public transportation system here in Maine to get people out of their cars. That would be a huge win for climate. We have public transportation very locally in some of the cities, but we could have a light rail system that would provide public transportation between areas in Maine, and I think that would help a lot. We also need to stop building things that drive climate change and instead turn our capacity to building things that will mitigate the effects of climate change. I stand for a Green New Deal. That is a comprehensive plan that not only includes converting our industrial capacity, but also regenerative agriculture, which is a growth area for Maine. Our farmers are younger than most states, and it also would include consumer-owned and operated utilities such as broadband internet, water systems, and electricity. I also oppose the CMP corridor, and I think that multinational corporations outside of Maine should not be making decisions about Maine's electric grid.
Thank you. Senator Collins.
I think an issue that can bring us together is energy storage. And I've introduced a bipartisan bill in the Senate so that we can invest in projects, so we can figure out how to store wind energy when the wind isn't blowing and solar energy when the sun isn't shining. It has widespread support, and I'm hopeful we'll get it through. I've also been an extremely strong supporter of the University of Maine's consortium that is developing offshore wind. This has the potential to make Maine the chief supplier of electricity for the East Coast. And I have secured tens of millions of dollars to advance that research at the University of Maine and to give 2,000 University of Maine students paid internships. I would note that according to the Portland Press-Herald, Sarah doesn't pay her interns despite raising all of this money. I do and always have.
All right, Speaker Gideon.
Thank you. To address the question. Yes?
Yes, please.
Okay. So thank you so much for the question, and it's an incredibly important one. I think it's the question of our time, because already here in Maine, we feel the effects of climate change. You know, during the course of this campaign, I have spent time with blueberry farmers in Addison. I have spent time on a lobster boat in Bremen. I have been with loggers, and what I hear over and over again is we are already feeling these effects, and they are actually impacting our industries. Now, that's why in the State House, we've taken on climate change, setting incredibly aggressive goals to reduce dirty carbon emissions and increase renewable energy generation. That's exactly the kind of thing that we need to be doing, not state by state, but on the federal level. We need to rejoin the Paris Climate Accord, and I will push for that when I'm in the Senate. We also need to restructure our transportation industry, modernizing both the infrastructure and the industry itself, and the same with our energy industry and our building industry to get to net zero. Thank you.
Mr. Lynn, the question from the voter is, how do you find common ground on environmental issues and sustainability issues?
Right. Well, as I mentioned before, I'm filing a suit against CMP this week. So CMP corridor will not happen, number one. But also, I've been the leader in the state. I've been working for the last 6 months with Severn Bellevue to put the first high-speed train from southern Maine up to northern Maine. I even meet with Heather Johnson in the governor's office. I was in Wuhan, China last December, meeting with some of the top engineering firms and top law firms to get this done. So my platform, without a doubt, is the number one talking about sustainable energy, not only in Maine and America. And I've got the new website. It's called the Converter website at maxlynnforsenate.com, and it's converting more of Sarah's supporters and Susan's supporters than ever, and it's never been seen in American history before. It's that innovative. It's the new Converter website, maxlynnforsenate.com, never seen in American history before. And I'll end with Susan's PPP program has been bankrupting small businesses. It hasn't been good. The big corporations have been taking hundreds of millions of dollars out of it.
Your time is up, sir.
It seems to me I should be allowed to respond to that. This program has been enormously successful, and you would know that if you talk to small businesses around our state. The average number of employees that a business with a PPP loan has is 7. So this clearly has rescued an enormous number, 28,000 small businesses in our state.
All right, another question from Rachel Ohm from the Press-Herald.
The Black Lives Matter movement has drawn attention to issues of racial justice and accountability of law enforcement. Do you think America has a problem with systemic racism and police brutality? And if so, what do you propose doing about it?
Senator Collins, you'll go first on this.
Well, first, let me say that the brutal killings that we've observed laid bare a legacy of racial injustice that we must address. I do want to say that the vast majority of law enforcement are honorable people.
Yep, honorable people. Okay, here, let's see if this is the one. I got to put me in my ears so that you guys don't hear the echo and complain. I can't hear. Is this gonna echo? Everything's echo. It's too loud.
In the last year, flag-draped coffins have returned from Afghanistan. Now we know Vladimir Putin pays a bounty for the murder of American soldiers. Donald Trump knows too, and does nothing. Putin pays the Taliban cash to slaughter our men and women in uniform. And Trump is silent, weak, controlled. Instead of condemnation, he insists Russia be treated as our equal. Instead of retaliation, he invites Putin to America. When Trump tells you he stands by the troops, he's right. Just not our troops.
The Lincoln Project is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Okay, let's check out another one here. I'm not sure if that was it or not that he's talking about. I don't think that's it, because he's talking about they have me saying unthinkable things about soldiers while standing over their graves. Let's see. Let's see if this is the one. Oh, yeah, come on in. We're just about to get going here, Katie. Yeah, you've been sleeping all day. Here we go. Going back.
(9/11, 2001). Policemen, firemen, on duty, off duty, didn't wait for orders. They ran into the fire to save lives. After 9/11, America went to war. Thousands volunteered and many died. Today, Donald Trump calls them suckers and losers. On that day, Donald Trump was just a terrible person. He bragged about the fact that he now had the tallest building in New York.
40 Wall Street actually was the second tallest building in downtown Manhattan, and it was actually, before the World Trade Center, was the tallest. And then when they built the World Trade Center, it became known as the second tallest, and now it's the tallest.
Later, he lied and said he was at Ground Zero helping.
Everyone who helped clear the rubble, and I was there, and I watched, and I helped a little bit.
Today, Donald Trump is more than just a terrible person. He's the worst president in American history. He's divided the country and lied to all of us about everything. Tens of thousands of times, and now 200,000 of us are dead. A 9/11 death toll every 3 days because of the fool that sits behind the president's desk in the Oval Office.
The Lincoln Project is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Okay, that's got to be the ad. Really, really well put together by the Lincoln Project. And fantastic voiceover work, whoever that was. I don't recognize his voice. But well done, sir. Well done. God, I want him to do my voiceovers now. Just going to send him my auditions. Yeah, we're looking for a guy who used to be a tank, and now he's a high school gym teacher. So what would that sound like, Kevin? Hold on, I'm going to get the 9/11 guy. And now 200,000 of us are dead. So yeah, that must have been what he just saw. But Lincoln Project doesn't usually put things on TV, but they're really smart about where they put things. So they may have, in fact, just blanketed the Las Vegas airwaves with him. Although he's watching in Air Force One that gets satellite feeds. So it's possible that he's using one of the local cuts from Judge Judy, or Janine. That would be the smartest thing to do. And yeah, that's probably what happened. So Nice. Let's watch that again.
Nine 11, 2001. Policemen, firemen, on duty, off duty, didn't wait for orders. They ran into the fire to save lives. After 9/11, America went to war. Thousands volunteered and many died. Today, Donald Trump calls them suckers and losers. On that day, Donald Trump was just a terrible person. He bragged about the fact that he now had the tallest building in New York.
40 Wall Street actually was the second tallest building in downtown Manhattan, and it was actually, before the World Trade Center, was the tallest. And then when they built the World Trade Center, it became known as the second tallest, and now it's the tallest.
Later, he lied and said he was at Ground Zero helping.
Everyone who helped clear the rubble, and I was there, and I watched, and I helped a little bit.
Today, Donald Trump is more than just a terrible person. He's the worst president in American history. He's divided the country and lied to all of us about everything. Tens of thousands of times, and now 200,000 of us are dead. A 9/11 death toll every 3 days because of the fool that sits behind the president's desk in the Oval Office.
The Lincoln Project is responsible for the content of this advertising.
We are having some technical difficulties, which is totally understandable when you try to do ad hoc reporting and getting information to you as fast as we possibly can and making sure that it's accurate at the same time. So
Donald Trump is on the line. I mean, we know him as the man behind lots of real estate in Manhattan, and of course, Donald, I understand you were actually a witness to what happened this morning.
Well, I have a window that looks directly at the World Trade Center, and I saw this huge explosion. I was with a group of people, and I really couldn't even believe it. And even, I think, worse than that, for years I've looked right directly at the building. I'd see the Empire State Building in the foreground and the World Trade Center in the background, and now I'm looking at absolutely nothing. It's just gone, and it's just hard to believe.
Donald, Alan Marcus here. Your building is, the Trump Tower, is one of the great tourist attractions in the world. It's well known universally. Are you taking any precautions there in light of what happened at the World Trade Center?
Well, Alan, we've always had, as you know, very, very strong security, but there's very little you can do about planes crashing into a building. I mean, you look at Larry Silverstein, who's a terrific owner in New York and a very good friend of mine who I just called. I was very worried about him, because I assume maybe he was in the building. He took possession of the building 1 week ago. As you know, he just bought the World Trade Center.
Right.
And he was in his office, and he was getting ready to move into the World Trade Center over the next 2 weeks. So when I just spoke to him, there's nothing you can do when people are going to be bombing planes at your building. Now, I guess maybe the world is going to be changing, and maybe you're going to have F-16s flying all over the city, etc. But it's a pretty tough situation.
Donald, you have one of the landmark buildings down in the financial district, 40 Wall Street. Did you have any damage, or did you know what's happened down there?
Well, it was an amazing phone call I made. 40 Wall Street actually was the second tallest building in downtown Manhattan, and it was actually, before the World Trade Center, was the tallest. And then when they built the World Trade Center, it became known as the second tallest, and now it's the tallest. And I just spoke to my people, and they said it's the most unbelievable sight. It's probably 7 or 8 blocks away from the World Trade Center, and yet Wall Street is littered with 2 feet of stone and brick and mortar and steel, and there are thousands of people walking over the debris over the Brooklyn Bridge, where they're sending them out over the Brooklyn Bridge to Brooklyn, and then I guess they're going to have to figure out how to get home from there. But they have between 1 foot and 2 feet of debris right in front of a building that's probably, you would say, Alan, 6 or 7 blocks away.
Donald, this is Roland Smith.
Hi, Roland.
You know, how you doing on this kind of day? You know, at some point, we're going to put all this behind us, and you as a visionary, particularly in New York real estate, What do you think that we ought to do as a city, as a people, when all of this gets, when the mourning stops, when the dead are honored, and we've found out what caused it and maybe corrected it? What does the city need to do?
Well, I guess the big thing that you really will have to do is never forget. You just can't forget that something like this happened. I was so disappointed when they closed the stock exchange, but of course, at some point, you had no choice, you know, when they initially announced it was closing, because you want to just say, the hell with it, you're going forward, nothing's going to change. But the fact is something has changed very dramatically. And I think one of the very sad things is going to be when you look at the skyline of New York, which has become so emblazoned in your own memory, and you look at the skyline of New York and you see these buildings, these two buildings, whether you love them or don't love them, they were a great part of the skyline. And then when you look at the skyline after 2001, and you're going to see a skyline without these two buildings, you're going to say, what happened? People won't believe it. You know, when you show your children or your grandchildren in years to come what New York looked like in the year 2000, and then what New York looked like just a year later, they're going to say, what happened?
Hey, Donald,
it's hard to believe.
in the year 2000, Donald, you considered running for president. If you had done that and if you had been successful, what do you think you'd be doing right now?
Well, I'd be taking a very, very tough line, Alan. I mean, you know, most people feel they know at least approximately the group of people that did this and where they are. But, boy, would you have to take a hard line on this. This just can't be tolerated, and it's got to be very, very stern. This is, as you and I were discussing before, Alan, this was probably worse than Pearl Harbor. Many more people are dead, and you know, they don't know, they have no idea, but I have somebody that was down there who witnessed at least 10 people jumping out of the building from 70 and 80 stories up in the air. I mean, you probably have 25 or 30,000 is the number I've heard, but I would think would be much more than that. I think the most of the damage will be caused not by even in the building in terms of the people dead, but by the people on the streets from falling debris.
Donald, you're probably the best known builder, particularly of great buildings in the city. There's a great deal of question about whether or not the damage and the ultimate destruction of the buildings was caused by the airplanes, by architectural defect, or possibly by bombs or aftershocks. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, it was an architectural defect. You know, the World Trade Center was always known as a very, very strong building. Don't forget, that took a big bomb in the basement. Now, the basement is the most vulnerable place because that's your foundation, and it withstood that. And I got to see that area about 3 or 4 days after it took place because one of my structural engineers actually took me for a tour because he did the building. And I said, I can't believe it. The building was standing solid, and half of the columns were blown out. I mean, so this was an unbelievably powerful building. If you know anything about structure, it was one of the first buildings that was built from the outside. The steel, the reason the World Trade Center had such narrow windows is that in between all the windows, you had the steel on the outside. So you had the steel on the outside of the building. That's why when I first looked, and you had big, heavy I-beams, when I first looked at it, I couldn't believe it because there was a hole in the steel. And this is steel that was, you remember the width of the windows in the World Trade Center, folks. I think you know, if you were ever up there, they were quite narrow. And in between was this heavy steel.
Oh, well, we will get back to that later. Trump has now taken the stage, and I know producer Rich is only here for the mic touch, so let's make sure that we catch that. If you're just joining us, Trump always has to, it's this weird control issue he's got. He's always got to grab the mic and adjust it for no good reason whatsoever. He grabs it and he just puts it, and spills his drink all over the table and puts it right back where it was. I really shouldn't have demonstrated that with the drink on the table. Cheers, guys. The drinking word is Biden. So let's get going with this. Let's see if Trump is going to do his mic touch. Here we go. Come on. There it is.
What a crowd this one is. And you got thousands and thousands of people outside. They're taking buses. They're working to get over here. Wow. Thank you very much. So, I want to start by saying, hello, Nevada. How are you doing? How are you?
He sounds stoned right off the bat. I want to start by saying, hello, Nevada. How's Nevada? Nevada. That's a funny word, Nevada. Is it? It's like, whoa, what?
And I'm thrilled. Hello, Nevada. How are you doing?
Hello, Nevada.
And I'm thrilled to be in Douglas County, but people are coming from all over the place. There's a lot of people for Douglas County, isn't it? We have thousands and thousands of loyal, hard-working American patriots. That's what we have. And 52 days from now, we're going to win Nevada. And we're going to win
Where's
more
Win Nevada?
years in the
Does
White
anybody
House.
know? Is that by the casino?
And then after that, we'll negotiate, right? Because we're probably, based on the way we were treated, we're probably entitled to another 4 after that. And it should never happen to another president. It's just a dishonest group of people. But here we are, and we're going to be here for another 4 years. You know, the governor of your state tried very hard to stop us from having this event tonight. He didn't like us having, they can have riots and they can have all sorts of things, and that's okay. You can burn up the house. That's okay, you know, you call it, we call this a protest, because if you call it a protest, you're allowed to have it. They forget. So if anybody asks you outside, this is called a friendly protest, okay? It's true. You can't have political rallies. That's because of me, because of Biden, we're here and about 3 people. Do you ever see him with his little circles, the circle? You know why he puts the circles? Because he wants to be, like, correct with COVID, but it's not really. Because they can't get anybody to fill up a room, so they put these big circles. True, he can't get anybody to fill. Nobody wants to go. Oh, boy. You know, the fake news, look at all those people back there, the fake news.
Can't see him.
That's true. Boy, they covered. Did you see the other day, now they're finding out that to do an interview, they ask him a question. That means they're giving him the questions. They never gave me questions before. So to do an interview, he demands on getting the questions, and his people write out the answers. So they ask him a question. He goes, bring it up, bring it closer, I can't see it, damn it.
He didn't say bring it closer. He said move it up.
Hey, this is something. You know, we have a debate coming up in 3 weeks, and here's the problem. You know, Winston Churchill, did you ever hear of Winston Churchill?
No.
Winston Churchill was a great debater, great. And if Joe gets off the stage, walks off the stage, if he makes it, which I think he probably will, in all fairness. You know, he's
What if there's a ramp?
47 years, right? I think he probably will. If he gets off the stage, they're going to say it was the single greatest debate they've ever seen. Winston Churchill was nothing compared to Sleepy Joe. You know that. You know that. They're going to say, what a great performance. He was great today. He was great. This guy was great. No, he's not great. But your governor tried to stop us. He tried to stop us, the governor of Nevada. He tried to stop us, and we went to different venues. Kelly O'Donnell, you know, she's a fading reporter for NBC. Do you know that? She said, well, you know, they have a crowd tonight. Behind her, it looked like 25,000 people. That's what we have, by the way. A lot more coming in. But she said, he's got maybe 1,000 people. 1,000. You know what I got? I have 1,000 people here. No, this is the fake news. You know what? It's not a question of like how many. They are just a bunch of dishonest people. I've never seen anything like it.
And yet you've been looking at it for, what, 50 years?
Being in real estate and being in New York and being in all over, I've seen a lot of dishonest people.
Vegan
I
all
think
over.
The media, the fake news, is the most dishonest group of people I've ever seen anywhere in my entire life. And that includes, by the way, leaders of foreign countries that aren't our friends, okay? That's a big statement. They really are bad news. But here we are, and this is really
More
amazing.
dishonest than
The
Kim
governor
Jong-un.
tried to stop us, he couldn't. But think of this. He's in control of millions of votes. Here's a missing ballots, telling them not to have the rally, calling different venues, don't have the rally. We're not going to let you have the rally. And he's calling this governor, who is a political hack. He was a political hack, and then he became governor. And this is the guy that we're entrusting with millions of ballots, unsolicited ballots, millions and millions, and then we're supposed to win these states. And we have a guy that would do that where he won't let us have it. We call it a protest, and therefore we can do it. But you want to know something? It's a disgrace. So who the hell is going to trust? You know, they say, trust government. Well, how would you trust a guy that fought that we aren't here, that we can't have all these thousands of people? Boy, you are really back far. Look at that.
That's several sentences all rolled into one.
No, but seriously.
Yeah.
And now he's in charge of the election and the millions of ballots. So if I'm up like millions of votes, he can rig the election. He can rig the election. And I'll tell you what, whether it's in North Carolina, whether it's in Michigan, whether it's in other states where they're going to be sending out 80 million ballots. And it's Democrats. They're trying to rig this election. At every single place in the last year and a half, go modern day, forget about tiny amounts, a congressional race in New York, a small number of votes. If you go to New Jersey, if you go to Virginia, if you go to Pennsylvania, if you go to California, look at some of these races. Every one of these races was a fraud, missing ballots, and I don't mean like 1%, I mean like 20%, 25%. They're trying to rig the election. They should make people, if you register, if you want a solicited ballot, that's where you ask for it. You have to sign papers, you get it, because you can't be there. That's one thing. When they send 80 million ballots to people, they have no idea where they're going. Actually, they probably do have a good idea where they're going, and that's our problem. They send 80 million ballots out. Where are they going? Who are they sending them to? Are they sending them to certain areas and not other areas? Are they sending them to Democrat areas? These are all controlled by Democrat governors, like your politically motivated governor. So just to finish on that, he's a guy that tried to silence us by not having this, and it ended up, our crowd turned out to be a lot bigger than
Rich, in Nevada, they're actually sending out ballots.
Which is owned by Comcast.
Some states are ballot applications, some states are actual
Comcast.
ballots. Nevada has ballots.
C-A-S-T, Comcast. It's really Comcast, but I call it Con because it's a whole con.
Yeah, we got it. I'll
tell you what, they talked...
Con, conservative, con.
News, when they broadcast, had to be reasonably accurate, right? And they had licensing. Today, they can do whatever the hell they want. It's fake news, and it's a disgrace. And you know what, back there, and I'll tell you, it's hurting our country. It's hurting our country. They're the biggest problem that this country has is the fake news media. Worse than the Democrats, because, the Democrats
biggest problem
and their
is the free
partners,
press.
together. Joe Biden spent the last 47 years selling out America, offshoring your jobs, throwing open your borders, depleting our military, and sacrificing your children's future in China. I've spent the last 4 years bringing our jobs back to America, securing our borders, rebuilding our military, and standing up to China like never before. Nobody has ever stood up to China like we have stood up to China. And you haven't seen the last of it. Sleepy Joe Biden surrendered. You know where he is now? He's in his damn basement again.
It's got a really nice basement. He goes bike riding in it.
He's in his
He's got
basement,
auditoriums in it.
I can bad to him because he put the most vicious ad on television that I've ever seen.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about? Where I'm standing over the graves of our fallen warriors, our fallen heroes. These are great people.
That was a soldier. That wasn't him standing over it.
And I'm standing over there, and they have some sleazebag reporter from a third-rate magazine having some source quoting me, saying, I won't even use the term, but saying bad things. And there's nobody that loves our military, respects it, and the people more than me. And they took... And I didn't even ask. We had 25 people that were witnesses that are on the record already that have said that never took place. It never took place what they said. And yet, pathetic Joe, and he's a pathetic human being to allow that to happen. Here's the problem. He doesn't even know it happened. I think he has no idea. But he's a pathetic human
So we
being
can't really
to
be
let
mad
that
at him
happen.
for putting on the commercial,
Put an
can we?
ad like that, where I'm standing over graves, and then they said he said this with no sources, no nothing. They got nothing, and I have 25 real witnesses with the names, with everything, saying it never happened, and they put an ad like that up. They're a disgrace. But you know the good part? Now I can be really vicious. I can be really vicious. And we're going to start by saying that the Democrats are trying to rig this election because it's the only way they're going to win. The only way they're going to win is to rig it. Biden surrendered your jobs to China. Look, his son walked away with $1.5 billion. Give me a break. Give me a break. His son's going to say, Dad, you can't take this money away. Don't do it, Dad, please. You know how much experience he had? There's a young man here. He's a very young man, handsome young guy. He's about like 12. You know what? He's got more experience than Hunter. Where's Hunter?
Where's Hunter?
With no experience, no knowledge of energy, no job, got thrown out of the military. You don't get thrown out, by the way. I used to be nice about that. Now I don't. Once I saw that ad, I don't have to be nice.
He's never been nice about it.
Okay, I really mean it. You know, and by the way, on that ad, I know some horrible people, horrible human beings, some of the worst people in the world. I really do. They're horrible.
I'm watching the Right Side Broadcasting chat room, and people are saying like, yeah, the gloves are coming off. Yeah, go Trump. Yeah, tell it like it is.
None of those people, and they're the worst.
You don't have to be nice anymore.
The worst. Real estate developers in New York, you don't get much worse. I know some of the worst people in the world. Not one person do I know that would say that standing on top of graves, of heroes, really. Not one person. So I will tell you this. So now we can play it like it is. Let's face it. Joe is shot. Let's face it, okay? He's shot.
It was 54 million.
So not that he has anything to do, because he won't know what's happening. He'll just be locked up in a room someplace, and the radical left is going to be running our country. Yeah. Thank you. But now he wants to surrender our country to the violent left-wing mob. You know that. If Biden wins, China wins. If Biden wins, the mob wins. You see what's going on with all these Democratic, or I always say Democrat-run cities and states. It's a disaster.
Ha! You said Democratic. You called them the Democratic Party.
Troops. Well, we did in Minneapolis. We ended it in 45 minutes. It was ended. They went through 2 weeks. By the way, we could do it in Portland in half an hour. It would all be over. But we have these stupid people that think, how about that poor mayor? Is that pathetic, Wheeler? Is that pathetic? They forced him out of his home. He's now finding a new home. It's so nice.
No, he isn't.
It's pathetic. Honestly, it's pathetic. We could solve that problem in a half an hour, just like we did. And by the way, the U.S. Marshals did a great job in Portland. They did a great job. You know what I mean.
It was in
wins,
Seattle, actually.
The rioters win. The anarchists win. Arsonists, flag burners, they all win. I'm running for re-election to bring prosperity to Nevada, to the whole country. I've been here a long time. I have some things in Nevada that are very good. To put violent criminals behind bars and to ensure the future belongs to America, not to China. I do get a kick out of watching a guy, oh, I'm going to do this. You know, he copied my whole plan. You see, he says, buy America. I said, where the hell have you been for the last half century?
That's what he was saying as part of the Recovery Act. That was 2009.
Could I ask the fake news to take your cameras and show all the way back there for hundreds of yards, all the way back there. Take your cameras. Go as far as the eye can see. No.
We're watching Trump's feed, by the way.
It's not 1,000 people.
This is the official campaign feed, and the camera's not doing it.
You can't see it. You can't see it down here. You won't believe how many people. That thing goes back. So the bottom line is, when we win, America wins. That's what's happening. And nobody's done to China what I did. Look, billions, tens of billions of dollars of tariffs we took in. I gave $28 billion to farmers. The farmers are doing very well. They're doing very well. Thank you. Thank you, President Trump. 28 billion, 16 billion 1 year, 12 billion. They were targeted. I said, how much is it? Sonny Perdue, Secretary of Agriculture, great guy. I said, how much were they hurt by? Sir, 12 billion 2 years ago and 16 billion last year. I said, all right, good, we'll take it.
Neither of those figures is accurate, by the way. He just made it up.
That never happened before. You think Joe Biden would even think about it? He wouldn't even think about it. He wouldn't even think about it. No, he's more worried about, does he have a teleprompter to answer a reporter's question? You know, the worst part about that isn't the fact that he's doing that, because let's face it, he's unable, okay? It's not that. It's that the fake news would give him the questions. They never gave me the questions. Did you ever give me questions back there? Did you ever give me questions? They don't give me questions. The fake news would give him questions. But of course now Donna Brazile works for Fox, so that's gone a long way. Remember when Donna Brazile gave Crooked Hillary the questions, right, to a debate? And then she said, well, I don't think I did it. I don't remember. I knew she was in trouble when she said, I don't remember doing that. I don't remember. She didn't remember. Oh, okay, well, as long as you don't remember. It's true. It's true, too. It's true. You know what? I used to stand back and I'd say, you know, be quiet, please. Don't say that. It's really not nice. You know, it's true.
He never said that.
33. Think of it. They'll never find the emails because they were acid washed, deleted. But you know what? She got
no such thing as acid washing emails,
right? And she and her lawyer deleted 33,000 emails after she got a United States subpoena.
She didn't do it.
And you say, why isn't she guilty of a major crime, right? And then she took her telephones and she smashed them with a hammer, right? And then she took the other ones and she deleted them. And now the Mueller scam, these people, the worst people. I have a friend, a very smart guy, very streetwise guy. He said, you have to be the most honest guy in the world to go through 3 years of investigations where they have the worst human beings in the world. They worked for the Democrats. They worked, I mean, Mueller didn't have a clue. This guy was totally, but look
I thought
at
the
this.
press were the
Weissman,
worst
how
human
bad
beings
was
in the
Weissman?
world.
He deleted his phone. That's illegal. He deleted everything. They all deleted. And they all said, oh, gee, we made a mistake. We're sorry. They all used the same mistake. They all made, it was, oh, gee, we didn't mean to do that. Every one of them, all of them, I think it was 31 different phones they deleted. These are criminals we're dealing with, and they've got to, there has to be a repercussion. There has to be a repercussion. We're dealing with criminals. So I don't care if you say it anymore, because you know what? She illegally deleted, and her lawyer should go to jail with her, okay? And the fact is, the Republican Party doesn't play it rough and tough like those people. They don't play it the same way. They're too nice. And you know, we have better policy, thank goodness. We have better, we believe in borders.
You don't even have a
We believe in
platform.
no sanctuary cities. We believe in lowering taxes. We have better, but our people don't. We have some that are very good. Jim Jordan, good, right? Jim Jordan. Mark Meadows, good, right? No, we have some very good. But I'll tell you what, we play it so nice, and in the end, it's not right, because what they get away with, and Obama and Biden got caught spying on our campaign, using the intelligence, I put that in quotes, using intelligence to spy on our campaign, and they got caught. They got caught. And you know, if it was me that got caught, forget about it. But they got caught. And somebody said, well, I know, but he was president. Oh, great, I'm president too. And a hell of a lot better president than he is, I can tell you that. You know, Obama came into office, they gave him the Nobel Prize like almost immediately, right? In fact, he didn't even know why he got it. He didn't even know, he had no idea why he got it, and he was right about that, because nobody else does either. They still don't know. But we've done a lot of things. So we were nominated a few days ago for a Nobel Prize. Which is a big thing, Nobel Peace Prize. And then yesterday, we were nominated a second time for another Nobel Prize. Now, that's a big thing. To me, you know, it's a big thing, even though obviously it's a very political thing, but it's a very big thing, the Nobel Peace Prize, right? It was just reported, I'm just reporting this, I got 0 time on the nightly news, on the network news.
Because it's a joke nomination.
0. We got 0 time. Think of it. The president of your country is honored by being nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. And your nightly news, ABC, which is terrible, CBS, which is terrible, and probably the worst of all, owned by Comcast. They spend a fortune, you know, on PR. And then every time I get up, I call them Comcast and to sort of wipe out their fortune. But they are bad people.
They're called Xfinity now. They don't call themselves Comcast or Comcast. They've rebranded. So great job, Skippy.
So your president gets a Nobel, and at least a nomination.
A Nobel.
Joe Biden cannot lead our country because he doesn't really believe in our country. Right now, I don't think he believes in anything. He just wants to go to sleep. That's all. Please, darling, I want to go to bed. I'm exhausted. I made one speech yesterday. But, darling, they gave you the answers and the questions. I know, but that was a big strain because my eyes, I couldn't see the teleprompter. This guy is the worst. I am running, and you know, it's going to maybe come back to haunt me because we have a rigged election. It's a rigged election. It's the only way we're going to lose. But I tell you what, he is the worst candidate in the history of presidential politics. He doesn't know he's alive. He doesn't know he's alive. And I've gotten to know President Xi of China very well. President Putin of Russia, Kim Jong-un. By the way, what happened to the war? I thought we was going to war with Kim Jong-un. Where's the war? Where's the war? Oh, I see. Oh, I see. It never happened, did it? Never happened, did it? Well, maybe someday. Could happen. No, remember, Trump is going to be, you know, my personality, right? Trump is going to be at war within the first week after he wins. Where's the war? In fact, the Peace Prize was because they stayed out of wars. And by the way,
nobody said that.
Ended certain wars that could have happened that you don't even know about.
You ended certain wars that could have happened? That's why you're getting the Peace Prize? For ending wars that never happened.
And look what we did with Israel, and you just saw that with United Arab Emirates, Bahrain. 72 years, nothing happened, and we did it. We do it very fast.
No, there's been multiple peace agreements in 72 years.
At Biden's convention, they decried it. You're a hell of a crowd, I'll tell you.
Pander, pander, pander. There's your crowd. You can see the crowd. A lot of masks in the crowd tonight. I'm kidding.
Thank you.
Don't know what they're
Thank you.
chanting.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Maybe USA? Some of them.
Thank you very much. Now, after this is over, you'll have like an NBC.
After this over.
Reporters stand up. They had a small crowd.
What do now?
Insignificant crowd in a great location. You know how great it was? We landed. We had to drive for 50 minutes. That's how great. But I like it anyway. I'll take it. I'll take it anyway. I like it. You're my kind of people. We love each other. I like it. We landed the big, beautiful Air Force One. I just asked as we're coming in, why couldn't we have landed here? I would have rather. You know, then I could have had the plane right behind me. Instead, we have the Beast. You see the Beast?
The
what
limo.
you don't know is the Beast costs almost as much as the plane. It's a hell of a car. It's a walking army tank. The Beast.
It's not walking. It has wheels. Two things that'll be around in 1,000 years. Wheels and walls. Cars don't walk.
That's a long drive.
It's a walking
And
tank.
driving here, there were tens of thousands of people on the streets with flags. And then you read these fake reporters and they say, President Trump is tied in Nevada. Tied. I don't know. The only way we're tied is if they screw around with the ballots, which they will do in my opinion, okay? We're not tied anywhere. I asked some people that traveled with Obama. I said, was it the same thing? They say, not even a tiny fraction of what you have. There's not even a fraction. We have more enthusiasm, we have more spirit than any campaign that anybody's ever seen. It's true. And that includes 2016, where the enthusiasm obviously was great. How about all those states that we weren't supposed to win? No, he won't win there. He won't win there. Then all
I couldn't see if it had Goodyear tires, but yeah, there's reinforced anti-flat tires. Those tires are a couple of grand apiece.
One after another. And they were going, was that one of the coolest things, watching their people go crazy? They went crazy.
So if they did want to switch those, it would be going with a new contract, and they'd have to.
They went crazy.
I'm not sure who else makes bulletproof
Well, I
tires.
think Georgia is going to be very close. It's going to be very close. They go, the polls in Georgia have closed. Donald Trump wins the state of Georgia. You know why? Because we won by so much that they can do it simultaneously by saying the polls closed and he won. We have many of them, right? And we're doing, by the way, we're doing great. I just had Florida as a biggie and a good one. And we are winning in Florida.
Florida's a good one.
So that's good. All right. I'll tell you here, because you don't read about that stuff. They don't like to write that. They don't like to write it. They have all fake polls. I'll tell you what, the polls are worse than the writing. Actually, in my opinion, the polls, you know, they're suppression polls. They're meant to make people discouraged. Even me, I'm supposed to be discouraged. And fortunately, 4 years ago, we weren't discouraged, because if we would have believed the polls, nobody would have voted. The concept is really make people feel so that on election they go, darling, let's go out to dinner.
Darling.
I'm so sad about the president. I wish he was going to win, but let's go out to dinner, then we'll come home.
I wish the president was going to win before he's that's what you call the president. Before, come on, dude.
My people go out and vote. My people go out and vote. There's no suppression. Phony polls. How about the guy, the New York Times hired this pollster, this great genius. He never called one wrong. I don't know, 346. I don't know what the hell it says. Like, it's called 340. What's his number? What's his deal? Yeah, it's silver.
538. 538. 538.com, because there's 538.
Trump has the 3% chance today of winning.
You put the House and the Senate. 538. Wow.
We were given a very tiny.
Wow.
What chance did he give us? Like 9%, something like that, you know? They gave millions of dollars shortly.
This is the leader of the country. Doesn't know where 538 comes from.
And this is the one. Well, I mean, I must tell you, they're a little more accurate. At least here they have us even in a lot of places. Right?
Wow.
He's even. Well, we're not even. We're not even. This is going to be the greatest victory. This is a more important election than 4 years ago, I'll tell you. More important. Because at no time before has there been a clearer choice between two parties or two visions, two philosophies, two agendas for the future. There has never been anything like this. On November 3rd, Nevada will decide whether we will quickly return to record prosperity like we had. We had the greatest economy in the history, not of our country, in the world. We were beating everybody. We were beating China. Remember, if you go back, some of you go back, if you go back 10 years, 15 years, 5 years, everything was, in 2019, China will overtake the United States as the largest economy. And that didn't work out too well for them. That didn't work out. We were just doing leaps and bounds. We were doing so great. And then we got hit with the plague, the China plague. And we're not thrilled. It's a disgrace. Nobody should have done.
God damn it. Hold on. We're switching feeds.
Stopped it from going into China, but they didn't stop it from coming into the U.S. and Europe. And
come on. YouTube? I screwed up the first time, guys.
We allow Biden to impose the biggest tax increase in the history of our country, $4 trillion. Or ban, he wants to ban energy, ban American. He wants to stop fracking. Hey, by the way, when he was running as a Democrat, and the worst debate performances I've ever seen, okay, what do you think? He was unable to answer anything. Are you awake, sir? Sir, please wake up. And who was the worst?
Okay, switching again.
Who treated him the worst? Come on.
Switching, hold on.
The vaccine's going too fast. You know why that's too fast? Because they don't want it to happen before the election. He said, you know, there's the only thing in the world, I've never seen anything like it. Everybody wants a vaccine. And when we start getting it fast, because President Trump happens to be president, and we've done this in record time, years ahead of schedule. If this were Sleepy Joe and Obama, you wouldn't have a vaccine for 3 years. But listen, he said, this is the craziest thing. So you're going to have a vaccine quickly, right? And everybody's upset about it. So now they're trying to hurt the vaccine. And they're trying to say as many bad things. They know nothing about it. But they're trying to hurt it. And it's a shame. But he said it better than anybody I've heard. He said, you know, you're trying to hurt this country by saying bad things about the vaccine because we're going to produce it early. It's the craziest thing. Think about it. Now, having a vaccine is good, but we're rounding the turn regardless. We're rounding the turn, and it's happening. I mean, it's happening.
Not according to Dr. Fauci.
Florida's way down. Texas is now way down. Arizona, governor's done a great job. All three governors have done a great job. And Louisiana now, they had a spike, but they had the spike. But the spike was able to be handled because now we understand. And what we did, we saved millions of lives because I hated to do it, but we had to close it up, understand this disease, and then open up again. And we opened, but we would have had 2 million, 2.5, or 3 million people.
It's a smart dog, Tammy.
Like around 180,000. One is too many. One. Too many. But we would have had 2.5, 3.5 million people.
It was way too late. We shut down travel from China, which we didn't do. It was way too late. The virus was here already. And then we shut down Europe too late. And we know that because
the hospitals, the beds.
So here's the deal. There were tons of other countries that didn't shut down any travel from anywhere. And they don't have millions of dead. Nobody else has anywhere close to what we've got. But for whatever reason, he thinks because we stopped some flights from China, which he didn't, that we would have had 2 million dead otherwise. No, that's completely wrong. The mitigation we did, some of the mitigation had some effect. But him stopping flights from China at the end of January, it was too late. The virus was pouring in from Europe.
You got to see what they are doing between him and de Blasio.
If shutting down flights from China made a difference, the countries that didn't shut down flights from China would have millions of dead. But we're still leading the world. 22.5% of the dead, 5% of the population.
To come out of retirement. But we're defeating the China virus. When Biden was vice president, he was a complete disaster on the swine flu, which was a much easier thing to handle. Joe Biden's own chief of staff said that when Biden managed swine flu in 2009, they, quote, did every possible thing wrong. This is the guy that worked
With the vaccine.
The swine flu. And 60 million
Biden wasn't in charge of the
Americans
swine
got
flu.
H1N1 in a period of time, and it's just purely a fortune. He said it was just, we were lucky. He said, it's just lucky.
We
that
were
there
lucky
weren't
with the swine
great
flu.
Mass casualties, different kind of a disease.
Yeah,
a little
we were lucky. But now we have mass casualties.
Amazing. He said, we did nothing right. This is the man.
With the vaccine. They have to distribute the vaccine, which is going to happen all over again. When we have the vaccine, we're not going to be able to get
You
it.
think Joe's going to be able to build
We can't even get tests.
which now we're doing and sending them to all these countries all over the world who have no hope of building ventilators, and they need them badly. So, you know,
Thousands of ventilators,
the outbreak
hundreds of
was so
millions of
rampant
vaccines.
that Obama-Biden,
There's a
the
huge
administration
difference.
told states to stop testing immediately, and they ordered the CDC to stop counting cases because they look like hell. Okay?
Because it fell well
We can do
below
that.
1%.
By the way, the reason we show so many cases, because we have the best testing program in the world by far.
And we have the most cases. And it's not the best by
Tested more
far.
people
It's not even
in
close.
India than many, many big countries put together. India's second. We're 44
Nope,
million
they're
tests
third.
ahead of India.
China
They
has
have
at least
1.5
160
billion
million.
people. And Prime Minister Modi calls
Wait.
me and says, what a job you've done with testing.
Okay.
I said, explain that to these dishonest people back there. Biden's record demonstrates that if he had been in charge when the China virus arrived, hundreds of thousands of more Americans would have died.
No.
As vice president,
He was literally writing op-eds about it before you did anything.
economic recovery since the Great Depression. You've heard that before. It was the most pathetic recovery since the Depression. No state
It was the
hit hard
longest
by
period of
Biden's
economic
standards
growth
than
in United
Obama.
States
Harry
history.
Hudson, that's right about that. I would tell you, you got hit hard. This is not the guy you want. But under
Tripled
my
the stock market.
administration, before the virus, we quickly achieved the lowest unemployment rate in the history of Nevada, and we'll soon have it back there again. We'll soon
You will
have
not.
it back there again.
You-
but
that's-
I hope
that
everybody
can't
here,
happen.
25,000 people, whatever the hell it is, including those people back there, they're angry at me. I don't
Businesses
know why we
have
gave
gone
the press
away.
this good location.
Look, if you've gone out of business,
No,
if
it
you're a
costs the
small
people
business,
of
you shut up
thousands.
for a second. If you're a small business and you're 1 in 6 of small business that have gone out of business, you're not going to hire your employees back. You're out of business. And as long as our government keeps messing around and not giving us the aid that we need to keep the businesses going, that's going to happen more and more and more. You're the leader here. You're the guy who's supposed to be in charge and making this happen. You won't even take phone calls.
Complete shutdown. We're setting records. You know, we just set a job record for 4 months, 10.4 million people. Listen to this. So when we had this pandemic,
Listen to this. 3.5 jobs, 3.5 million jobs lost permanently. Gone. Forever. Not coming back.
you know what we are now? 8.4%. I don't say that's... If you would have said that, and we have the strongest, highest stock market in history. So your 401ks are doing...
No, we don't.
If he got in, we would have the greatest depression in the history of our country. I mean it.
Really? Because it didn't happen last time.
1929 would look
Stock
like
market tripled under Biden. Or
Because he'd do
Biden.
everything wrong. He'd raise your taxes. He'd raise the hell out of
Nope.
interest rates. He'd
Not
do
my
everything
taxes.
wrong. The Biden shutdown will permanently destroy the lives and dreams,
The president doesn't raise interest rates.
inflict totally lasting harm on our children, and lead countless deaths.
Totally lasting harm. Totally lasting harm. Oh, okay. Totally lasting harm.
Except
That's a medical term.
Except if you have a riot. You're not shut down for riots. Riots.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm afraid your child has totally lasting harm. Oh, what should we do? Well, I'd suggest moving to Canada. They have socialized medicine. He can get the treatment he requires there.
But you know, there's a lot of harm done on the other side. There's a lot of tremendous harm done. Remember, the cure can't be worse. Remember that.
Yeah, how many elementary kids do you know that have committed suicide lately?
Suicide,
Yep.
depression,
Uh-huh.
substance abuse of different kinds.
Yeah, a lot of heavy
heart
drug
disease,
use from the 6th graders.
on the other side.
Uh-huh.
Open your schools. open up. We got to open up this state. And I guarantee you, and by the way, you know, the states that are open are doing really well. They're doing
Good
much
point,
better
Stephanie.
than the ones that are closed. I don't know if you've been seeing the numbers. And this is just arithmetic. The states that
Is
are
it?
open are doing
Yeah.
great. The states
In
that
terms
are closed,
of-
North Carolina, what he's doing to that great state, he's got it locked down, shut down. Michigan, what she's doing, and we're trying to get Big Ten football, by the way, but we won't even. Michigan,
Okay.
what she's doing to Michigan is unbelievable. Take a look at what they're doing to Pennsylvania. And here's another
Oh,
governor
Pier
in
1 went
charge
again,
of
and
millions
Tuesday
of
morning,
ballots.
both gone?
So I'm going to win Pennsylvania, but what's he going to do with these ballots? Where are they going?
Neiman
Who are they
Marcus,
sending?
gone.
Who's sending them back? Who's signing? They don't even have to have an authorized signature in the
Not true. Not true.
They don't have to have.
Nope.
You don't have to have an authorized
You
signature.
do have to have an authorized signature on your
They're
ballot.
trying to rig an election. And
That-
we can't
that-
let that happen. I hope
Nope.
you're all going to be poll watchers. I hope you are.
What Nevada did
Because when
is...
you watching the polls, it's going to be pretty hard to cheat. I'll tell you. I
Shut
wouldn't
up.
wanna be a cheater.
Hey, there we go. What Nevada did is it used to be if one person rejected the signature, they would reject the ballot. Now, one person has to look at the signature. You know your signature changes over time. And sometimes they would do it like, oh, this doesn't have a middle initial. And they would just reject the ballot. Now, two people have to take a look at the signature, and then it can be rejected, in which case the voter has a chance to prove that it's them. You know, like one time my signature didn't match in Washington, and they called me up and said, did you vote? And I said, yes, I did. And they said, oh, okay, good, we're good. Because they had the scan codes, they knew it was my ballot, and I said that I voted, good to go.
Good definition. One is solicited, where you solicit the ballot, you want it, you sign papers, they send it to you, you send it back, it's okay, it's good. But unsolicited, where they take millions of ballots.
Yeah.
So what happens? I happen to think the postal people are great. But what happens if one of the post guys, before he gives the ballots, he takes a whole handful and hands them to some Democrat political operative, right?
What happens? That's a
And
good
so he hands
question.
them 1,000.
Yeah, and as we've discovered recently, if he does that, people are going to get caught. I mean, it's really easy. I'm not pausing this, by the way. This is the feed. This is the official Trump feed that's paused like this. Did something happen? Okay, we can switch feeds, but this one's a lot louder. Hold on. Hold on, people. Let's see. Can I make this smaller? I'm going to turn you guys off for a second. Hold on. Let me turn that way down. I'm going to mute you, and I'm going to bring in the other feed. Hold on. Okay. Stop it, Chrome. Stay with me here. Oh, are we back? Oh, no, we're not. Okay, now, hold on. Let's wait. Thinking about it. Thinking about it. Okay, now this one's having problems too. Come on. Okay, now that's going to be loud for you guys. Nope, not true.
Watches, I hope you are. Because with you people watching the polls, it's going to be pretty hard to cheat, I'll tell you. I wouldn't want to be a cheater. They'll figure a way. No, they are. It's a very dangerous thing. It's a very dangerous thing, and I totally mean it.
Okay, how's the
I've been
volume,
at it,
guys?
And you see people, and by the way, it's not even politics, it's common sense. They said millions of ballots. People are getting ballots. People died, and they're getting ballots. They're sending them to dogs. You see,
Well, they're
that
not going to
dogs
vote.
got ballots.
Like, you know what? The dogs are not
Everybody's
going to
getting ballots.
vote.
Probably everybody but Republican are going to get the ballots, right? And they're unsolicited. So when you say, solicited, because I like solicited better as a word than absentee.
Did you
Absentee,
register to
nobody knows what
vote?
the hell it's supposed to
That tells them
represent.
that
It's
you
not
want
really
to
a good
vote.
definition.
You
One is
solicited a
solicited, where
vote.
you solicit the ballot. You want it. You sign papers. They send it to you. You send it back. It's
That's
okay.
registering to vote.
It's
Yep,
good.
that's what you did.
But unsolicited, where they take millions of ballots. So what happens? I happen to think the postal people are great. But what happens if one of the post guys,
We
before
talked
he
about
gives
this.
the ballots, he takes a whole handful and hands them to some Democrat political operative, right?
And so
or
he hands him
Republican, as was the
$1,000.
case in North
And
Carolina.
the guy doesn't even have to. You don't have to
That's
have
a real thing.
verification in Nevada. Now, here's the good news. We're in front of a court, and hopefully the court's going to rule, because this is the greatest scam. This is the
The
greatest
court will
scam
rule. Yes, the court will rule.
in the history of
You don't have to hope for
presidential
that. That's how
politics.
courts work.
These people they've gone crazy. Biden and his party of liberal hypocrites want to lock law-abiding Americans in their homes, which is what they're doing. And they want to keep them out of church. They really do. They're fighting God, they're fighting guns, and they're fighting oil. Think of it. I don't think they'll do too well in Texas.
2 out of 3 of those things
Did you see what they
it's good
said?
things to
We
fight,
think
and the
the
other
race
one
will be
doesn't
quite
exist.
close in
So
Texas, but the president has an edge. Listen, I'm in favor of oil and energy. I'm in favor of religion and God. Okay?
both?
And I'm in favor of our great Second Amendment guns. So he's against our Second Amendment. Okay, you know who he put in charge? Beto. Beto.
He did
Or
not.
as he says, is Beto. Beto. So when Beto was legit, and then Ted Cruz beat him, and Ted did a very good job. I tell you.
And now
he
he's
did a great
illegit?
job. So, but Beto went totally.
He was delegitimatized?
south. He went totally. He's gone crazy. So he now is a big gun guy. He wants to take guns away from everybody.
Well,
so who
you
did
know,
Biden put
in his
charge?
home
Beto.
city, the
Remember
guy
Beto
went into
was
Walmart
interviewed in
and
some
killed a bunch of
magazine,
people.
a third-rate magazine, most of them are.
That
But
would upset me.
remember, and Beto said this was at the beginning, before he got beat to hell. I said, he thought this was easy, didn't he? But remember when Beto said, I was born for this. As soon as I hear somebody's born for running for president, I said, he's out. That's the end of him. Nobody's born for this. This is tough stuff. I had a great life. I'll tell you, my life was so beautiful. What the hell did I do this for? But you know what? You know what? We are doing.
I was making millions. I was sleeping with porn stars.
And I say it all the time, and that's what makes me happy. We're dealing with very sick and very bad and evil people. But I'll tell you, no administration in 3.5 years, no administration has done what we've done in the first 3.5 years.
That is true. No administration has killed 200,000
But they want to
Americans.
punish you for praying in church while they let agitators and arsonists burn your churches down. Look at Washington. They want to burn the churches down, and that's fine. But, you know, you want to go pray in church, they won't let
Is
you
it
do
fine?
that. Just last week, Biden proudly accepted the endorsement of pro-criminal, anti-police Portland District Attorney, who has a policy of releasing rioters, vandals, criminals, and violent extremists without any charges, no charges.
Did anybody
Never
charge
saw
you with
anything.
tear gassing
By the
American
way,
citizens?
all
Has
of
that
these
happened?
places we're talking about, you know, are Democrat-run. Chicago, New York, Portland, Seattle. The only reason Seattle got settled, because they knew we were going in. We told them, we're going in tomorrow morning. We're going to open it up. We're going to take it. It would have taken us 20 minutes. So they sent people that night because they didn't want to be embarrassed. But look at what we've done. And so every place we've touched, we solved the crime. But they have to ask us. If they don't ask us, we're not supposed to do it. But maybe we do it anyway. And it usually takes anywhere from 25 minutes to about 1 hour. Wasn't that a beautiful sight, though, in Minneapolis, right? They're burning the poor city down. I love that state. I think we have a chance of winning that state. First time in many years for a republic. They're burning Minneapolis. You don't think of Minneapolis that way, right? You don't think of it. The city is burning down. You have this fake CNN reporter. What's his name? Velci, the nice shaved head.
MSNBC.
Maybe I should try that. Should I
Ali
try that?
Velci.
No, no. Donald Trump went down substantially in the polls, like about 40%.
Because he's
He
bald?
showed up with a new haircut. It's called the shave head. Ali Velci.
Yeah.
Remember, he said, no, this is a friendly
MSNBC.
protest. It's a friendly protest, and it's really quite nice. And people are throwing
No.
bottles at him. He's
He
being
said there
hit
was
with
no
tear gas.
governmental control.
This is a friendly protest. And you look over his shoulder, and the entire city was burning. You remember
Not what he
the
said.
scene? The thing looked like it was 30 blocks. It was just burning. And he's talking about, this is all fake news. And nobody would have known. I knew it before I did it, but I never knew it to this extent. I never knew it to this extent. It is corrupt, it's fake, and they shouldn't be allowed to do it. They shouldn't be allowed. These are far-left lunatics that Biden selects to staff his government. There are policies Biden's pledged to apply nationwide. You're going to have the suburbs. You know, they have a plan. Doesn't matter. It's a regulation, very horrible regulation. Does anybody live in the suburbs?
By the way, this is I'm just going to play Ali Velshi from MSNBC, not CNN. And this is where Trump is saying that he said that it was all peaceful.
The fake news doesn't report the truth.
Right now, no government authority, no authority whatsoever has control over this area. The people have control over this area, and this is what's happening right now. There's a lot of venting going on. There are definitely people who have come up to me. They're not happy about the way this is unfolding. They're not happy about the damage to public property. But boy, the anger, I can't. I mean, your pictures show it, Brian.
So, which part of that was the peaceful protest? I don't know what Trump is talking about.
But they have a regulation, and Ben Carson was fantastic, the head of HUD.
What?
I said, Ben, they're going to destroy the suburbs.
This is keeping the minorities out of the suburbs.
That program. But the program was already doing damage. They were playing with the zoning so they can build projects in the suburbs. And I said, we're going to end it. Somebody said, sir, let's just amend it. I said, nope, we got to end it. End it. I want to end it. I don't want to have
He threw a tantrum?
But if he gets in, they will open up that whole program. They're going to open it up on steroids. They're going to open it up to a level that you wouldn't have believed possible. And he will drive you out of the suburbs. He will drive you out of he'll drive you out of everything. They're going to.
Where's he going to drive us to?
There, I call it the suburban destruction program, because that's what they've done, and it's been a horrible program. It's been very unfair to people with the American dream. And let me just tell you something. 30% of the people that live in the suburbs are minorities.
Minorities?
They're Hispanic.
Minorities.
They're black. They're Asian. It's the American dream, and they want the American dream, and they don't want that to happen. That's why
living
I'm
in the
doing
suburbs
so well
is the American
with
dream.
African American, with Asian American, with Hispanic American, and with women. But don't let them ruin the suburbs, because they will put that regulation back immediately. And don't let them ruin the suburbs, because the suburbs are a special place. The suburbs are the American dream. That's where everyone aspires to, and that includes minorities and everybody.
I would love to live in a downtown somewhere. It's just too damn expensive.
Tremendous crime.
Live downtown, be right next to work.
And, you know, I was talking the other day. Darling, somebody just moved next door. Who is it? It's a representative of Antifa. She will look at her husband and say, darling, we're out of here. We're out of here. Antifa. Remember, they were trying to blame other people. They don't like to mention the name Antifa. I said it's Antifa, and I was right. I was right. They're bad people. And you know what? They have to pay a price for the damage and for the horror that they've caused. They have to pay a price. And it's so easy. It's so easy. A lot of them now are wealthy, spoiled kids that have no clue about life. They've got arms that are about this big, but they wear heavy jackets with lots. And you look, you say, oh, that guy looks tough. And then the jacket comes off, and you see these two little. Then they go home, and they live in a basement, too, their mom and dad's basement. But Biden's plan is to appease domestic terrorists. And my plan is to arrest domestic terrorists.
Okay.
Joe Biden is a weak person. He does whatever his left-wing puppet masters demand. You know that. Joe doesn't know what's going on. You know that. I mean, let's be nice about it.
He knows where to go when he's riding his bike.
He'll never be able to protect your family, your loved ones, or your community. If Biden's elected,
I don't need him
radical
to.
supporters won't just cause mayhem on the streets like you're seeing. All Democrats. We could solve it so fast. Chicago, a few weekends, think of it. 72 people shot. This is shot. Somebody said, you mean with bullets? I said, yeah, with bullets.
Nobody said that. Here's the thing. Joe Biden won't protect you and your family, but the violence is happening right now, and President Trump's in charge. If the president can't protect the suburbs, why is Joe Biden going to be able to protect them less?
Well, you have another weekend where they had, I think a few weekends ago, 38 people have been shot in Chicago. I said, 38, it's not even believable. And now when these people say it, they make it, they try and play it down. And you're sitting there, you said, did I just hear 38 people were shot? It's just a terrible thing, and it can all be stopped. It can all be stopped so quickly.
You said you were
but
going to
they
stop
have to
it
respect
when you got
laws,
inaugurated.
and they have to have
You promised
order.
you were going to
Law,
stop the American carnage here, and you were going to stop it now. You
But these
promised,
radical lefts
and it's
will be
4
running
years
the
later,
Department of
and people are
Justice, the
still
Department
being
of
shot on
Homeland
the street in
Security,
Chicago
the United
en
States
masse.
Supreme Court, and you see what's going on there. If we don't, the next president, hopefully it's going to be us, not me, us. But the next president is going to have 1, 2, 3,
Not
or
me,
4 Supreme
us.
Court choices. It's just,
He's using the royal
just
we
that
now.
time, right? Just that time. Going to be a minimum of 1, I would say, but it will be a 1, 2, 3, or 4. And that's going to change the whole makeup of the Supreme Court. That's going to take away your guns. That's going to destroy your Second Amendment. That's going to change the whole
Supreme Court can't decide the
rationale
Second
thinking
Amendment.
on so many different subjects like you wouldn't believe.
The
Including,
states
by the way, life.
decide the amendments.
Okay, life, pro-life. Anybody pro-life here? Now, this is going to change the makeup of this country for 50 years. I don't know that the country will survive 50 years if that happens. It might not survive 5 years if that happens. But the next
No,
president...
it'll be fine.
And you saw I put out a list of an additional number of very conservative, highly thought of, highly respected judges. And they are the only people that I will pick, meaning the first list, the second list, it's about 44, 45 people. They are
I
the
don't
only
think
people that
Gorsuch
I
was
will
on the
consider for the
first
Supreme Court of
list,
the
was he?
United States.
Wasn't that a
And
thing?
I'm asking Joe Biden to
That
do
the list he put up before the last election,
because he's got a
Gorsuch wasn't
bunch
even
of
on there.
Radical left maniacs
I
that
could
they
be
wanna put
wrong,
on the
but I
court.
think the,
And nobody can get elected.
who is it,
Not
the
even with
Federalists?
Democrats, rational
Who puts out that
Democrats,
list?
Will they vote for some
It's
of
a
these
right-wing
people to be
judge,
on? So far,
Justice
he's refused
Association.
to do it. I'm probably forcing him tonight to do something, but he should put out
And it is.
a
It's
list
all
of
about
his
abortion.
judges so that you know where you stand.
Not Judicial Watch. That's Tom Fenton. Oh, he's gone. Oh, he's back.
Biden supports cutting police funding, you know that, abolishing, and by the way, did you see we
What's
just
not
got
showing in my chat
Chicago
window?
police today endorsed Trump. That's not easy to do. Chicago. New York's finest. New York's finest.
Come on.
Body. Is there a police officer in the country? If there is, they'll do a commercial. This officer loves Sleepy Joe Biden. He's so tough on crime. So Biden's been going down very rapidly in the polls, and now what he's doing is he's playing tough guy. They're just tough on crime. All of a sudden, he goes from demolish and defund, okay? But he goes from let's not give the police any money. Let's not even say defund for him. His people want to defund the police. They actually have places. Seattle, they actually don't want to have police. Minneapolis, they don't want to have police. They don't want to have police. What's going to happen? You saw the commercial we put up. A woman's being murdered. I'm sorry, we cannot take your call right now. We will call you back within the next 24 hours. A woman's being raped, right? I'm
raped?
sorry, we cannot respond right now.
I don't want to be raped.
because
That
we've
sounds
been
terrible.
defunded, but we will try getting there within the next week. This is what you're going to have. I mean, that was a strong commercial. It had a big impact. But this is what you buy
Did it,
with a guy
though?
like this. This guy, you're going to have Portlands all over this country, and we can't allow that to happen. Not here. Says not here in Nevada. Well, with your governor, it could happen here too. I get that.
Yeah, but
They
we don't want to
want
cause a
abolish
panic.
bail.
You want
So
to
they wanna
downplay
abolish
that.
cash bail like they did in New York. They release people, the horrible criminals in New York. They release them. No cash bail. And he calls law enforcement. Biden called law enforcement the enemy. They're not the enemy. They're our friends. They're our great friends.
No, he didn't.
They're our great friends.
That was when you
And
outfit them
without
like the
them, we
military,
wouldn't
they
be here.
become the
Here
enemy.
in Nevada,
He didn't call them the
Riotersburg,
enemy.
City Hall in Reno. Does anybody know that? Do you know that? That's not a pleasant sight. How did you allow that to happen? I would have thought you people would have gotten out there and said, you're not going to burn our city hall. And during the violent demonstrations in Las Vegas, a 29-year-old police officer, you know
Not a
about
Democrat
this,
city.
was deliberately shot in the head while he was doing his job. A vicious criminal left He was a left person. He left. He was a real left, all right. And the young.
He was a
Obama
real
says, you know,
left.
he's a young, brilliant young guy, and he's totally paralyzed. Unlike Biden, while I'm president of the United States, I will always stand with the heroes of our law enforcement. And on November 3rd, you will save America. You're talking about saving America. We cannot let this happen to our country. Because I don't know if you can ever come back from
Is
what
it
will
11
happen,
o'clock yet?
including
It
our
feels like
Supreme
11
Court.
o'clock.
We're joined tonight by our terrific Republican congressional nominee.
Oh my God, we're just
My
getting to the
complete
introductions?
and total endorsement.
Ah.
Jim, where are you, Jim? Jim Marchand. Jim Marchand. There are a lot of people out there, Jim. It's not easy.
A lot of people out there,
Doing
Jim.
well. I just looked at a very solid poll. Jim Marchand is a great guy, and hopefully he's going to win, and you're going to carry him over.
Are we behind a
You
little
need
bit? Can
it.
we go
You need
forward?
it. Thank you, Jim. Bingo.
YouTube is having some problems tonight. Come on.
A woman who did a fantastic. And I said, "How about that woman that ran? She was so tough."
Okay, let's just see if we can go live.
Those roads are going to get very nice. They're already
Nope,
starting.
we are live.
Tonight, our hearts are with all of the communities in the West battling devastating wildfires. I'm going there the day after tomorrow. I'm staying in your state tonight, but I'm going to be going to California.
Oh, this is news.
Spoke to the folks in Oregon.
He didn't say a word about it until
Washington.
last
They
night
really
with a tweet.
haven't. They never had anything like this.
No, they
But
have.
You know, it is about forest management. Please remember the words. Very
It's
simple.
worse than it was, but
forest management. Please remember.
we are used to it.
It's about forest management and other things, but forest management. My administration is closely coordinating with state and local leaders, and we want to thank the more than 200,000 people that are working on it and 28,000
I thought he was going to thank the
firefighters
dead.
and first responders who courageously and bravely are fighting out there. They are
200,000
fighting.
dead Americans.
It's dangerous. It's dangerous. It's a rapidly spreading hundreds of thousands of acres. There's not been anything quite like this one. We've spent the last 4 years reversing the horrible damage Joe Biden inflicted over the past 47 years. Think of it. He's been there 47 years. And he always says, well, why didn't you do this? Why did the guy just really, you know, in all fairness, I've been here 3.5 years. So it's not like they haven't been here. He was a vice president for 8 years, and he only did one thing good. He treated Obama good. I was going to say something else, but they would have scolded me. That's exactly what I was going to say. But it's better that you say it. You want to shout it out? Go ahead, shout. That's what I said. That's what I was going to.
I know what that was.
Thank you very much. Oh, this can only happen in Nevada.
Okay, there'll
And
be
we
argument
passed
about this on
record
Twitter.
Tax cuts and regulation cuts.
You guys wanna
to
hear
keep
what it
the
is?
family
Hold on.
farms and ranches in the family. Nobody even knows this. We virtually eliminated the something else, but they would have scolded me. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Oh, kissed his ass.
But it's better that you say it. You want to shout it out? Go ahead, shout. That's what I said. That's what I was going to. Thank you very much. Oh, this can only happen in Nevada.
That's what he says every time
I
somebody
ended
shouts from
the
the audience.
administrations, and
This can
if you
only
look at
happen
that
wherever
last
he happens to be.
administration, what they were doing on American energy, what they were doing, and now we are the world's #1 energy producer by far, and we are energy independent.
We're not energy independent.
How about your gas prices? That's not too bad, right? You know, you didn't think you'd ever see those prices, those under $2 prices, did you, huh? Thank you, President Trump. I appreciate it, sir. Biden has pledged to abolish the production of American oil and shale and clean coal and natural gas, and he wants to ban fracking, right? So he's in these debates with the other people, and they're just eating him alive. He did his best debate against Crazy Bernie.
The average gas price in Nevada is not under $2. It is $2.67.
And I got to ask, why did he get better all of a sudden? What happened? Why? Do you have any idea why? I think I know. Why did he get better all of a sudden? But he did his last debate, but he was so bad, and he raised his hand, no fracking. There will be no fracking under my administration, he said.
That's his
And you know
Biden
why
now?
I add the word
There
he
will be
said?
no fracking.
Because they will take what I said, and they will put it as a commercial. There will be no fracking under my administration. They'll have me saying it. That's how dishonest these people are. So I always have to add something because, but even then, sometimes they'll cut it off at the end. But he said there'll be no fracking under my administration. Now, all of a sudden, he goes to Pennsylvania, and his polls aren't looking very good.
What about George Washington and Thomas Jefferson running in Texas?
And he goes to Oklahoma, and he goes to North Dakota, and he goes to all these places. Not looking so good. All of a sudden, he says, I had nothing against fracking. What are you talking about? But always follow
Babe,
the
just
first
multiply
instinct,
by 4.
Because the first instinct is
And
what
then
is going to happen.
3/4
And
of
he
that
has
because
to,
it's U.S.
because
dollars.
he signed, he has
What
a
are you paying
manifesto.
per liter?
I call it the manifesto.
Dave?
With Bernie and AOC plus 3, all these crazy people. And it's a manifesto. And it reads far worse than anything Bernie Sanders ever said. I thought he'd take what Bernie did and move them somewhat
pretty
to the
windy
right.
there.
No, he took what Bernie said and they moved way further left. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. But follow the original statements because that's what's going to happen. Whether it's on religion or on guns or on fracking or on energy or anything, that's what's going to happen. California has already implemented this extreme agenda, and they are experiencing massive blackouts. You know that, California. They like wind. They like wind. Oh, darling, let's watch television. I'm sorry, darling, the wind. The wind isn't blowing tonight. We can't watch television. But I want to watch President Trump. He's on television. I want to watch him. Darling, how many times do I have to tell you the wind is not blowing tonight? And the government came and turned off all the windmills because they're killing all our bald eagles and all our birds. It's unbelievable. You want to see a bird cemetery? Walk under a windmill sometime.
That's
They
mostly
pile up.
true.
It's terrible. Then the environmentalists say, oh, they're so wonderful. You know what? When they talk about fumes, when they talk about going up, the carbon going up, take a look where they're made. They're made in China and they're made in Germany. They spew more crap into the air than anything. You can run those things for 15 years and they'll never make up the difference. But here's what happens. After a certain number of years, they wear out. And did you ever see a windmill when it's shot? Like Joe? What happens? No, you know what happens to it? It starts to rust. They don't paint it. The maintenance gets bad, and then they just turn it off. Take a look at California, where they have windmills that are old. And nobody wants to take them down because there's not a lot of profit in taking them down. So they're sitting there all rotten and rusty. It's terrible. And then I hear the environmentalists love them. We got to talk to the environmentalists.
It's about what it is in California right now, too, babe.
They cannot, solar, I like solar, but solar is very expensive and it doesn't have the power to fire up our massive plants.
I've driven all over California and I've never seen rusty windmills just sitting there. And they're called wind turbines.
We need the strength because we're competing against a lot
Windmills
of
are
nations
something
and they don't
different.
go through what we do. They don't care about the air, and they should. And they should, which is another problem. I took you out of that crazy Paris Climate Accord because it was a total disaster. No, it was a way of hurting the United States. I tell you, we would have had to close 25% of our factories in order to even, it was so crazy, so expensive. But I took you out, and I was surprised. Most people, they appreciate what I did.
Gas is cheaper in Florida, Dr. Howard, because the trucks don't have to go up any hills to deliver it, so it costs them less money. That's science.
Bad, but I did the right thing for our country, and we want to have our great plants working. We want to have our great plants fired up. And they said manufacturing jobs are dead, right? Sleepy Joe said, I'm going to bring back manufacturing. Really? Well, Obama said you'd need a miracle to bring back manufacturing. I brought back 650,000 jobs. He said you'd need a miracle. And now Sleepy Joe is saying that, no, I'm going to bring back he's not going to bring back anything. I made history by signing an executive order making the official policy of the United States government to buy American and to hire American. Now, I did this a long time ago. And then I see a sign in front of Joe, right here. It said, buy American. Oh, great, Joe. Thanks, Joe. Where have you been for 47 years? Because for 47 years, Joe Biden did the opposite. He crushed the dreams of American workers and enriched foreign countries. That's how China happened. Hey, look, what I've done, I've taken billions, tens of billions of dollars out of China. Nobody else did it before me, no other president. In all fairness to Obama and Biden, I call them O'Biden because it's easier. O'Biden. In all fairness to O'Biden, they didn't do any of that. But now I see Buy American. Hey, he also copied on the pandemic. Did you see he copied everything I was doing? Except one thing, he wouldn't have closed the country to China, so hundreds of thousands of people would have died from that. But 2 months, 2.5 mistake. Well, what do you think? The USMCA, what's better, that or NAFTA? Well, no, the USMCA is better. Was that Jake Tapper? I like Jake Tapper. Was that? I don't think he likes me too much, but that's okay. They said, what's better? They said, what's better? He goes, USMCA. Well, that's the deal that Trump made. Oh, it is? Oh.
No, he explained because the House was able to
That's a great deal we
get
made.
additional
We
things
took the
approved.
horrible NAFTA deal. We got rid of NAFTA. We got rid of TPP. We got rid of that terrible, terrible South Korea deal.
I'm not muted
which
anymore,
Hillary
guys.
Clinton said will
Try living
produce
in the present.
250,000 jobs.
You guys
she
are like
said this will
2 minutes
produce
behind.
200. She made it. Hillary, crooked Hillary. She made it. No, wait. She said it's going to produce 250,000 jobs, and she was
Hillary
100% right.
had no
It
involvement
produced
whatsoever in
250,000
any
jobs
South
for
Korean
Korea, not for us.
trade. Not nothing.
South
She
Korea
was
did
she
very
was
well
gone
with that
as
deal, but I
Secretary of
changed
State
that
before
deal a lot.
discussions
That's
even
now a good
began.
deal.
And
Earlier this
Obama
year, I
said
kept my
250,000
promise to
jobs,
American
but it had
workers.
nothing to
When
do
we
with
ended
jobs
the
for
NAFTA
Americans.
nightmare and signed the brand new USMCA,
Total.
Mexico,
That's
Canada
jobs across Asia.
agreement into law. You're not going to see companies leaving for Mexico very much anymore. They're not going to be leaving your community, going to Mexico, making a product, selling the product back in, not being taxed at the border. It doesn't work that way anymore. It's probably the biggest reason I ran for president, if you want to know that.
That's kind of how free
and
trade
these
works.
Stupid endless wars. I saved the United, but that's one of the reasons Washington doesn't like me. They love those endless wars. You got to ask them
We're
why.
still in
Do you
those
ever
wars.
watch where they're very critical of me? We don't like him on foreign policy. Really? Look what I've done. Look what I've done. Israel, we're signing deals all over the place. These guys that are lecturing all the time, they don't have a clue. They're clueless. They were clueless. That's why for 40 years you got nothing except blood in the sand. That's all you got, blood in the sand. I saved the U.S. auto industry by withdrawing from last administration's job-killing
He saved
Trans-Pacific
the U.S.
Partnership.
auto industry.
I took the toughest ever action to stand up to China's rampant theft of American jobs. They don't like me too much. Joe Biden's agenda is made in China.
I don't know where the volume went. Hold on. Let's see if I can do anything. There we go.
For the last 4 years, I've been delivering for our
Quiet.
incredible Hispanic. I love the Hispanic community.
For the last 4 years, you've been yelling. He didn't save the manufacturing or the car industry. That was saved after the Great Recession with a number of different plans, including cash for clunkers.
Call them Latino, Hispanic. They use different terms. To me, I just love the people. I don't care. But let me just, did you see it? Trump is leading Biden with the Hispanic community. Trump is leading Biden. Well, Hispanics like tough people. They like people that are going to produce jobs. They like, and by the way, the Hispanics understand the border better than anybody else. They are better than anybody else. No, but it's unusual that a Republican would be leading a Democrat. Not for it's habit. You know what the problem is? Habit. But the Hispanics
Not policy?
get it, and we're leading it with the Hispanic community. And that's because you had the lowest job numbers in the history of our country. You had the best home ownership. Every statistic was the best. And now we're doing it again, except
How's the
we're doing
volume
it
at,
very
Random?
rapidly. Remember, 8.4%?
I'm getting quieter, too, because I'm farther away.
Stupid people ran it. 8.4%. I'm fighting for school choice, safe.
Yeah, he's explained to Biden before. He doesn't have the time to say both, right? Did he say something else?
Hispanic-owned small businesses. We're fighting. You know, the Hispanic own small businesses. They're great business people. I know it from being in business. They were very tough. They were great business people, and they get it. They get it like very few people.
And some of them, I assume,
Also
are good
standing
people.
up for religious liberty, Joe Biden would be.
We got it, Allison.
So Joe Biden would be a disaster for all communities, not just the Hispanic community. He's pledged to wage attacks on Catholic organizations like the Little Sisters of the Poor that we're helping, and we're winning with them. We're helping them. They got hit so hard by Biden. They got hit so hard. I remember them in the Supreme Court, the Little Sisters of the Poor. They get hit by Biden, and then he says how wonderful. He's such a wonderful person. He supports taxpayer-funded extreme late-term abortion. And I mean ninth month.
That's called birth.
Ninth month. And he'd allow violent mobs to burn down your business, and he would hand your country over to the socialists. But I believe it's worse than socialists. I do. I think it's
Biden
a
has
step
specifically
worse than
said
socialists.
he will
And
be
it
handing
starts
our
with
country
C.
over to China.
That is why
China.
we're going to win a record share of the Hispanic vote in November. It's so important. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's so important. We're bringing it back very fast. I think next year, I believe, will be as good or better than the year we had last year. And
Well, if you're gone,
unless
yeah.
somebody comes in and decides to quadruple your taxes, then I can't. Then all bets are off. But
No one's
we're
gonna do
we're
that.
lowering taxes. He's raising taxes. We're going to have tremendous growth.
Hey,
Joe
Neon.
Biden's
Welcome
party
from Birmingham.
continues to attack our incredible border agents. They're incredible people. More than half of
No,
whom
the Chinese
happen
are communists.
to be Hispanic Americans. Did you know that? I know all of them. Jose, how you doing? Juan, how you doing? Every once, like
Oh,
every
God,
six
if he had
times I
said,
say, "Hello,
Jose, can
Jim,
you
how are
see?"
you?"
I was ready.
These extraordinary patriots deserve our admiration, gratitude, and respect, not Joe Biden's contempt. He's got contempt for these people that are so great and brave. That's a tough job. My administration's achieved the most secure border in American history. We ended the catch and release disaster. Remember, you catch somebody.
And
What's
then
your
release
name?
them?
I don't know. What's your address? I don't know. Okay, go into our country. That's okay.
But they don't have an address.
You couldn't
They're-
arrest anybody. We ended it. Stopped
That's how this
asylum fraud,
works.
and we've deported over 20,000 gang members.
I know,
including
Rich. I know.
MS-13,
Uh-huh.
and over 500,000 criminal illegal aliens. Now think about it. Think of that
Okay.
number.
Yeah.
Think if you had 500,000
Half a
people
million.
spread throughout the country
Yeah.
that were criminal illegal aliens. Some
Criminal.
of these are very violent people.
Criminal.
And we get them the hell out. We're stopping human trafficking, protecting the victims, most of whom are women.
Yeah,
Most of whom are women.
the vast
Human
majority.
trafficking, because of the internet, that's a tremendous.
Nobody wants to buy me.
And horrible business. These are the worst human beings of all. But most of the victims are women, children to a much lesser extent, but women.
Okay.
And human traffickers. And you know what made it that way is the internet. Who would think? It almost sounds like an ancient crime. It's not. It's
It
very
is.
modern because of the
It
internet,
is.
because of the computer.
It is
And it's
an
horrible
ancient
thing.
crime.
We've stopped so much of it. We have an incredible.
We used
group
to have
of
a little
people
something we
that
called
go after
slavery.
these animals.
That's human trafficking.
And we've built now over 320 miles of border wall and are adding 10 new miles a week. And the wall will very soon be finished.
Ooh, God, how soon will you be finished?
We've invested $2.5 trillion in the U.S. military. We've rebuilt our depleted, it was a depleted military. Now we have the newest, we have the best we've ever had. And launched the first new branch of the United States Armed Forces in nearly 75 years.
Space
the US
Force.
Space Force.
Yeah. Thank God.
And we did things that people said couldn't be done after 52 years. We passed VA choice and VA accountability. And 91% of our veterans
You
now
amended it
approve
after
of their
3
VA
years.
care.
It was
think
passed
it's
in
doing- it's doing
2014 by Obama.
The fact is, I did more in 47 months as president than Joe Biden did in 47 years. It's
You
true.
haven't been 47 months in the presidency. That won't be
I
until
withdrew
December.
from last administration's disastrous Iran nuclear deal. We killed the founder and leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi. We eliminated the world's #1 terrorist and mass
Who's
murderer
drinking?
of
Does somebody
American
want to bring me
Qasem
some wine or
Soleimani.
something?
He's dead. He's gone.
You know what I want is is there
Biden
black
voted for the
currant
Iraq
wine?
War. He opposed the mission to
I'm in the
take
word
out
for
Osama
somebody
bin
came
Laden.
in. Somebody's from
He
Birmingham.
opposed killing
Do you guys have
Soleimani.
black currant wine over
He
there? They got
oversaw
black
the
currant
rise of
everything.
ISIS, and he cheered
In England,
the
they
rise
love
of
their
China
black
as a
currant.
very positive development. Oh, really? Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Not too positive. Joe
They
Biden
buy American
has been on
goods.
the wrong side of history for 47 years. In fact, the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense said about him, he's never called it right. He never called it right. If we had listened to Joe, hundreds of thousands more Americans would right now have died. When the virus arrived, we launched the largest national mobilization since World War II. You know that, especially with ventilators and equipment and masks and shields. We're delivering life-saving therapies.
If you were an American, Nia,
achieved
you
among
would
the
be a
lowest
drinker.
case
We're all
fatality
drinkers now.
rates of any major country in
Even
the
those of
world.
us who
And
are
you don't
allergic
hear
to
that from the
alcohol,
fake
we drink
news.
now heavily.
Europe's excess
We got this
mortality
guy,
rate
and he's in
is
charge.
24% higher.
And
these are
200,000 of us
statistics that come from
are gone.
People that do this stuff, right?
Probably many,
This
many
is
more
not done
drinking
by
themselves
my,
to death.
Secretary.
Blackberry wine.
24% higher than
Wait,
the
they used to
United
make black
States, and
currant?
Despite their punitive lockdowns, they're once again seeing a spike. They're seeing a big spike in cases over there.
I
They
know.
did the heavy
I get a lot of
lockdowns, just like they're
haters.
doing right here, and they're seeing a spike. And there's
19
no reason
haters
for that.
today.
The United States has experienced the smallest contraction of any major Western
Oh, I
nation.
can fix
Think
that.
of
Watch this. I can get
and
us to
by
20.
far the fastest recovery.
Woohoo! It even
And if they
outlines
wrote
it when I
about
do it.
properly, it would be a proper thing. It would be a proper thing to do. Through our historic relief programs, we've saved more than $500 billion Nevada cops jobs and all
Oh,
of
good
this.
for you,
There's so
Steph.
many people going out. We've saved 42,000 Nevada businesses. Think of that. Biden would terminate this comeback. He wants to end it. He would terminate
Nope.
this comeback. He would put your
How so?
families in danger.
Details?
He will totally destroy Social Security.
But you
And
don't
in
want to
my
cause any
opinion,
panic.
If you look at what he's going to do to Medicare,
This
he
year's
will
caravan
destroy
is
Social
Biden.
Security. They will. You called it. You know what you're talking about. Exactly right. He's going to massively raise your taxes, reimpose crippling federal regulations, destroy your Social Security, and destroy protections for
Even AAA members
pre-existing
drink now
conditions. He's going to destroy
while
that
driving.
and decimate your 401ks and retirement savings and stocks. Your stocks are going to go down like you never saw anything go down before.
Yeah, I know. At the Trump
He'll
crowds here,
obliterate your
it's
Second
so weird in
Amendment.
this country.
He'll give
I
you-
know you've got a little bit of it in
and
the
he
UK
would.
as
He would
well.
give free- he
But
wants to
the
give
right
free
wing just
healthcare
thinks this is
to
all a
illegal
hoax,
aliens.
and they want to put
That'll
Dr.
bankrupt
Fauci in
Medicare.
jail. And this is all,
He
it's
wants
just
to
to
get- well, you
control
saw
them.
him raise his
It's all
hand.
about
Remember
control.
the
And the
debate
masks
where they're all
are
standing there and
meant
he
to
looked
control
around.
you.
Who's going to give free health care
Oh, you don't have to do that, Rich.
to illegal aliens? And
I
everyone's
really
raising
don't care
hands.
that
He's going,
much.
No, take a look. I'm not kidding. It's sad.
I don't like it.
Pathetic. He would end our travel bans on jihadist regions and increase refugee admissions 700%, opening the floodgates to
Yeah, he's been off-roading all night long.
nations. You understand
He
that?
got so upset
He'll
by that
establish a
commercial.
national sanctuary city
I don't even know if it
policy
was the Lincoln
for
Project
criminal
commercial we were
illegal
watching,
aliens.
but
He
he
loves
got so
sanctuary
upset by the
cities,
commercial
meaning the
that he's
people
just
that
been off the
control him love
rails
sanctuary
this
cities.
complete night.
Biden pledges to oppose school choice.
He's waving
and he
around
has
like a
stated
flag.
that if he is elected, charter schools are, quote,
Oh, Merlot is
gone.
terrible, Danielle. It's a terrible choice. Boo.
In the second term, and we've already started it very heavily, I will provide school choice to every parent in America.
We've started school choice heavily. You know, in
Vote
school
for
they teach you
Republicans
other
is a vote for
words.
safe communities, great jobs, and a limitless future for all Americans. Instead of letting Washington change us, despite all that we've been through, and we've been through more than any president has ever been through with these characters, and they're falling one after another. But you do notice that, I hope. One after another. Oh, I see. The phones have been wiped out. I wonder what that's all about. But that's a criminal thing you did. We are changing Washington. We are changing Washington. Never forget that they're coming after me.
I
because
haven't looked
am
into the
fighting
phones
for
being
you,
wiped
and
out
it's
thing,
true.
but
Over the next 4 years, to conclude, we will make America into the manufacturing
wrapping up.
superpower of the world, and we will end our
well,
reliance
you made
on
it into
China
the
once and
manufacturing
for all.
contraction.
We will
before
make
the
our
virus.
medical supplies right here in the United States.
Oh, hush up.
We will rapidly return to full employment, soaring economies, and a record prosperity. even
Soaring
greater than
economies.
last year.
We only have one economy.
We will hire more police, increase penalties for assaults on law enforcement, surge federal prosecutors into high-crime communities, and ban sanctuary cities.
You can't. The Supreme Court already said you can't.
We will appoint...
Go ahead. Appoint what? No idea? Oh, well.
prosecutors,
Okay.
judges, justices, and believe.
Yeah.
We will believe in enforcing the law. We want law and order. We have to have it.
Yeah.
We
You know
will
what I would
ensure
like?
equal
I would like to
justice
go
for
outside
citizens
again.
of every race, color, religion, and creed.
Because right now it's
We
too
will
smoky.
defend the dignity of work and the sanctity of
Yeah,
life.
well, here's my issue. Can I talk to you
We
for a
will
second here,
uphold
Donald?
religious liberty, free speech,
I need
and the
you
right
to
keep
be
and
quiet.
bear arms.
Yeah. Hold on. Oh, thanks. Oh, you paused? No? Intentionally? Anyway, I'm just going to talk to you for a second here. Here's the problem. I can't go outside right now, and it's not because of the virus, and it's not because of some kind of lockdown. It's not because of riots in Los Angeles. There's a fire near here, and it's providing a lot of nasty smoke. And if I go outside for very long, I start coughing. I want to go exercise. I just had a snack. You saw me have a snack. I want to go burn those calories. I want to go outside with my daughter and exercise. The fire that is causing all the smoke near us is in the Angeles National Forest. Now, the national part of that... Oh, he's doing an impression here. Hold on. We'll get back to that. I think you got the point. I'm sure he's listening. Hold on.
What did I do? What did I do? I don't want annually require price transparency. It's already...
I thought he was wrapping up here because he was going off of, we will make America nice again. We will make American soft again. We will. But apparently he does an impression here. You can tell because here we go. Impressions by Donald Trump.
Already signed, starts on January 1st. I don't want anyone to... That was a big deal. I don't want Sleepy Joe to take care of, can you imagine? I'll be watching. Prices have dropped substantially all throughout the country because of prices. And I'm the one that got it done. And he'll
That was
say,
it?
What did I do? What did I do? How did this happen? And will further reduce health insurance premiums and the cost of prescription drugs.
He's not even trying.
We just did favored nations. We're going to come down to the lowest price anywhere in the world because we did a favored nations clause. You know what that is? The drug companies don't exactly like me too much. They're spending millions of dollars
And
on negative
it
commercials.
can't go into
Please
effect without
understand, when you see
Congress.
those commercials,
Congress
it
decides
means
that
your drug
stuff.
prices are coming down. We will strongly protect Medicaid and Social Security, which they will give up, and we will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions. And America will land the first woman on the moon, and the United States will be the first nation to land an astronaut on Mars.
Okay.
We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic education to our schools. And we will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. And we will live by the timeless words of our national motto, "In God we trust." For years you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the people of Nevada. So very importantly, get your friends, get your family, get your neighbors, get your co-workers, and get out and vote on November 3rd.
That's good. Good. I like that he's saying
From
that.
Carson City to Elko, from Las Vegas to Reno, and from Clark County to right here in Douglas County.
He's getting loud again.
We stand on the shoulders of red-blooded American patriots who poured out their heart, sweat, and soul to secure our liberty. They want to secure our liberty, think of it, and defend.
Just wrap it up. You don't have to accentuate
Nevada was
that.
founded by pioneers and prospectors, miners and
Yeah.
cowboys,
Yeah.
innovators and trailblazers, tough people, great people, who
Uh-huh.
tamed the frontier, raised up the mighty Hoover Dam, lit up the brilliant lights of the Vegas Strip, and transformed a sprawling desert into...
Is anybody near Emma that can give her some snuggles that's been tested recently for COVID? See, I just don't know if booty calls are even happening anymore.
on the face of the earth, and we are making it greater
The new booty call.
than it ever has been. We are making it greater than ever.
You tested?
We are making it greater than it's ever been. Proud citizens.
It is.
like you
It is
help
not
move
greater
this
than it's ever been right now.
Together we are taking back our country.
Those are teleprompters.
We are returning power to you, the American people. With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on working, we are going to keep on fighting, and we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together with the incredible people of Nevada, we will make America wealthy again.
Uh-huh. Safe?
We will make America strong again.
Strong. Okay. Now safe? How about
We
safe?
will make America proud again.
No.
Happening.
I just want safe.
We will make America safe again.
Oh, there it is. And we will make America
great again. Thank you
Yeah.
very much, everybody. Thank you.
And there's your YMCA. Let's mute that actually and just see what he does here. Just out of curiosity. Just a train wreck. Can't take my eyes off of it. That's it. Right side. We're watching the right side broadcast right now. They have a tendency to pull back. They're doing very well. I mean, Trump has been fantastic for them. They're making money hand over fist. Or as Trump would say, hand over foot. Which I don't... oh, that was a double fist pump. There we go. All you guys, good job. That would just hurt, quite frankly. If he's at the YMCA doing that, the guys would be like, what are you? Could you not please? Oh, my God. Probably still feel good, but it was one of those like, it's not my favorite. I mean, if you like it. Central Valley, at least in Stockton, doesn't smell like smoke for the moment. Well, that's nice. That's a good thing. Oh, there it is, into the face. That's for you. Another one to the crowd in the back. Right there. Stairs. Look out for the stairs. Nice and slow. Take it easy. Woo! He did all 6 of them. And then this move. Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to enjoy that one way or the other. Yeah. Okay. There's the guy who films the commercials there with the Steadicam in behind. Focus. See that guy with the mask in behind? He's doing the Steadicam work on this. Looks like he's using a Canon. It's a D8 maybe. I don't know. But he's got himself a gyro Steadicam there. Give your daughter a big hug for me? My daughter? I don't know who you're talking to, Emma, but good. All daughters should get hugs. More stairs. Look out, everybody. Is he going to do it? Point and turn. Come on. Once more in the face, buddy. Once more in the face for the road. There it is! Yeah! The up high. This is the I'm on my knees. Let's get out of here. Yeah, Captain Tiny Hands. Yeah, good job. They're all doing the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. All right, it's midnight my time. Oh, wait, hold on. Here's Chip. Let's go back to the... let's go back. Let's see. Come on, Ginger.
We have hundreds of donations. I will not be able to, unfortunately, get to all of them tonight.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of money, which is funny because that money should be flowing to the Trump campaign. Instead, it's flowing to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. which is good. I'm happy it's not going to Trump. I'm glad it's going to the Right Side Network. And from watching the network, there's not a whole lot of independents in that chat room. As many, we probably get more couch in our chat room. I still don't know where that came from. Than they get independents in theirs. Sometimes I just go in there and just report people because they say things like the United States of America. I'm like, that's not allowed on YouTube. Okay. Let's get rid of this guy. I think that's it for tonight. That was a 6-hour broadcast. So I think you guys got your money's worth. If you started this, if you started chatting 6 hours ago, I'm worried about you, kids. I appreciate you being here, but I'm worried about you. Hey, if you'd like to support this broadcast and others like it, specifically just this one, then please go to kevinleefather.com and become a patron. I was working on the credits earlier for those of you who have your name in the credits for being a patron, and I couldn't finish because for some reason you guys were getting yelled at by the music, so I'll have to work on that when I'm not broadcasting. Yay, we won! 30 likes to 17. That's pretty pathetic. I mean, it's just pathetic. Usually you look at a video and it's 20 billion likes compared to 5 dislikes. I inspire strong feelings is what I found out in life. Even though I usually walk the fence. I don't really like to express myself. Tacit is the way I would describe my personality in one word. Okay, let's see if there's anything else I want to show you guys. So tomorrow I might be doing Spilling Covfefe with Kevin Lee in the morning. I might watch the morning shows with you. I do have to switch domains tomorrow, and I don't know how long that's going to take with the GoDaddy. Or as I like to call them, No Daddy. Don't touch me. Or in Trump's case, No Daddy? No? I did good, didn't I, Dad? You go to military school. I wonder what Fred Trump sounded like. Oh, I'm doing a great job on the Resistance. Thank you, Stephanie. You guys are doing a great job watching me doing a great job with the Resistance. You guys kept each other company for 6 hours. And that means something. Do you guys want to watch the end of the Trump interview from 9/11? Should we end that off or should we wrap things up now? Let's see. Any of the producers in the room? Rich, you decide. Did we watch the end of 9/11? I don't know if Debbie's in here or Dee. If there's a producer out there or an executive producer, let me know if we should watch the end of this. Otherwise, we'll wrap things up. We'll do Billy Joel Madness and we'll be done for the night. All right, we'll do Billy Joel Madness. Here we go. We won't do Billy Joel Madness. We might do Billy Joel. There it is. Oh, remember the days. I don't even remember which song run. Scenes from an Italian Restaurant, right? Which is how many songs in one at random? Let's do it. Okay, we're going to watch. Here we go.
I said, how could a plane, even a plane...
For those of us, you joining us, this is Trump on 9/11, the morning of 9/11, calling into one of the radio shows in New York and for whatever reason giving them an interview. Because, why not? We missed the part. If you missed earlier, you can find this. Just look up Trump 9/11. It'll come up on the YouTube. He claimed that he had now had the second tallest building in New York. He claimed that he had now the tallest building in Lower Manhattan, now that the World Trade Centers had come down, which he said used to be the second tallest building in Lower Manhattan. But here's the thing. There were 2 World Trade Centers. 1 World Trade and 2 World Trade. So he couldn't have had the second tallest building. It would have had to be the 3rd tallest building, and it wasn't. But that's Trump. Nothing matters.
Even a 767 or 747 or whatever it might have been, how could it possibly go through this deal? I happen to think that they had not only a plane, but they had bombs that exploded almost simultaneously. Because I just can't.
Conspiracy theorists back then.
Being able to go through that wall. Most buildings are built with the steel.
It doesn't understand basic physics. When I saw the planes go in, it did not surprise me at all that they did that. It's velocity, force, mass, acceleration.
We were looking at pictures all morning long of that plane coming into building number 2, and when you see that approach the far side, and then all of a sudden, within a matter of a millisecond, the explosion pops out the other side.
Right.
Yeah.
I just think that it was a plane with more than just fuel. I think
Nope.
they were very big planes. They were going very rapidly because I was also watching.
Well, they have to stay aloft.
It seemed to be not only going fast, it seemed to be coming down into the building. So it was getting the speed from going downhill, so to speak. It just seemed to me that to do that kind of destruction is even more than a big plane, because you're talking about taking out steel.
Sorry, guys, we'll go back.
Calibers.
This is a much quieter video. Let's go from here. This is going to change the mood.
Trade Center folks, I think you know, if you were ever up there, they were quite narrow, and in between was this heavy steel. I said, how could a plane, even a 767 or 747 or whatever it might have been, how could it possibly go through the steel? I happen to think that they had not only a plane, but they had
Good night,
bombs
Linda.
that exploded almost simultaneously, because I just can't imagine anything being able to go through that wall. Most buildings are built with the steel is on the inside around the elevator shaft. This one was built from the outside, which is the strongest structure you can have, and it was almost just like a can of soup.
You know, Donald, we were looking at pictures all morning long of that plane coming into building number 2, and when you see that approach the far side, and then all of a sudden, within a matter of a millisecond, the explosion pops out the other side.
Right. I just think that it was a plane with more than just fuel. I think, obviously, they were very big planes. They were going very rapidly, because I was also watching where the plane seemed to be not only going fast, it seemed to be coming down into the building. So it was getting the speed from going downhill, so to speak. It just seemed to me that to do that kind of destruction is even more than a big plane, because you're talking about taking out steel, the heaviest caliber steel that was used on a building. I mean, these buildings were rock solid.
Night, Neon.
And you know, it's just an amazing thing. This country is different today, and it's going to be different than it ever was for many years to come.
He was obsessed with cans of soup.
Very true.
That
Donald,
is true,
one
at
last
random.
question for you. Given the magnitude of how much of American commerce took place within the Twin Towers, what do you, as you're an expert on this, what do you think is going to be the fallout over the next several weeks, months, and even years?
No, he was the same
what we
back then.
have lost in terms of those
he has not
buildings
grown
burning down and all that was within it.
Well, I, as an example, Alan, and you might use them too, but I have an insurance company that was on the 102nd floor of the World Trade Center. They're gone. I don't know who's gone. I don't know anything other than they're no longer there. They're wiped out. The Morgan Stanley Group, you know, Morgan Stanley, a big, powerful firm, they had 50 stories in the building, gone. I mean, you're talking about some firms that are just gone. Now, Morgan Stanley, in that case, had a lot of its offices in Midtown, and they had about half downtown. Morgan Stanley's a big, powerful firm. They're gone. Many firms had all of their offices, as you know, in the World Trade Center. It was 8 million square feet. 8 million square feet is the size of some cities. And we had 8 million square feet in the world, 4 million in each building. They were huge buildings, not only in height, but you know, each floor was 50,000 feet. They were monstrous floors. Each floor was almost a city in itself, and they had 110 floors or so. So, you know, many firms that were easily recognizable for those of us in the financial worlds, for those of us that read the papers and see the financial pages, they're going to be gone. I mean, they're just not going to exist anymore. They're gone.
Donald Trump.
Many of the people are gone with them.
Donald Trump, thank you so very much for joining us.
Thank you
we
all.
really
Good luck.
appreciate it. Thank you.
And you
Same
too.
to you.
You too.
Our prayers are with everyone. Joanne Pileggi is going to bring us up to date.
Yeah, a bunch of different companies got wiped out that day. And Marsh McClellan, they survived. Cantor Fitzgerald, they're still around. But there were entire companies in that building that was it. All done. just so surreal to watch that building come down again. And I remember watching it the first time, and we're all watching it, and someone said, it's coming down. And we're all crowded around the one computer screen watching the CNN feed. Remember, this is my first day at that new job. So I was kind of hanging back and trying to lean in, but everyone was, like someone said, it's coming down. And we came in and we're like, that, and how does a building do that? And someone said, I don't remember if it was me or somebody else, it's just pancaking in on itself. And I was like, yeah, and of course somebody floated the theories of bombs, etc. It's like, yeah, once you superheat things like that, things fall apart. And I didn't know how it was made. But no, I don't want to do an all-nighter. It's 3 a.m. here. I must be lonely. That's a song lyric. You know what else is a song lyric, guys? Good night, sleep tight, Auf Wiedersehen, goodbye, until we meet again. So I'll probably do Kevin Lee Coffee tomorrow. I don't know if I will. But that was it. That was Trump on 9/11, bragging that he now had. Let's go back to that part. This
On 40 Wall Street actually was the second tallest building in
less than 2 minutes into the interview, he made it about himself.
Downtown Manhattan, and it was actually.
Did you know what's happened down there?
Well, it was an amazing phone call I made. 40 Wall Street.
Amazing phone call. It was an amazing phone call on September 11th.
It actually was the second tallest building in downtown Manhattan, and it was actually.
After the two World Trade Centers.
Before the World Trade Center was the tallest, and then when they built the World Trade Center, it became known as the second tallest, and now it's the tallest.
Nope.
And
Nobody noticed that.
People, and they said it's the most unbelievable site. It's probably 7 or 8 blocks away from the World Trade Center, and yet Wall Street is littered with 2 feet of stone and brick and mortar and steel.
Less than 2 minutes in, he made it about himself, and he now has the tallest building in Lower Manhattan, which was not true. All right. Hey, Andy. Yeah, we're just wrapping up. We've been on for 6 hours and 24 minutes. 6 hours and 25 minutes. I lied, and I'm sorry, Andy. I try not to lie to you guys. Okay, so still the old credits, but hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to work on some new credits. I did today, and you guys just kept complaining about it, so what are you going to do? And if you want to send us money directly, Kevin Williams 157 / ampersand paypal.me/Kevin Lee Dad. That's it for the broadcast, kids. 6 hours is more than enough for me. Every time I think of Trump, I think of...
Where are you going?